All right, and we are back from an amazing dinner that my mom made for us. And wow, what an amazing event! So much power. So many powerful speeches. I wanted to see what
And I told
David
her,
had to say.
honestly, I do not know how I am going
Her Erika's
to get
speech was
through
just
this.
amazing. And the fact that she was
She
able
told
to
me
forgive
something.
just brought everybody to tears.
She
I
said,
was tearing up.
you know when you're on an airplane with your kids and it's the last 15 minutes of the flight and things are crazy. Kids are not cooperating, toys are flying everywhere and everyone's screaming. And you think to yourself, I cannot wait for this flight to land. And it's 15 minutes before you land. And she told me, you will get through these 15 minutes and the next 15 minutes after that. Usha, I don't think you realized it then, but those words were exactly what I needed to hear. But most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting.
If we were the left, we would have. We're Christians. We don't do things in violence.
We didn't see revolution.
Whoa, that was interesting. Go back right there. So that's Mr. Kennedy there, and beside him is his wife, who's an actress, and she's been under massive pressure because she's an actress to dump that guy. So it's interesting that, like, I didn't know what happened. I saw when he was endorsing Trump, she was talking about how she could continue being with him and so on. So I didn't know what happened after that, but it's interesting she's still there.
We didn't see revolution. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed he would see in this country. We saw revival.
I'm backing that up because that is an important.
See, revival.
I interrupted a really important point because I didn't know they were still together, so I actually mentioned that.
You realized it then, but those words were exactly what I needed to hear.
And so a really important point that I interrupted here, so I took it back, and I will not interrupt it this time.
But most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting.
One second. Gonna back it up one more time because I want to go ahead and deal with. All right, here we go. How can so-called Christians glorify such a racist person? Shame on all Christians. Hey, Bug, I'm gonna go ahead and give you your one shot. Your one shot. Explain how Charlie Kirk was racist.
Yes, please explain.
Because it's interesting. I've actually heard that, and then I went and looked up what he actually said. Charlie didn't believe in race. He believed that race is a social construct. And guess what? He's right. Right? Like there are obvious differences between people. Some people are lighter, some people are darker, and so on. But how we lump people together, that's kind of on us, right? I mean, we could lump people together based on how tall they are, how what their weight is, how attractive they are, what their IQ is. We could lump people together based on almost anything. We lump people together based on collections of features. But Charlie didn't believe he just believed that that's what we do. We lump people together based on these features, and it's not real. It's something we're kind of making up. We're making up how we lump people together. And so
Yep,
you
good
just
pull.
said that he's a racist. Give us your best evidence. Give us your best
Eli,
evidence of him being a
listen,
racist.
get a pull up now.
I'm being nice because we're
One.
trying to watch a man's wife after he's been assassinated. We're trying to check out the speech, and you're in the chat saying he's a racist. Oh, shame on Christians. He's a racist. I've not seen any evidence at all that he's a racist. And every time someone has
No, they're just living
said
lies.
that he's a racist and tried to give evidence, and I go and look up what he actually said, it's not what he actually said. What they're saying is not what he said. So go ahead. We're giving you your opportunity. Get one shot. I'm just gonna have to block you, guys.
Yep.
Am I not? If Charlie's a racist, dang it, I want to know it. So I'm giving Bog, who claimed that he's a racist, the opportunity to show
Cowards.
that he's
Cowards,
a
a
racist.
lot of them that claim
Obviously, if Bog is here calling someone a
that. Cowards,
racist
a lot of them.
and telling us shame on us, Bog must be aware of powerful evidence that shows that this man was a racist. So just giving the opportunity.
Yep, come prove it.
Anyone say anything yet? I'll wait about another 15 seconds, and then I'm just going to block Bog because I don't want Bog coming back 30 minutes from now and spamming again. Nothing.
Bog is a bog. Swamp monster.
Did we get a response from Bog?
No.
Nothing from Bog. Isn't that like extremely slimy? Like, oh, how could you support
Swamp
Charlie?
beings.
He's a racist. Okay, tell us how he's a racist. Silence. Crickets.
Swamp beings.
All
That's
right.
what people are.
All right, Bog, you just got banned. That's on you. You had one shot. You failed. And you're failing at life. So better luck next time. All right.
Then.
Now this is the third time trying to go through this without interruption. All right. I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to look at the chat. I'm not going to look at anything.
But those words were exactly what I needed to hear. But most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting.
Hang on.
We didn't see revolution. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed he would see in this country. We saw revival.
Catch that, everyone? Wasn't guy got shot? Guy got murdered, and you didn't see people burning cities to the ground, going around killing people. There was not a destructive force. What you saw was, as she just pointed out, you saw revival. You saw tons of people, and I've seen tons of people in the comments, like just on X and on YouTube and so on, talking about going to church for the first time in their lives, or going to church in the first time in decades and so on, all after this. And I pointed this out in a different live stream, but you basically have two main forces at work in society. And it's a lot of different groups, but two main forces in society. You have forces that are trying to preserve and restore and rebuild and so on. and you have forces that are trying to tear everything down because they want to replace it with something else. The forces that are trying to tear stuff down because they want to replace it with something else that's communists, socialists, Islamists, right? They want to rip it down and replace it with something else, a communist state and Islamic state. And so when something happens, when someone dies, when someone's killed, then they see it as an opportunity. Let's get everyone riled up and start tearing stuff down. Let's add to the chaos and rip everything apart. Because that's what their goal ultimately is. And you have other forces that are saying, no, we need to preserve what is good and what works, and we need to restore what was working and that we got rid of. We need to rebuild things that have been torn down and so on. And so when someone from that side dies, then the tendency is it goes towards revival. That's where it is, because people are like, we have to keep what this person, we have to keep up this person's work. And if this person wanted revival, then by golly, we're going to have a revival.
This past week, we saw people open a Bible for the first time in a decade. We saw people pray for the first time since they were children.
She's saying what I just said.
We saw people go to a church service for the first time in their entire lives. Charlie liked to journal. And I say this because he did it to remember important moments and sayings that affected him.
No, I can get away.
And one of the things he wrote in his journal was this.
It doesn't fit. It's not the right.
Every time you make a decision,
Find the nest
it puts a mark on your soul. To those of you
It doesn't fit. It's too
out
big.
there who just made that decision
Find the nest pool.
We gotta find the egg.
and took
Another
the
egg.
first step toward a
No, I'd
spiritual life,
rather find the nest pool.
I
Buddy,
say
you gotta
thank
find
you
another
and
egg
welcome.
that does not fit together.
Dada.
Okay, give it a shot. Yeah.
One day I hope you look back and realize it was the most important decision
Get
of
an
your
egg
life.
that fits. That is not the right
Because it
egg.
is. All of you who are already believers, it is your job to shepherd these people.
Yep.
Do not take
Why I'm
that
here.
lightly. Water the seed
To
of
help.
their faith.
Answer questions where I
Protect
can.
it and help it grow.
Read with you. Go over
Every
the
day as
Bible with
Charlie
you.
rode into
Read the Bible with you.
office,
Talk about the Bible with you. Talk about Christ.
he would go through his contact list. And I know there's many of you who were impacted by this. He would go through his contact list and send Bible verses for the day.
Yep.
He knew that faith was a habit. The more you live it, the more it grows. But know this too. The seed has only just been planted. The enemy will tempt you the most in a time like this one. God will always be there for you, but you must choose to mark your soul again and again in the direction of Christ.
Yep. Get a different egg.
Pray again. Read the Bible again.
No.
Go to church next Sunday
That doesn't
and the
fit.
Sunday after that,
That one's too
and
small.
break free from the temptations and shackles of this world.
Yeah, that one is big.
Being a follower of Christ is not easy. It's not supposed to
It's
be.
okay. Wait for somebody to come down and
Jesus
open
said
the
if
gate for
anyone
you. Why don't
would
you
come after
roll in
me,
the
let
blanket
him
around?
deny himself, take up his cross and follow me.
Or ask Gabe to open the gate. Yeah.
He said he would be persecuted. He
I
said we
said
would
ask.
be persecuted. And Charlie
Wait for
knew
Gabe to finish what
that
he's doing.
he happily carried his cross all the way to the end.
Ash May says, have you seen the clip of Fuentes calling Candace a low IQ anti-Semite? Yeah, I posted, I shared that clip on X, and I said, I can forgive Candace Owens for all the lying, for all the gaslighting, for all the deranged conspiracy theories. I can even forgive her for misleading so many of her dumb followers. But I can't forgive her for making me agree with Nick Fuentes. Sat there and watched that clip, and it was Nick, and he was just completely right in what he was saying about Candace. It was really, really weird. Normally I'm hearing Nick, and it's like, oh my goodness, what is this?
What is this man
saying?
To
be fair, I don't watch like his whole shows. I watch clips that circulate. They're usually him saying some pretty disgusting stuff and so on. So the fact that I was like, wow, he's right on the money on this one was really, 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 really weird. So yeah. But anyway, that is interesting. I mean, when you had you also had, what's that guy's name? Dave something? Not Dave.
Dave Smith.
Dave Smith. Dave Smith was blasting it away at all the insane conspiracy theories as well. And I'm sitting there thinking, wow, if Dave Smith and Nick Fuentes are saying Candace has gone off the deep end on Israel, it's like you seriously
have gone off the deep end.
Need to be
Candace,
rethinking things if they're the guys who are saying you've lost it. Weird stuff. Weird, wild stuff.
And I want all of you to know, while Charlie died far too early, he was also ready to die.
Eli, what's the matter?
There was nothing he was putting off. There was nothing that was too hard or too painful, or nothing that he just felt
Can't
like
find
he
any more eggs, or are you looking for mommy?
He left this world without regrets. He did 100% of what he could every day. But I want you to know something. Charlie died with incomplete work, but not with unfinished business.
Ooh, hang on.
But I will miss him.
Oh, interesting. Hey, we have someone came in here to rescue Bog. Lewis says, Charlie said black women didn't have the brain power to hold prominent positions in employment, but was ignorant to the 3 black women at NASA that calculated the trajectory for Moon. Lewis, this is an example of something where someone says something. And what's amazing, Lewis,
buddy, you need to chill out.
Gullible little
Find
idiot.
something else to play with the then, instead of the eggs.
What's interesting is
you don't need to be playing.
Everyone will hear that and just pass it along as fact, and almost no one in your little camp will bother
what else can you play with?
to look it up, to look up what he actually said. I just did because Ilhan Omar was just at some sort of town hall, and she was asked, hey, how are you still trash talking Charlie? And I mean, the guy just died and so on. And Ilhan Omar's response was, we're not going to remember this guy as a good guy because he was bad, and here's why. That was the most important thing. That was the most important example she gave. And I was sitting there thinking, wait a minute, I've seen a clip of him saying that race is a social construct, and he doesn't believe that race is again, you can have real features of people, but how we lump people together and say this group is this, that's us. That's us making decisions about how we're going to lump people together. You could take different characteristics of people and lump people together based on different features. You could lump people, and you could say everyone who's over 5'10", you're in this group. Everyone under 5'10", you're in this group. Everyone who has an IQ over 100, you're in this group. Everyone who has an IQ under 100, you're in this group. You could lump people together based on anything. So again, they're real features, but how we group people together, that is a social construct. So I was wondering, it wouldn't make sense that he was saying this. So I actually went and looked up the clip, Lewis, and this is why you're getting banned unless you apologize for passing on completely false information. I went and looked it up. He was talking about, and he, by the way, he said the opposite of what you're saying. You gullible
you need to
dirtbag
chill
kid.
out.
said the
You're
opposite of
all
what you're saying.
relaxing.
He was talking about affirmative action because I went and found it. I already downloaded it. It's on Rumble.
It is nighttime.
He was talking
You
about
need to
affirmative
get ready
action.
for bed, relax,
And when affirmative
chill
action
out,
apparently got
watch
outlawed
your
or something like
show,
that at
watch
places,
Kate plays
schools,
video
things like that,
game.
and you had
You don't need to be playing
four
Easter eggs right now.
women, one's a congresswoman, one
No,
I
you
think
do
is a
not.
judge and so on. Anyway, they came forward and they
I know
said
you just want
that
to, but
they
you're not
only
finding the ones you
were
want.
able to get into school because of affirmative action.
And I'm not going downstairs to
And
help
he
you
said,
find them.
what you're telling me is you're idiots, that you couldn't get in based on your merits. You had to get in based on affirmative action. He's making fun of them, saying, this is why the stuff you say sounds so dumb.
Yeah, he was making fun
You
of the
didn't earn your
ladies
spot.
that
You were
said they
chosen
got in
because of
for
something else other
affirmative
than
action.
your merits. And this is when he gave the his famous airplane pilot example, which people also completely
Go
distort
upstairs.
what he was saying.
Or something.
He said, if
Go play with
you
toys.
choose your pilots based on who's the most qualified, he said, I don't care what race they are. It's not their race is not going to bother me. He said, if you start choosing your pilots based on race, then I'm going to see whatever race you're picking people from, and I'm going to be suspicious if I see that person in the cockpit. Why? Because he wasn't picked. He wasn't picked based on merits. He was picked based on race. He said, I'm going to think, well, is this person the most qualified for the job?
Mm-hmm.
And so
Should
he
make
was
everybody raise
criticizing
that question.
affirmative action and picking people based on something other than who earned the spot. And at the end of all of that, he said, I don't care what race you are. I care whether you've earned your spot at whatever you're doing. Now, would a racist say, I don't care what race you are?
No, they care about your race.
No, because for a racist, what race you are is extremely important. For lots of them, it's the most important thing in the universe. Charlie's saying, I don't care. I just care whether you earned your spot. Now, here's the thing. If you wanted to say, Charlie's wrong about affirmative action is good, and therefore he's wrong to have a negative view of affirmative action. Say that, but that's not what you say. You say, Charlie said black women didn't have the brain power to hold prominent positions in employment. Not what he said. He said, if you were chosen for a position based on affirmative action, if you were chosen for this because of the color of your skin and not because of something else, not because you are the most qualified or you've earned it, I don't trust you at whatever you're doing. That's what he said. So why'd you pass that on, Lewis? It took me all of 5 minutes to find the live stream he said it in and look up exactly what he said, and it was not what you guys are saying. So why'd you pass that on? Going to give you one opportunity to apologize. Other than that, you're gone, because if you are a person who doesn't care if you just passed on massively deceptive and misleading information about a guy who was just assassinated. Why was he assassinated? Because
he
of
was
people
speaking
like
the
you
truth.
passing on complete nonsense about him. That's why. I guarantee you, if we were to sit down with Tyler Robinson, the guy who shot him, if we were to sit down with Tyler Robinson and say, Tyler, why'd you have to do it? I guarantee it's going to be stuff. He said black women didn't have brain power to hold prominent positions. He said it. Not what he said. But it's going to be people like you who spread all this nonsense that actually got him killed.
They're not Christians.
So I'm giving you an opportunity to be a man
if they're
and to
preaching
apologize.
negatively about
and
Charlie,
if you don't, I just have to regard you as an evil, lying scumbag who just doesn't care, and you're deliberately doing it. If you can be corrected on it and you don't care, and you just keep passing it on, then you're... he didn't apologize. Instead, he's saying, wait till Charlie sees Jesus and he'll see. All right, so you're gone, buddy. Let me find you there. Hey, where'd Lewis go? Did someone else take him out? Hey, where's next Zucker Knight? Hey, next Zuckernick, find Lewis. I lost him. I don't know if someone else took him off.
Bad trolls. Idiot trolls on top of it all.
All right, let's go ahead and check this out. So, guys, we've had multiple liars here already. It's pretty simple. Guys, here's what's interesting. Charlie has limitless, endless videos. Tons and tons and tons and tons of videos. If you wanted to criticize him for something, should be very easy to pull up the clip and say, here's what he said, here's why it's evil. Every single time so far, every single time someone has said, here's what he said, it's the most evil thing ever, and I look it up, it's not what he said. Why is that? If you can only condemn a person as horrible and evil if you lie about what the person said, what's that? That kind of tells you about. It kind of tells you about you, not about what not about the person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, wild stuff. Here we go.
I will miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are. The greatest cause in Charlie's life was trying to revive the American family. When he spoke to young people, he was always eager to tell them about God's vision for marriage and how, if they could just dare to live it out, it would enrich every part of their life in the same way that it enriched ours. And someone once asked me how Charlie and I, how we kept our marriage so strong when he was busy traveling. And our little secret, it was love notes. Every Saturday, Charlie wrote one for me, and he never missed a Saturday. And in every single one of them, he'd tell me what his highlight was for the week, how grateful he was for me and our babies. And always at the end, he would always end it with asking the most beautiful question. He'd always end it by asking, please let me know how I can better serve you as a husband. Charlie perfectly understood God's role for a Christian husband. A man who leads so that they can serve. To all the men watching around the world, accept Charlie's challenge and embrace true manhood. Be strong and courageous for your families. Love your wives and lead them. Love your children and protect them. Be the spiritual head of your home. But please be a leader worth following. Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave. She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God.
Yep. Amen.
It's weird. It's weird how people have had ways of doing things for a long time, and they do things that really work to build strong families and work to build you get enough strong good families together, and that makes an awesome society. And then people get ideas in their
Mm-hmm.
heads and say, but wouldn't it be great if we do things this way? And it like destroys families and destroys societies, but it still works in their heads, even though it doesn't work in real life. And they're just become obsessed with doing the same thing over and over again. Thomas Sowell said that. It was either in the 1980s or I think he said it in the 1990s. I got the book somewhere around here. But he said, and again, he said this in the 90s. So he was talking about stuff that had started in the 60s. But he said, we spent the past 30 years replacing what works with what sounds good. So here's all the things that work.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, we're replacing all those things that work with what sounds good. And the things that sound good keep sounding good to people no matter how much they don't work. Like socialism sounds really good to people, never works. Communism sounds great to people, doesn't work. Raisin Bread said, thank you, David, for blocking people who are making stupid and insensitive comments. Notice in before I blocked them, I gave them an opportunity to prove that what they're saying is true, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
to recognize that they actually said something that's false, and I gave them an opportunity to be a man and to simply apologize. That's it. I would have moved on. Hey, David. Oh, yeah, David, you're right. I heard that. I assumed it was true. I never bothered to look it up. I should have looked it up. Yeah, Stephen King's a perfect example, right? Stephen King, the author. When Charlie died, and people were talking about it, Stephen King posted, well, he did say gays should be stoned to death. And everyone jumped all over him and then showed him what Charlie actually said in context. Stephen King apologized. He said, I should have checked before sharing that. I should have checked before saying that.
Should have the world
He
jump
said, I
on
looked it up.
my
Charlie
sister-in-law.
wasn't saying that gays should be stoned to death. He was criticizing people for cherry picking verses and so on. And he apologized. He repeatedly apologized. There was like a bunch of apologies because he's responding to different people and posting apologies. Guess what? I mean, Stephen King's kind of a douche in lots of other ways, but I can respect him for that. I can respect him for, once he said something, not doubling down when he's corrected, but instead saying, I apologize, I was wrong. I should not have said that.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong for not looking that up. And so when someone says something that's completely false, guess what, guys? We've all heard stuff and sort of run with it without investigating. We've all done that. And therefore you can't
People should start investigating.
you can't hold it too much
Look
against
into
people
Charlie
because
Kirk.
it's something we've all done. But when you actually see that what you said was false, how do you not be a man and just say, wow, I was wrong? Like, what level of narcissist do you have to be? I don't know,
Next
but
level.
you're not someone I want to see anymore. I don't want to talk to you. In other words, if you say something is completely false and I show you, hey, what you just said is completely false, correct yourself and apologize, and you just double down, okay, you're not a person I'm interested in communicating with. Because you don't see you have no respect for truth. You have no respect for truth. Why would I want to have a conversation with someone who's evil and has no respect for truth and loves lying about people? So anyway, yeah. I suspect we'll be seeing lots of this in the coming days and months, everyone.
I was Charlie's confidant. I was his vault. His closest and most trusted advisor, his best friend. I poured into him and loved him so deeply, empowered him, because his love for me drove me to be a better wife. Every day he honored me, and I prayed that I could be the wife that God needed me to be for my husband.
Hey, by the way, guys, I mean, you want to talk about healthy relationships, families, and so on? Like, what happens nowadays? Everyone is telling you, people are telling the man, yeah, you need to be in control, you need to crush her, and like the Andrew Tate style guys. So you have to, you treat women like objects and stuff, and you make sure you're completely crushing them into submission every moment of every day. And then the women, you're told, hey, you need to. You don't need a man. You don't need a man. But if you have a man, then you need to make sure he all the things they tell women. And here you've got them, and she's saying, Charlie's asking her, how can I be a better husband to you? How can I be the best husband I can be for you? And she understands Charlie has work to do, and he's got a lot going. He's got a lot of people after him and so on.
Mhm.
And all she's focused on is being the best wife she can be towards him, building him up, strengthening him. Imagine that. You've got a husband who's like, how can I be the best husband for you? And you've got a wife who's like, how can I be the
Hey,
best
could you
wife
do
to
me a favor
you?
and get me a jug of
And we're
tea?
told we
I
need to
think
be
it's
the opposite.
downstairs.
It's the husband's focus should
Thanks,
be
buddy.
on how do I make this woman do exactly what I want? And the wife's
No.
job should be how do I make this dude be exactly what I want? And to the heck is wrong with people, man?
Women, I have a challenge for you too. Be virtuous. Our strength is found in God's design for our role.
Yep.
We are the guardians. We are the encouragers. We are the preservers. Guard your heart.
Thanks, buddy.
Everything you do flows from it. And if you're a mother, please recognize that is the single most important ministry you have.
Did you catch that, everyone? That's important. I never say this kind of, I don't even know if I've ever shared this, but there were times like way back in the day, you're talking like 2008, 2009, 2010 and stuff. I've mentioned before, I've told you guys before, but I always tell this in the context of people not realizing how good they have it right now. If you're doing apologetics, you're criticizing Islam and so on.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back to 2006, 2007, 2008, if you were criticizing Islam back then, it sucked. I've mentioned it before. You had the online keyboard jihadis and Muslims and so on sending you endless death threats, and I would get like 30 or 40. It's nowhere near as many now. Now it's like an occasional death threat. Back then, I might get 30, 40, 50 death threats in a day after I posted something. And people would say, it's not just against me, it's against my wife, it's against my mother, it's against my kids. People saying, hey, we've been watching your apartment. I got pictures of your kids. You want me to send you the pictures of your kids so you know I'm right here watching you and stuff like that. It's just endless. So that's what you're getting from Muslims. From atheists, you are getting... how dare you criticize another person's religion when you're religious? All religions are stupid, you dumb idiot. Ha ha ha. And they would just call you stupid, even though you're like, dude, I'm blasting away. This is to help you too, you stupid idiot. You giant moron. I'm trying to help you too, you stupid atheist, because they're going to come after you too. I'm trying to protect you, and you're blasting away at me. And then you also caught it from Christians who, how dare you criticize someone's religion? It's hurting their feelings. And the worst thing you could do as a Christian is hurt someone's feelings. It's not loving. Back then, Christians were taught it's not loving to hurt someone's feelings.
It is loving to tell
And so
the
you were
truth.
getting blasted by Muslims, by atheists, by your fellow Christians. It felt like everyone is stabbing you from every single direction they could come at you with. And then beyond that, all politicians across the board were saying that if you criticize Islam, you're a horrible racist bigot. Journalists were saying it. You were getting attacked by from every single direction. And so anyway, I've mentioned that sort of thing before. But connecting that to what Erika just said, when all that was going on, you're just attacked from every single direction, and you're sitting there thinking, what the heck is the point, man? No one's listening. And everyone just hates you for saying this stuff. Why am I these are all the people I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help the Muslims. I'm trying to help them, and they're threatening to kill me. I'm trying to help them, get them out of this cult, and they're saying they want to kill me for it. I'm trying to help atheists because the same guys that are coming after me are going to come after them. I'm trying to help them. And Christians, do you not realize what lies these guys have in their heads? I'm trying to destroy the lies in their heads so that they can understand the gospel.
Yep.
Why is everyone attacking me? When that would happen, something I repeatedly thought. Again, this is like 2007, 2008, 2009. I would think repeatedly, you know what? You got all these keyboard jihadis, they're threatening to brutally murder me. I've got atheists telling me I'm stupid, and I got Christians telling me I'm a terrible, terrible, bad Christian. You know what? My wife's got my back every step of the way.
Yep.
And that's enough.
As does mine.
I thought that repeatedly. Whatever else goes wrong, my wife's got my back.
I've got the best wife.
Erika's
She's been
offering
nothing
good
but
advice to everyone out there right now.
And helpful. My confidant.
In our home, because Charlie traveled a lot, we tried to travel with him where we could. But I made sure that when Charlie returned from work, it was his sacred landing place, away from the worries of the world. I didn't make him feel guilty for being away too long or too much, or getting home too late. I always told him, home is here for you, and it'll be ready for you. And I made it into this place where he wanted to be as soon as possible when he was on the road. There was no keeping score between us. We were a team, working together for the same mission. I never wanted to be the one standing between Charlie and the task that God prepared for him, had set for him. And I knew Charlie would always do his best to help me with the same. My marriage with Charlie was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I know it was the best thing that ever happened to him as well. He wanted everyone to experience that joy. And that's what's so beautiful about God's design for marriage, is that everyone can. And I could talk endlessly about it, and years to come I will. But Charlie's mission above all was aimed directly at those who aren't married. He named his organization well. He knew things were not right with America, and especially with young people, and they needed a new direction. Charlie passionately wanted to reach and save the lost boys of the West, the young men who feel like they have no direction, no purpose, no faith, and no reason to live. The men wasting their lives on distractions, and the men consumed with resentment, anger, and hate. Charlie wanted to help them. He wanted them to have a home with Turning Point USA. And when he went onto campus, he was looking to show them a better path and a better life that was right there for the taking. He wanted to show them that. My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life.
Yep.
That young man. On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him. I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love.
Alexa, turn the light on in the baby's room.
Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us. The world needs Turning Point USA.
Alexa,
It
turn the light
needs
on
a
in the
group
baby's
that will
room.
point young people away from the path of misery and sin. It needs
No, I
something
tried
that will
turning the
lead
light on
people
for
away
you.
from hell in this world and in the next. It needs young people
bulb
pointed
probably
in the
needs wiggled.
direction of truth and beauty. And so I promise you today, every part of our work will become greater.
Yeah.
I am tremendously honored to be the new CEO
Oh,
of Turning
right.
Point USA.
That's what we're doing with David Wood right now. We're watching her speech. Almost brought me to tears
I
again.
do not take that lightly. Charlie and I were united in purpose.
Yep.
His passion was my passion, and now his mission is my mission. Everything that Turning Point USA built through Charlie's vision and hard work, we will make 10 times greater through the power of his memory. Chapters will grow, thousands of new ones will be created. TPUSA Faith will add thousands of new pastors and congregations. And yes, campus events will continue. And we will continue to hold debates and dialogue. The First Amendment of our Constitution is the most human amendment. We are naturally talking beings, naturally believing beings. And the First Amendment protects our right to do both. No assassin will ever stop us from standing up to defend those rights, ever. Because when you stop the conversation, when you stop the dialogue, this is what happens. When we lose the ability and the willingness to communicate, we get violence. And as I stand here now, and I look at this beautiful photo of my husband in front of me, hanging in the stadium, I think of my husband 13 years ago. I hadn't met him yet. He was 18 years old, a man barely out of high school, running around the halls of the RNC without $1 in his pocket and a single contact in his phone. People who saw him said that he didn't know what he was doing, but he did. He did know what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was going to change the world, and he did. Charlie's life was a turning point for this country. It was a miracle. Let that miracle, that was Charlie's life, be your turning point as well. Choose prayer. Choose courage. Choose beauty. Choose adventure. Choose family. Choose a life of faith. Most importantly, choose Christ. love you, Charlie, baby. And I will make you proud. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Powerful, powerful, powerful speech. I haven't seen speakers like this for a very long time. This whole event had amazing speakers. Even like... What? I can't hear you. What? Yeah, if you want to watch it on my phone, you can. Amazing speech. How'd your leg get hurt? How did you have this stinking Easter eggs that were trying to get me to match them and then couldn't find ones to match? And I told him I wasn't going to go look for the one that matched, so he's gonna have to find something else to do. That's why he's
Still not sure why Trump went last and not her. Isn't that weird? Like, let me put it this way.
No,
that was Trump's call
or something.
to have Trump go last. Dirtbag move, because she's obviously the most important speaker, and everything should have led up to her. So the only thing that would actually be forgivable as far as like people, I'm not talking about in the Christian sense of not being able to kind of, it's hyperbole. The only defensible way to have Trump go last and not her would be if that's what she said. If she said, I want to, I'll speak next to last, and why don't we let the president of the United States speak last? Anyway, that's my thoughts. I'd be interested in why that choice is made. Let's take super chats, guys. So anyway, guys, I mentioned didn't watch this. If you tuned in late, I didn't watch this while it was happening.
These people are sick. Metatron, let's see. Marvels.
Hello, noble ones. Welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and boy, oh boy, I found a shoe, and it's on fire, brother. Shoe on Head is an American YouTuber. I'm joking. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Come on. These people are sick is the title of the video. I love it already. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. All right, hit me with some sanity, please.
On September 10th, Charlie Kirk was giving a talk at Utah Valley University, and out of nowhere, he was shot dead, live, in front of a bunch of college kids, in front of his wife, and his 2 children. And I don't think the country is ever going to be the same. Not only
Absolutely.
because of this horrific tragedy, but because of everything that followed. The dark, disturbing realization that we may not be on the same page as our coworkers, classmates, friends, neighbors, doctors, when it comes to the issue of murder.
She's absolutely right.
I was crashing out on Twitter a few days ago.
I read that.
Stream of consciousness posting about it with run-on sentences and everything. 4 days later, I have a clearer head, but I still feel the exact same way. So we are going to talk about what happened, we're going to talk about the aftermath, and then we're going to get a little personal, because frankly, I don't see the country the same anymore, and I know a lot of you feel the exact same way, so...
I don't see the planet the same way anymore.
Nope.
I've been sharing her posts, by the way. If you haven't followed her on Shoe, you've missed out. She's absolutely killing it.
Oh, we're going to talk about it
follow her.
after we talk about everything else. Charlie Kirk was not a healthcare CEO. He was not a powerful politician. And let me be 100% clear, I'm not saying this to say that it's okay when those people are murdered. My point is that those are positions of power that most people cannot relate to. Like, the average person is just so far removed from that world. But I think what happened to Charlie is hitting differently because, like I said on Twitter, he was just a f***ing guy. He was a f***ing podcaster. He was a guy who talked about politics. He was a guy who had conservative beliefs. Not everyone knows a billionaire CEO or a powerful politician, but they do know somebody with conservative beliefs.
Not only that, but he hits hard me, her, and all the YouTubers that aren't milquetoast. Any of us who has stood up to call out the nonsense felt that hit in the neck on that day.
They know somebody who holds some or many of Charlie Kirk's opinions. Because despite what people in their little bubble believe, his core ideology and what he believed is the same shit like your conservative boomer uncle on Facebook posts. You can only disagree with this if you are unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk, or you are unfamiliar with the many different branches and different ideologies of the right wing. Now, don't get me wrong, Charlie Kirk had many bad takes over the years. Like,
Who doesn't?
for example, the two most popular quotes I see people posting are the one where he advocated for stoning gays and black women are too stupid to be pilots.
Both lies. Both are lies. I'm still making that debunking video, by the way. It's gonna come up in the next couple of days. Stay tuned. Nonsense. He never said that.
But guess what? Both those things, the
Thank you.
two most popular quotes people are posting to justify this guy
lies.
being murdered, are out of context. But idiots like Stephen King ran with it, then later had to apologize for spreading misinformation about a dead man.
Who would have thought that the guy who wrote about monsters his entire life acted like one himself?
Mm-hmm.
These people will build a straw man of you in their minds. They get so fucking mad about it that they celebrate the real you dying. Horrifying. But
Yeah.
more importantly, even if everything was in context, who cares? Oh,
Yeah.
he said this, oh, he said this. I don't care. There are many things he
Thank
said
you.
that I disagree with. There are many things he said
Same.
that I think are bad. Who cares? It is just a fact
Yeah.
that nothing he said warranted his life being taken away. This is America. We have freedom of speech here.
Not only it didn't warrant his life to be taken away, but it's also inconceivable that thousands, tens of thousands at this point, of people are laughing about it
Yep.
and calling for more. It's an epidemic of madness.
Unless you criticize a
Very
certain
true.
country, but for the most part, we have freedom of speech here. So after detaining not just one wrong guy, but two wrong guys, the FBI finally got the shooter. Only
Yeah.
because his own father turned him in. I guess they were just too fucking busy not releasing the Epstein files to catch a political assassin. It was this ass demon, 22 years old, another irony-poisoned Reddit shooter who wrote a bunch of memes on the bullets, including "Hey fascist catch" and
Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark?
I would like to underline, I censored his name. I don't want to hear that name ever again. So I'm
Yep.
not going to platform his name.
Good.
And I blurred his face. I did that. Oblivion. That's what he deserves. Oblivion.
Doesn't
Don't want to
exist
even
anymore.
remember him. Forget him.
I fucking hate it here. A lot of people were saying that the shooter was a groiper, which is a far-right fan of the streamer Nick Fuentes, and I have no fucking idea where that came from. I'm gonna be so honest.
The left.
I have seen no actual proof of this. And it doesn't make
course.
sense because someone further right than Charlie Kirk wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a fascist.
I would like to also underline one thing, why that's not logically possible. Because the same people that tell you, of course, the guy that murdered him was a fan of Nick Fuentes because those are far right, and Charlie was too moderate for them. He wasn't right-wing enough, so they murdered him. They say on the same sentence when they call Charlie far right. These are the same people that say he was far right. Well, you gotta pick. Which one is it? He's either far right, like it says on is it Wikipedia? I swear if it's Wikipedia, I'm gonna I swear if it's Wikipedia. Anyways, I'll check it later. But I've read it. I read it's everywhere. There's so many articles that say far right political commentator dies at
Yeah. He's not.
Utah University, whatever the heck. But then they also say, no, you know what? The shooter was far right. No, you gotta. It's the guy was a radical leftist. We know it. That's
Yes,
how it
we
is.
know it,
It's
for
the
sure.
truth. You can't twist it. We know it.
No,
And they
you gotta
wouldn't
try to
say
twist
he
Charlie's
was
name.
hateful. Their proof is that the shooter once dressed up like the Slav squat meme from 2012 And they also found a separate meme of Pepe the Frog dressed like the Slav squat meme. Therefore, the shooter is a groiper. That is like seeing a photo of the shooter dressed like a clown, and then seeing this image of Pepe the Frog
And then
dressed
thinking it's
like a
Jimmy
clown,
Kimmel.
and then being like groiper confirmed. What is the connection? The shooter didn't even post the Pepe image. Like,
It really doesn't matter. The shooter wrote fascist on the ammo. And besides, I'm going to tell you this. I'll try not to interrupt her too much, but here's one. I'll let her speak, I promise. But I do need to say this. At this point, it even becomes irrelevant. Because who is celebrating Charlie's death? The far right? Or the tens of thousands of liberals? Not you watching, by the way. I know you're left-wing, you're moderate. I'm not talking about her either. She's centrist by now. She's already completely changed. You can tell by the way she writes. But I'm saying, you watching, I know that some of you are left-wing and you condemn this. Fine, I don't have a problem with you. I'm not talking about you when I say the lunatics. But the amount of people on the left that have been celebrating this tells you all you need to know about this. Because you cannot hide that one. You can't twist your way out of that one. What are they? Are they also all far right?
where did the Pepe even come from? Just a bunch of liberal boomers not understanding memes. The other thing I saw was the shooter had Republican parents, and therefore the shooter must be Republican, which is just funny because we all see what these people say about their Republican parents every Thanksgiving. Yeah. But I guess we'll see. It's September 14th when I am recording this, so maybe more things will come out. Editor Shu here, more things came out. Definitely not a groiper. At the end of the day, he could have every single one of my or your opinions. It ultimately doesn't matter. One person may have pulled the trigger, but then we saw the reaction of many.
That's it.
We think that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah.
Let me guess. A Republican voter, far right, Nick Fuentes, Milo, whatever the heck his name is, Matt Walsh. She loves Matt Walsh. I know she loves Matt Walsh. Where is absolute clowns?
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
Yo, they got Charlie Kirk, bro. I've never been happier.
Never believe the reason I'm smiling.
Look at that far right.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Look at that conservative. Look at that. It just came home from church. Just came home from church. You absolute monsters. This is Libs Me Central. Get away from this scum. Because this is scum.
And it has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Nothing to do with...
I would say pour one out for Kirky Boy, but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Rest in peace, bozo!
So tolerant.
Charlie Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah.
I do not, and I will not, ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
I just heard that someone shot
Demons.
Mm-hmm.
It makes your blood boil, doesn't it? I'm so glad she's calling it out. Every single face. Call them all out. Everyone needs to see these faces.
Yep.
No more intolerant than the tolerant side is there.
Charlie Kirk? Thoughts and prayers.
Oh no, someone shot Charlie Kirk. Look, I don't know who needs to hear this today, but that's how you pick up a woman.
Homie dead! Fuck your homie dead! Fuck your homie dead! He got shot in the head! We got Charlie in the neck. We got Charlie in the neck.
We.
I heard someone got shot today. I had a tummy ache this morning. Stay alive out there.
The sympathy for Charlie Kirk is weird. You don't have to like violence.
Yeah, of course. No, the sympathy towards a man who gets murdered in front of his little children and wife who is now grieving simply because he was willing to speak to the likes of you.
You're an ugly woman.
But I'm confused as to how you thought the revolution was going to be magically
You're an ugly wannabe
I'm
woman.
saying we need to bring back political assassinations. I don't feel bad, and I don't think that everyone deserves the right to free speech. I think some people should be afraid to express their opinion in public.
I didn't like what he said, and I didn't like his opinions, and I don't really give a shit that he's dead.
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his...
And she's eating her words.
Watch us.
Watch me. The best part about this is he's not martyr material.
death will mean nothing.
Saying
It will
his death
activate
will
no
mean
one.
nothing.
It will impact few.
Yeah.
It's just great.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Like you?
I think you're a man.
I saw the video before they even put out the confirmation.
You're
There
also a
was
man.
no chance that he made it through that. This wasn't the one we were hoping for, but a welcome surprise nonetheless.
I'm surprised that y'all didn't get
Oh
rid
yeah,
of
I
him.
got you.
And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end dog. Get rid of them all. His wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him?
There were thousands of videos like that.
Yes.
Some of these people posting with their full names and faces,
Yep.
with hundreds and thousands of likes, thousands of tweets
And they're like
celebrating it
willing
with
to show their
500,000
face,
likes.
which
And
is
it's
sad.
important to remember that all of those likes are a real person. Millions of people in this country apparently believe the acceptable response to speech they don't like is murder. This wasn't just a bunch of fringe
I'm reacting to a
blue-hair
react of a
SJWs
react.
or
And I
whatever. They were teachers, professors, doctors, HR
Yeah, this
workers,
is Metatron though,
healthcare
different
workers,
person.
nurses, pediatricians, people who work with kids, people's classmates, roommates. They are
Precisely. It's because the people who think like this work with our kids that then our
Yep.
kids end up thinking like them
Trying to make them into
and make these
psychopaths.
TikToks. Thank you, Shu, for calling this out. You are great. Shu for president. I swear, go subscribe. What are you doing? Go leave a comment.
teachers showing our children the gory, horrifying video of Charlie's murder on repeat. The
What?
hippy dippy in this
10-year-old? Teacher forced 10-year-olds to watch Kirk murder video again and again? Life in prison. Immediately. That video scarred
Desensitizing
me,
them.
a 43-year-old man. Oh my gosh. These people are sick in their head.
Very
Sick in
much
the
so.
head. And you want
Very
me
much
to
so,
stop
Meta.
making videos like this? I'm gonna make 1,000 videos like this.
horrifying video of Charlie's murder on repeat. The hippy dippy in this house we believe shitlib mask was ripped off, and underneath was nothing but psychopathic bloodlust.
Yeah.
I have seen people on the right celebrate the death of people they disagree with. I've seen it. I remember Heather Heyer in 2017. But I also remember the whole internet, left and right, coming together to disavow and mock the few dozen people who were celebrating her death.
Absolutely.
This is different. It's never been like this before.
True.
It's never been this much. It's never been this brazen.
Preach.
Normal people have to log into like an alternate Twitter account where they can post their more unorthodox opinions. And these people are out here, full face, full name, like hell yeah, murder.
Yeah.
What? These
It's because it's a cult. And cults always have a justification. They objectively think they're in the right. They think they are morally right. It is their moral
Always morally
imperative
right.
to mock the death and call for more violence. Because they have been brainwashed to think that the likes of Charlie and me and Yushu, sorry if I say that, but you know it, are evil, the enemy, and our lives have no value. I'm gonna have to make a video specifically dedicated to the dangers of having the wrong teachers on the field.
smug, unearned confidence these people have to be openly sociopathic with their full name and face.
Yeah.
Because they live under the pathetic delusion of
Yes.
being on the right side of
Thank you.
history. needs to end.
Yes.
They will blame you for your death because words are violence. Words are violence, so them killing you is just self-defense. That's why they're using Kyle Rittenhouse as some kind of gotcha. Oh, if you don't condone political violence, why do you support Kyle Rittenhouse? They fundamentally don't see the difference between killing someone over speech and killing someone over self-defense because these are the same things to them. Also, I'm going to be the one to point it out because of course I am. I saw nobody else do it. Why are most of them women? Most of the people celebrating are women. Like, it's a good, like, 80-20 ratio all over the internet. What is going on,
There's
ladies?
real women,
Basically,
and then
the
there's
whole country is
wannabe
shook because
women
last year
celebrating
they
this,
realized how
and
many
like two
people would
guys.
celebrate the murder of a president, and this
Three
year
guys.
they realized how
Maybe.
many people would celebrate the murder of them. At the end of the day, this is all the inevitable conclusion of the punch a Nazi thing from like 2017. Do you guys remember that?
I
We
do.
always knew it was a slippery slope. That's why we were against it. And they always say this dumb shit like, if you don't want to be called a Nazi, stop being a Nazi. Even a congressman from my state, New York, was like, oh, if you want to stop being called a fascist, you should stop being a fascist.
Imbecile.
Yeah, that's great. Except you've called everyone
believe
and their
Exactly.
mother a
Man,
fascist
I
and a
love it.
Nazi for the past like 15 years. And I see a lot of progressives in my audience like, Shoo, you're not like Charlie Kirk. You're not a fascist. Here are all the things I have been called Nazi reactionary for over the last few years. Would you VTubers and now
That is, about, it almost sounded like the list was written by Giovanni Gentile himself. Giovanni Gentile. She's gonna go with another series of these demons. Oh, just two. Just two. Okay, let me check that. Because I can't take more than two. She's a better person because she's Nazi and scum.
You for celebrating the death of a Nazi. And actually, it's pretty weird that you're not, and simultaneously asking
Proudly so. Sue me.
people to have empathy for the Nazi.
Nazis have children and families, right? But Nazis also
What are
get
these
shot
wild, ugly looking
in the
women?
neck.
they don't kill you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi so they can kill you.
Based Blair White.
Now, I'm going to talk about my personal feelings of the situation because I know a lot of you can relate. I know a lot of you have been feeling the exact same way. So I will try and put it into words for you. I have friends who were friends with Charlie Kirk, but I didn't personally know him. We follow each other on Twitter. I've been to the TPUSA Amerifest in 2021. I actually went there planning to make a video making fun of it, but I had so much fun and met so many friends that I'm still friends with to this day. So that video never happened. I disagreed with him all the time. You can literally go to our Twitter interactions. I was always correcting him about, like, Bernie Sanders. I made an egg look like his face. It is safe to say I was no fan. But this has really shaken me in a way that I absolutely did not expect.
Because you're a good person. Because you're humane.
You
Because
have
you're
humanity.
decent. And unfortunately now, you're rare. And I want to thank her. I want to thank her for being respectful, for calling out evil, for calling out this absolute endemic disease that is afflicting this country, that is spreading at an unprecedented rate, and that absolutely needs to be stopped. And the way you stop it first and foremost is prevent the teaching class to indoctrinate the kids.
Yep. Well,
So today was the day of the funeral of Charlie Kirk. Truly a tragic situation that honestly has changed America already and will continue to change America forever. Now, when George Floyd died, leftists took to the streets, burning down buildings, looting stores, vandalizing property, attacking police officers. Many people died. When Charlie Kirk died, the right was praying, mourning, and going to church. The two sides narrative is dead. And today I'm going to be covering how leftists responded to leftists killing Charlie Kirk by killing more people. So This is what the left has been doing over the last week, ever since Charlie Kirk was murdered by a radical leftist, despite the fact that everyone likes lying about it. Democrat pedophile George Zinn distracted law enforcement, falsely claiming to be Charlie's shooter, helping the assassin to get away. He was charged criminally. Bomb was planted on a Fox News vehicle by 2 Democrat voters, both named Ahmed, by the way. It's a coincidence, but they were both named Ahmed. Criminal and terrorism charges. Massive Charlie Kirk memorial was vandalized, destroyed in Arizona. Criminal charges. DNC super donor shoots up the ABC affiliate building in Sacramento. Criminal charges. We will be looking at that. That's a crazy story. Jimmy Kimmel Show suspended for lying about left-wing terrorism. Thousands upon thousands of leftists losing their jobs for celebrating Kirk's death. Texas Tech student assaulted a Charlie Kirk supporter, expulsion and criminal charges. A Texas State student mocked Charlie's death and threatened TPUSA students. He got expelled. 58 House Democrats voted against disavowing political violence. How does that even happen? Brett Kavanaugh's left-wing political assassin comes out as trans. It's probably a coincidence. A bomb threat was made at RFK Jr.'s house. Criminal charges. This is not a both sides issue. Okay? It's not a both sides issue. With all due respect, there is no both sides. Both sides is dead, and you shot it in the throat. So, realistically, this video is going to be kind of exposing that shit, because I've made it very clear. This is an instance that just happened. We're going to be going through a lot of these stories and a lot other stories, because I want to make this clear, okay? I want to make this very, very, very clear. Yes, you have edgy right-wing guys. Yes, you're going to have radical right-wing guys that commit violence. Let me make this clear. Very, very clear. The violence is coming from the left. The radical left is a terrorist organization. It needs to be absolutely legally obliterated and ruthlessly destroyed. It is a violent scumfuck cancer on our society. It needs to be obliterated. The political violence is all on the left. It is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And everyone will do the two sides argument. They'll try their best to say, oh, Nancy Pelosi was assaulted by his gay lover. All right? That's definitely something that we need to... We need all... Bro, stop. Literally fucking stop. You cannot compare. This shit needs to end. You want us all dead? We see that now. Breaking news. One dead, multiple injured from someone shouting Free Palestine.
I heard.
So when you say that he was walking to the party, was this actually at the wedding venue?
No, he was not in the wedding venue. He was in the restaurant, and basically he must have came through, went right. It looked like a target that he was going right for this person. So I feel terrible for him.
Did he dress him by name? Did you get the sense that they knew who?
Didn't hear anything. He just came out and said.
What he said.
Yeah, what he said was the children are safe, and free Palestine.
Right. So now let me make this clear. All right. Let me make this clear. According to crime statistics, this was not counted as political violence. Because the way the media operates is they just lie. The media just lies constantly and only. All right? So let's understand this. Let's understand this. January 6th was a protest. It was mostly peaceful. All right? Some people broke windows. That was considered violent insurrection, riot, definitely the worst thing that ever happened in the history of the world. Definitely to condemn all that. Every single person that was even remotely connected was arrested. Except for Nick Fuentes, who was there telling people to break barricades. You know, he got out on a federal plea deal. Very weird. But anyway, so, everyone's got involved. They're all arrested. They're all considered violent criminals, right? The gayest insurrection in history. All right? They're all counted as violent criminals. It's political violence. The Black Lives Matter riots was not considered political violence, even though it absolutely was. The murdering of Irina that just happened on a train from a black guy that says, I killed that white girl, I killed that white girl. That was not considered political violence. That was just some guy with a mental illness that did it. This instance over here of this shooting was not considered political violence. It was just some guy that said Free Palestine. It has nothing to do with politics, right? So I want to make this clear. The media's lying. The stats are lying. We have eyes. We know that they want us dead, all right? Literally wake the fuck up. They want to kill you. So this is Al Hernandez Santana. He is the guy that, by the way, was the DNC super donor that shut up the ABC affiliate building in Sacramento. So that's this guy. So I just wanted to show you some of his tweets just to understand. Because, again, this is, according to the media, someone who we don't understand his political alignment. This is what they always do. They literally always fucking do this shit. We don't understand the political alignment of the guy. All right? So I think this is the guy. Where is a good heart attack when we need it most? Please join in thoughts and prayers for the physical demise of our fearful leader. All right? Health lawyer. Right? So, again, do we really not know his politics? Do we really not know his political opinion? What's going on, guys? Huh? What's happening here? All right? It's now confirmed the suspect being charged with firing shots at an ABC affiliate office is a gun control supporter, and they let him out on bail. Gun violence in the USA is our most important social issue. At gun range, All right, bravery and the reckless gun rights are bad for society. All right, on assault rifle ban. If it fails, we should close the long gun exception for teenagers. I'm making Sandy Hook promise to keep my community safer from gun violence. I'm a proud gun owner, Army veteran, blah, blah, blah. We need to make sure that there's moderation. This guy is a radical left fuck that went and shot up a building. Okay? Every single fucking time. It's all of the times. It's all the times. It's always like this. Yes, there's gonna be both sides. Shut the fuck up with both sides. Holy shit, bro. Unreal. Bro, I really feel like I'm living through this. I feel like I'm living through this every single fucking day. All right? Well, you'll have this box here, right? You'll have this box here, all right? And then you have this box over here. Here you'll have like the, and here, yeah. See, guys, it's both sides. Guys, look, it's both sides. It's literally both sides. Holy shit, both sides. We absolutely need to condemn this immediately.
50.
I can't believe both sides are an issue here. Wow. Literally, we need to put a stop to all of this violence. All right? Everyone needs to put a stop to this. Destiny fucking crashing out that Trump isn't trying to lower the temperature. Temperature's fucking low. Temperature's low as shit, my guy. What do you mean? Literally, what do you mean? Temperature? You guys are fucking terrorists. You're killing us and celebrating our deaths. Same guy. I think the word empathy that made up a new age term did a lot of damage to Charlie Kirk's carotid artery. Much to the surprise of literally no one of the people celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk, an innocent man, is also a terrorist that shoots up buildings. Wow! Crazy how this happens. I said it. You said it. We all said it. Anyone that supported Charlie Kirk's murder is a danger and a threat to me, to you, to your parents, to your children, to your family. And it's not a joke. We need to ruthlessly destroy these people, legally and non-violently if we can. But we need to destroy them. The left is out of control, and everyone needs to know that. It needs to be fucking squashed, all right? I actually made a tweet about this that I thought was really, really valid. I'm going to show it to you. Not that I need to shout myself out on Twitter, but you should definitely follow me on Twitter. But you have to see this tweet. I made a banger tweet. This is easily one of my favorite tweets, even though people I feel like didn't get it. So Brian Feinstein makes this tweet saying, "The Reichstag fire occurred on February 27, 1933, when Germany's parliament and buildings were set ablaze and blamed on Dutch's communist Marinus van der Lubbe. Hitler used the incident to push through the Reichstag fire decree, which suspended civil liberties and allowed mass arrests of political opponents. This event became a key step in the Nazis' consolidation of power, leading to enabling act in Hitler's dictatorship." Now, what a lot of these people are going to say, fuck, I meant to call it X, not Twitter. I'm so sorry, Elon. He's been liking my tweets. I have to start calling it X. Sorry. So anyway, so over here, this guy posts on X a random story about Hitler's rise to power. Obviously, what he's trying to do is make some sort of comparison between Hitler's rise to power and Trump. All right? He's trying to make some sort of comparison here, obviously. However, that's what he's trying to do. However, no, this is just a random story. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to retweet this with a random story. In approximately 1040 BC, King Saul was commanded by God through the prophet Samuel to completely destroy the Amalekites because they were pure evil, including their king Agag. Saul led Israel to victory, but he had mercy and spared Agag's life. Since God commanded the total annihilation of this evil and Saul disobeyed, God rejected him as king. Now, you might think that he's telling a random story about Hitler and I'm telling a random story about King Saul, but if you want to say that what Brian over here is saying is that Trump is going too far, then you could interpret my tweet as Trump is not going far enough. All right, I'm really glad that we're playing this game. What a great game that we're playing. Literally, fuck all these terrorist supporting feminazis. Cannot stand it anymore. The tide has turned. It's over. So we're going to be looking into 3 stories. The first story, a mystery man impersonated police officers, snuck weapons into Charlie Kirk student gathering, allegedly to try to kill them. We're going to be looking at a transgender terrorist trying to kill one of Trump's Supreme Court justices, and we are going to be looking at a person open firing on ABC News after Jimmy Kimmel was suspended. So we're going to be doing a deep dive into this shit. The trans Tifa movement is absolutely fucking obliterated. And, well, I gotta say, it's over. It's over. I'm making this video because I want to be clear. The left's response to killing a right-wing guy is killing more right-wing guys. Fuck this shit. It's over. No more both sides. They're evil. Not everyone on the left, but the ones that'll celebrate Charlie's death for sure.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. We don't claim to be the highest IQ channel on the entire internet, but I can tell you this. I'm very good at pattern recognition. And here's what we've noticed. Some of these...
Are you unaware that pattern recognition is racism now?
Reporters, we're doing these interviews these days, and they keep telling me this is a both sides issue. Oh, okay, well...
It is the #1 talking point on the left. The #1 talking point on the left is both sides. It's a lie.
Why don't we look at both sides? Here's how the right...
Right, I just read this tweet. All right.
Week. Don't tell me that there's not a problem with political violence. And the right has every reason to take precautions at Charlie Kirk's memorial service.
Wait, holy shit. The White House voted 310 to 58 to condemn Charlie Kirk's assassination, honor his legacy, and denounce political violence. 58 Democrats voted against it. 58 Democrats voted against condemning political violence. Let that sink in. Let that fucking sink in. Again, this isn't an all-Democrat issue, but this is enough of a Democrat issue that they will literally kill you if they can. All right? I'm not saying it's everyone. I'm just saying it's probably about 24% of the population.
And the right has every reason to take precautions.
25.
Let them speak, man. Let them speak. But Melissa Hortman was killed by a radical leftist that was appointed by Tim Walz. But Josh Shapiro's a Democratic senator. His house was lit on fire by a Free Palestine radical leftist every fucking time. Sorry, bro. Don't care. Literally, shut the fuck up. It's over. It's over. You killed the negotiator. It's over.
At Charlie Kirk's memorial service, which is going to be held tomorrow. One, because Democrats continue to go
I'm gonna be making a full video on AOC. What a bitch.
On and on about how Charlie Kirk was a threat to the nation. And
can't
two,
stand her.
because,
Can't
well,
stand
there's been a psychotic increase in left-wing attacks. Jimmy Kimmel got suspended for
what's his
mocking
name?
Kirk's
Her name?
death, and
No.
Crockett. Jasmine Crockett.
No. He was not suspended for mocking Kirk's death.
Those three
He was
are ridiculous,
suspended
and there's
for
one more in that group.
violating the FCC's
They're all
guidelines
idiots.
and lying
Every single
about
one
the
of them.
terrorist that murdered an innocent man. He lied. He propagandized. He blamed MAGA for the death of Charlie Kirk, and he was fired. All right? He wasn't canceled. All right? He wasn't canceled.
Jimmy
He wasn't
Kimmel was
censored.
fired.
He was fired. Why was he fired? Because he lied and propagandized publicly, and if my employee would do that, I would fire him too.
then blaming MAGA, and the reaction from the left is to go be terrorists. Jimmy Kimmel was suspended for effectively lying about left-wing terrorism, and the response is more left-wing terrorism. A left-winger shot up a local ABC news station. Look at this guy. Here's the guy right here. His entire account is going after Republicans, wanting for their death, making fun of Charlie Kirk, demanding gun control, and he's the one who goes and shoots up
That's right.
an ABC news station.
Weird how that
Here are all of
works.
his donations to Act Blue.
Wow.
If you're wondering who this guy supports, I mean, I guess we'll
Act Blue is one of the Democrat shitholes that support, funds the riots and stuff.
never know the motive. We'll never know the motive. You can see the bullet holes here on the building. So, ladies,
And for the record, according to the media, we don't know the motive here. We don't know if maybe it was a right-wing guy that was shooting ABC because they ever had Jimmy Kimmel. We don't know the motive, guys. The motive is a complete mystery. Now, in a twist of fate, and one of the funniest twists, I think, of my lifetime. I've seen a lot of twists in my lifetime. This might be one of the funniest twists of my entire lifetime. Literally and unironically, one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Currently, not even joking, man. Currently, fuck, dude, it's too funny. Disney is getting boycotted by leftists. That's right. We were all used to Disney getting boycotted by right-wing people for the woke gay shit. But for the first time, leftists are boycotting Disney. And Disney lost $3.87 billion overnight. This is amazing, man. We are using you to destroy you. That's right, bitches. Get absolutely fucked, dude. And this is why you can never take them seriously. Hillary Clinton just made this tweet. In America, we defend free speech in terrible times. We defend free speech even when it's offensive. We defend free speech. So brave. So brave of Hillary Clinton. Wow. Hillary Clinton, so brave. Anyway, this you putting a check saying we need Trump to delete his account on social media. Check when he got banned. Is this you celebrating the censorship of the sitting United States president? It's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. What about Kamala Harris? What we are witnessing is an outright abuse of power. This administration is attacking critics and using fear as a weapon to anyone who would speak out. Media, corporations, from television networks to newspapers are capitulating to these threats. We cannot dare to be silent or complacent in the face of this frontal assault on free speech. We, the people, deserve better. Anyway, was this you in 2019 formally requesting Twitter CEO to suspend President Trump's account while he was a sitting president of the United States before he was ever even banned? Is this you? Is this you formally requesting the banning of Trump's Twitter account before he was banned? Huh? Is that you, bitch? Is that you, ho? Huh? Heels up Hillary and heels up Harris? Going crazy? Is that you? Wow, it's a good thing the internet doesn't forget. Bro, Jimmy Kimmel got fired for being a retard, okay? And everyone's making it a threat to democracy. You got the sitting United States president banned from his #1 method of communication with the American people. You can all politely fuck yourself and then impolitely fuck yourself again. Do not care. Again, I am fully on board of the do not care, don't give a shit, keep crying whore train. That's where I'm at. That is where I'm at. Sorry.
Gentlemen, with the president of the United States rolling through for Charlie Kirk's memorial, along with like effectively the entire cabinet, you can understand why people are a little bit jumpy. Now,
you know who wasn't invited to Charlie Kirk's memorial, by the way? Candace Owens. Weird how that happened. Oh my God, no way.
A man who had just been arrested for impersonating a law enforcement officer at Charlie Kirk's memorial event, State Farm Stadium.
Turns out he was
Glendale. He was armed with a gun and a knife.
So this is a crazy story.
And he told Secret Service that he was providing private security, according to the Washington Post. And he was arrested. Armed man posing as law enforcement arrested at Charlie Kirk Stadium, where Charlie Kirk's funeral will be held. This is, obviously scary stuff.
No. It's not just scary stuff. It is horrifying that we're living in an era of left-wing terrorism that the media runs defense for. I've never seen this before in my life. I have never seen this before. The media straight up running defense for terrorism. Like, this isn't a joke. This can happen anywhere. Like, dude, if this isn't like spiritual warfare, where, Satan out here pulling every trick up his ass, trying his best to fucking destroy us, like, that, I feel like that's a more rational explanation than these people literally want us all dead. Remember when crime was bad? This is insane.
You can't have anything bad happen to this thing. The leaders of the free world will all be there. Armed man who was allegedly posing as a member of law enforcement was arrested by Secret Service agents. Where Charlie Kirk's funeral is going to be on Sunday. And Joshua,
crazy,
who was allegedly carrying a knife and a gun.
I pray that we don't have any more of this shit. I really do. But there is a problem in the Gotham City water supply, and it's turning these people into actual freaking retards. Again, I had a solution to this. I was talking to Phil Labonte. He's a co-host of Tim Pool's show. And he asked me, what do we do? Where's the off-ramp? And I told him, we have the laws. We have the precedent. We just need to fucking do it. We need to fucking do it, bro. We gotta fucking do it, man. We just need to do it. All right? The 1953 Communist Enforcement Act, it's still in effect. You fucking deport communists. You fucking arrest communists. All right? They incite violence, jail. Destiny, Hassan, everyone that's inciting violence, jail. Fuck them. Sorry. People will stop doing that. All right? No more repeat offenders. Sorry. The majority of murders in the United States are repeat offenders. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing it? You kill somebody, you fucking commit violent crimes, asylum for life, the end, never back in public. All right? I'll be real. Anyone that is part of a group where the mental health is so bad, you are violent on the same rate as a schizophrenic, asylum. Asylum. Sorry. Look, man, bro, transgender people have been increasingly violent lately. They have. You're going to tell me that there's not something in their head, but either it's just in their head, or it's drugs that they're taking, or something is going on. Bro, they're fucking killing themselves and people around them. Again, obviously not all of them, obviously. But at the same rates as schizophrenics. That's fucking crazy. And we're running defense and affirming this, bro. Like, dude, we have to fucking do some shit. We have the infrastructure. It just needs to be enforced.
Expired law enforcement credentials was denied, would have detained inside of the stadium before it was secure. It's home to the Arizona Cardinals in Glendale on Friday. He's 42. He told Secret Service that he was on the site to provide private security and handed them inactive law enforcement credentials. So let's go ahead and look. Here he is. This is his photo. They didn't lock him up.
This is the craziest part. This is the guy arrested impersonating an officer, a crime. Weapons violation, a crime. Ahead of Charlie Kirk's memorial, where likely political violence would take place. Released immediately. They released him already. He's out on bail. He was out on bail within less than a day. Before the weekend. They didn't even keep him for the weekend. They literally put him out. Again, motive unknown. Motive unknown? Really? Impersonating a police officer bringing weapons to Charlie Kirk's memorial? Motive unknown? Why are we fucking playing this game? And you let him out before the actual funeral happens? Like, dude, this is actually crazy. First of all, whoever paid this bail needs to get arrested. That's one. And two, Fuck you! Fuck this shit! This is evil!
For the weekend, how is this possible? Let's go ahead and check more about what actually happened here. So I think we have some clarification.
Then Pam Bondi goes on the news and is like, actually hate speech is fuck it, man! Arrest these people! What are you doing? Holy shit, scam Blondie more like it. Bro, what are we doing?
Here, obviously they're putting up massive security fencing, right? So they're going to secure the entire...
There should be never bail for violent criminal offenses or when actual life threats are there. The judges, the judicial system, if they're not following the law and they're just following their fucking emotions and empathy, they need to be fucking disrobed and thrown off of a pier into a lake where they get really annoyed and wet, and then they have to like crawl out and they're like all upset because their clothes are wet. That's where they need to be. That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was saying. They need to like legally, no, not endorsing any violence, but they need to like be thrown off a short pier just so that they're like wet and uncomfortable and disrobed. And then they need to go home wet in their underwear because we disrobed them. They need to travel. They need to travel wet in socks and underwear, straight from the pier to their home alone. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
One facility. They put up this giant Charlie Kirk banner, big Turning Point USA banner.
Like, you have to think about how insane it is, just like from the obvious double standard here, because even the left that claims there's two sides, because you know the left keeps saying two sides, both sides, two sides. They don't even believe it. Like they're lying and they know they're lying. This is Destiny. This is Destiny doing an event similar to Charlie Kirk used to do, where he went to a college campus and he would debate people, Charlie Kirk style. Notice how there's no security, none. This is right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and B, he was saying all these inflammatory things online, saying like we should kill conservatives. So he rage baits every conservative by saying we should fucking kill him, and he has no security because he knows that the right-wing people are not gonna actually do anything to him. Dude's yelling at him, tell us how many kids you fucked, Destiny. Based. Anyway, do you see how insane this is? They know they're lying. That's the most disgusting part.
Outside of the stadium. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty incredible looking. Yeah. Look at that. And Caroline Leavitt has obviously revealed that the White House is taking 2 planes full of staff to the Charlie Kirk Memorial. President, Vice President, Speaker of the House, Cabinet Secretaries speaking at the memorial service tomorrow. Taking 2 planes.
Dude, they need to fucking protect this shit. Oh my God, dude. They better have security at the wazoo.
Fulls of White House staff. Just speaks of how many people that he touched at the highest levels of government. Be honored to remember him tomorrow, says Caroline Leavitt. Okay, so here is a clarification on what happened with the man impersonating law enforcement arrested. I want to add a note of clarity here. This individual was doing advanced security for a known guest planning to attend the memorial service. We do not believe this person was attempting anything nefarious. However, the advance is not done in proper coordination with Turning Point, security, or
literally, that's crazy. I don't know, man. That's crazy.
Or U.S. Secret Service. Important to note that this was done before the site had been actually locked down. So it really raised suspicions.
I mean, to be honest, I think it's probably a terrorist.
Again, the leaders of the free world will be here tomorrow. Security 1 level event by DHS. They have to have like designated survivors and everything like that. It's like State of the Union. It's crazy. First time, I think, ever that a president and a vice president are going to attend a citizen's funeral together and speak. It's history making.
Insane moment.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, here's Fox News covering and giving more insight into what happened to the security breach. We pray for peace tomorrow. I want nothing more than peace, but you cannot unite over a lie. You cannot unite with people who want you dead. So it's time for Republicans to take precautions. Here they are.
The big story tonight is a Fox News alert. The Secret Service has now arrested an armed man posing as law enforcement at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, where Charlie Kirk's memorial service will be held tomorrow. Now, he was reportedly armed with a knife and a gun and told Secret Service he was there to provide private security. While officials continue their investigation, everyone is now on edge. Before this arrest, law enforcement reportedly posted a bulletin warning of violent extremists targeting the service. President Trump, Vice President Vance, and other administration officials will be in attendance and deliver remarks. Officials estimate more than 100,000 people may attend. Joining us now live from the State Farm Stadium.
Not Candace Owens. She was blacklisted. She's not allowed to join, unfortunately, for Candace, even though she's allegedly his best friend. Unfortunately, she's not going. Do you know why she's not going? You know why Candace Owens isn't going? Right. Even though she makes believe she was his best friend in order to make believe that he secretly hated the Jews, even though he supported the Jews. You know why? You know why she's not going? You know why? looking for the clip. This is why she's not going, guys. This is why she's not going.
I said there is no way we are going to this event now. There's a 0%
It's not an event. It's a funeral.
chance. First and foremost, why are you saying but anybody can go to it? You just buy a ticket to the event.
That's also not true. There's no tickets. It's free admission. There are no tickets to this event, which is not an event. It's a funeral.
And you're all working to try to get me to confirm that I'm going. And you're doing this like...
They're just asking if you're going because you're claiming that you're his best friend and you're saying that he secretly hated all the Jews.
As if you're trying to like push my buttons and be like, we got to make her get into her ego so she like shows up. And like,
yeah, no one's pushing your buttons. They're just like weirded out that you were allegedly his best friend and claiming that you secretly knew that he secretly hated the Jews. And now you're saying you're not even going to his funeral.
Posted on social media. Nope, actually,
Yeah,
you know,
that was
while
so
I'm
below
attacking the
Candace
feds, maybe not going to a public event, which the feds are organizing, is probably a very good idea. I'm good.
So she thinks that because she's beefing with the feds, an immediately retarded thought, she thinks that the feds organized an event and now we're trying to publicly pressure her to go to a funeral where they'll kill her. Yep.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna...
The funeral's a setup.
We know.
You see, the real reason why they killed Charlie Kirk was all a setup to get Candace Owens to go to his funeral to get her there.
She keeps such a low
Listen to
profile.
Power on my headphones and go see Ye.
She would rather see Kanye West, known for appreciating the Jewish people.
How's that for a memorial for Charlie Kirk? That feels like the right...
Really? A memorial for Charlie Kirk instead of going to his funeral is going to hang out with Kanye West, the guy that Charlie Kirk constantly called out for hating Jews? Really?
Thing for me to do right now.
Right. So anyway, that's Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk's best friend. Moving on.
I'm in Glendale, Arizona is Bill Malusian. Bill, what are you seeing on the ground?
Tommy, a lot of roadblocks and a lot of security. There are fences going up all around the stadium as we speak right now. It is really tough to get in here, and that is only going to ramp up come this time tomorrow. But you were just talking about that guy who got arrested for showing up here, pretending to be law enforcement while armed with a gun and a knife. We have an update about him. Arizona DPS confirming they're now charging him with a felony. His name is Joshua Runkles. They say he is not law enforcement, not affiliated with law enforcement, but he's now being charged with felony impersonation of law enforcement, as well as misdemeanor carrying a weapon in a prohibited place. They say they're now trying to figure out what he was doing here, what his intent was. They're looking into his background to figure out if there was something.
I wonder what the intent would be on a guy that's impersonating law officers with the weapon coming into a Charlie Kirk Memorial Stadium right before a memorial. I wonder why. No one knows.
Sinister going on here. That investigation.
Now, I personally wonder what guns do and what the kind of people would be there and what they might do with the guns to the people that are there. But again, we don't understand. We don't know the reality here. It's unbelievable how disingenuous the media is. Even Fox News, man.
Still playing out. He has since been released on bond, and we're working on getting his mugshot. More on that as we get it.
Listen, the shooter has him in the bio, but in our defense, maybe he was a groiper. maybe it was a groiper. him groiper that was doing it.
In the meantime, expecting massive crowds out here.
And also they released him.
In Glendale, Arizona tomorrow, as this memorial service, Glendale PD says, could have upwards of 100,000 people showing up. Guys, the stadium behind us where the Arizona Cardinals play only seats about 60,000 people, so we could potentially have tens of thousands of people in the overflow, and we're told that overflow is going to go to the nearby NHL arena where the Arizona Coyotes play. Obviously, some huge names in Republican politics showing up here to speak on Kirk's behalf tomorrow. Take a look at this list. It includes President Trump, Vice President Vance, Erika Kirk, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, and then several of President Trump's cabinet secretaries, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, HHS Secretary RFK Jr., Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, DNI Tulsi Gabbard, and the list goes on. When it comes to security concerns,
it's happening right now. It's happening right now.
Local police and State Farm say they're prepared, they're ready, and they're working on anything that could come their way. Take a listen.
I'm personally surprised Candace Owens isn't speaking at the event.
We're expecting people from all over the country, including possibly the world, arriving to this event.
We have all the best of the best working it, and we're ready.
Yeah, I'm really nervous, man. It's crazy. I'm like actually nervous, bro.
Ready for Sunday.
And again, regarding that suspect who was arrested earlier, he is facing that felony charge and a misdemeanor charge. But again, he has been released from custody. We're going to continue working with local law enforcement out here trying to get more.
It is so unbelievably frustrating, man. It's absolutely mind-bogglingly frustrating.
Details as they release more information about what the possible motive was here, but a little bit of a security scare here already, guys, and the program is still 24 hours away from starting. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Bill Malugin. Please stay safe.
Yeah, for real, please stay safe. All right, so that was the first one of the first deep dives I wanted to talk about. We already looked at the news about the Free Palestine guy shooting up a wedding. Now, a transgender terrorist was caught trying to kill Trump's Supreme Court justice. This is another breaking news from just now.
If you don't let me beat the girls in sports, then I'm gonna hurt some people.
That sounds to me like a reasonable person that should absolutely not be in an asylum. Can't believe Tectone would say that.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Many Americans are asking, how did we get here where so many politicians are catching bullets? And, well, to answer that question, here's Chuck Schumer telling Brett...
That's the answer. That's literally the answer. You're right.
Kavanaugh that if he decides to rule on a case at the Supreme Court, that he will reap the whirlwind and pay the price. Days later, Brett Kavanaugh...
Sounds like a threat to me.
...had a left-wing killer that was stalking him and trying to break into his house with
Weird
guns
how that
and
happens.
knives and
Wow.
zip ties in order to hold Brett Kavanaugh's family hostage and kill Brett Kavanaugh. That is a matter of fact. Democrats don't want you to remember this, but it is a fact, ladies and gentlemen. Where does the radicalization come from on the left? We really need to have this conversation. It's something that the nation must look directly at. It comes from the Democrat leadership and their dehumanization campaign against the right. Statements like this. A reminder that Chuck Schumer was working with the media here.
But, like, dude, it's not just... The craziest part is it's not even just Chuck Schumer. It's like it is the average rhetoric of these people on the left dehumanizing people, all right? This is destiny.
Out the crime statistics? Not exactly like...
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right...
There's no temperature on the right. Dude, people on the right are literally mourning and going to vigils and going to churches, all right? That's the right. Like, this is insane. It's fucking actual insane world. That they're like, Republicans need to get killed until they turn down the temperature. Bro, and it's like, and every time they don't turn down the temperature, what do? You kill another one. You kill another one. Let's kill more of them. Let's celebrate more of their murders. Let's do it, guys. So, like, that game is fucking insane.
Libs on the Supreme Court leaked the decision to Politico so that they could activate their mongoloid, radicalized...
And the thing is, Destiny knows he's lying because he's doing events like Charlie Kirk with zero security.
...suicidal base, Democrats, in order to attack a Supreme Court justice. And the man who was trying to kill Kavanaugh was trying to kill all Trump justices. That's a matter of fact. You remember, or maybe you don't, because they don't want you to remember, these massive protests outside of the house of Brett Kavanaugh.
Dude, you don't... I remember that. But, dude, the fucking garbage is that the media will hide it. And they'll give you, like, these fake statistic charts. These unbelievable fake statistic charts. Constantly. Oh, there's more right-wing political violence.
Maybe you remember that Brett Kavanaugh had to have Secret Service put outside of his house. Perhaps you remember that there were these troglodytes that would march outside of Brett Kavanaugh's house, threatening his children, his wife.
Yep.
In this
and it was just peaceful protests, so no one actually cares, right?
Peaceful little neighborhood. Absolute orcs doing these little walks with their masks on. Absolute and totally mentally ill.
Yeah, we need to do fucking something about the... We need to do something about the fucking mental illness epidemic in the country. Because you have all these people that are over-medicated. Teachers are telling them to get over-medicated. And it's fucking insane, man. Like, if someone is trying to convince a kid to change their gender, I really feel like that's just basic grooming. The same as sexual grooming. Like, I feel like it's the same thing one-to-one. Like, you are literally manipulating a kid, and you could ruin their entire fucking life because of it. It's a lunatic. It's a lunatic parade. Like, we have gone for far too long thinking that this is just normal but a little bit different on the fringe. No, it's fucking crazy world. It's insane.
Department of Justice issues sentencing memo for 2022 attempted murder of Brett Kavanaugh. Sentencing memo says that the murderer should get 30 years in prison and also that they're trans.
Ah!
Okay, here we go.
No! Oh my god, dude. This is crazy, dude. And then they're like, no, there's no trans violence epidemic. Bro, you literally have to fucking stop. The statistics of trans people committing violence on themselves or people around them are the same statistics as schizophrenic people. Yet you refuse to acknowledge that maybe there's something not healthy going on in their brain. All right? Cutting their own testicles off was not enough of a red flag for you, apparently. Apparently, when they cut their testicles off, you were supposed to affirm them and tell them that they are doing a good thing, actually. Holy fuck, dude.
again. The man who attempted to kill Brett Kavanaugh identifies as a transgender woman now, is deeply mentally ill and suicidal, according to documents first obtained by Daily Wire, which look at that. The Department of Justice is recommending that Nicholas Roski, the defendant, should be sentenced to 30 years. Roski is now transgender, which look at that. The revelation
Crazy how that
that
happens.
Roski is transgender, using female name and pronouns, is significant given that transgender violence across the United States. You know, the guy who killed Charlie Kirk.
Like, dude, a lot of people are not willing to recognize this and be like, it's a couple of fringe cases. Bro. I want to make this clear. A transgender person coming into your life increases your chance of dying by above 0%, okay? Just by the fact that you know them, all right? Transgender people, again, this isn't saying that everyone's violent. Of course not everyone's violent. Of course it's 1 in 1,000 or whatever. But, you know, it's about 10 times more likely than if they were not transgender. 10 times. Are we supposed to just make believe this isn't like a thing? This isn't just pattern recognition. This is fucking insanity. If you're on the right, that's not true. They kill themselves very often, unfortunately. So that's left on left violence when they kill themselves.
Was living with his transgender boyfriend. Kirk's murder came only a few weeks after a 23-year-old trans-identifying gunman named Robin Westman opened fire on a Catholic school in Minneapolis, killing children. Charlie Kirk's accused killer, Tyler Robinson, was living with a 22-year-old trans-identified man named Lance Twiggs.
Pretty weird.
Who'd been kicked out by his family for abusing drugs, alcohol, excessive gaming, and hating Christians and conservatives.
Wow, shocker.
I wonder what the motive could be.
Like, literally, it's in my opinion, there is a spiritual war here. All right, man. All right, dude. There is an uprising of anti-God people. Like, bro, it's insane. These are people created in the image of God, and they mutilate that image. They mutilate that image, and they hate themselves, and they hate God. And then they kill Christians or Jews, right? Like the trans guy that killed Jews and fucking whatever. Like, every time. It's crazy. And it's an above 0 chance. It's a rebellion against God. Bro, trans person that shoots up the Catholic church with a bunch of kids in it, kills 2 kids and shoots 17 kids. Literally just 2 weeks ago, man.
I wonder if the boyfriend knew anything. Really, one of the great mysteries of all times. You know, the guy was texting him, admitting to the murder at the time, and he didn't call the cops. So
yeah, weird,
why
huh?
isn't he arrested? Really doesn't make
no
you wonder.
idea.
Anyway, I'm starting to sense a bit of a trend here.
Yeah.
It was reported in 2022 that Roski portrayed himself as a trans gamer girl on the internet. This information about the assassin's gender identity had not been made available to the public. The Biden administration hid it.
Wow!
They buried it.
That's crazy! They buried the info! Dude, I keep thinking of this tweet from, I think it's Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald made a tweet at some point saying, wow, you know what I'm really afraid of? If ISIS detonates a nuclear bomb and kills 1 million New Yorkers? I'm afraid of the backlash on peaceful Muslims. Like, I feel like this is that. I feel like this is literally what we're watching right now in real time. It's like, man, I really hope all these transgender assassins don't actually make people transphobic. It's like, I feel like that is literally what we're living through.
Buried it, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, they were trying to get Supreme Court justices killed. Published by Politico in May 2022 was the leak of the Supreme Court decision. After that, of course, Roski was activated. He was searching for quietest semi-auto rifle, gun calibers, best silencers for Glock 17. He was searching for do snipers aim for the head or chest? Secret Service protect Supreme Court justices? Easiest way to open a locked door? How to break glass quickly and quietly? How to make shoes quieter? And how to make handcuffs with zip ties? He was found with zip ties.
Right.
On Discord, here we go, Discord again. He was asking his online friends who would assassinate Supreme Court justices to help women long term. I was thinking about.
Do you see how insane it is? These people, it's an entire movement of justifying violence. All of them. Dude, well, if we kill Charlie Kirk, well, then maybe we could get abortion laws passed better. It's all like constant justifications. Justification after justification of political violence in order to get their way. They hate democracy. They don't care about or support democracy. When they are purely utilitarian in their evil and their violence, all right? When they go out and they say Trump destroyed democracy, they all know Trump did not destroy democracy. They all know that. The majority of the country voted for him. He is not destroying democracy. But still, they go out and they shout and they cheer and they say destroying democracy because it's the best way to fucking put him in the crosshairs. That is literally what it's about, okay? Because they are a movement that values and is based on deceit and lie. Bro, they think there's more than 2 genders. It is a movement that is based on deceit and lies. They will use violence, they will use lies, subversion, literally fucking anything. Opening the borders to bring in illegal immigrants that could vote in a state where you don't need to show ID when you vote. This is fucking insanity. Actually fucking crazy world that we're letting this actually run as long as it is.
The Roe decision, I feel like those 9 people make a much bigger impact than most people. The Roe v. Wade decision and gay marriage both being repealed has me furious. So he's clearly
I'm afraid of gay marriage getting repealed, so I'm gonna go murder Brett Kavanaugh. This fucking mindset is popular in college. You talk to a college kid, most of them, off camera, will agree that political assassinations are justified.
Meditated here. This was clearly a left-wing orc that had been released by the left by this operation, by this leak operation, in order to harm a Supreme Court justice. And now we know this is one more radicalized transgender would-be mass murder.
And for the record, I did not even see this in the news. I did not see the news cover this. Oh, it was only an attempted assassination. So crazy, man.
Against the right. Supreme Court justice would be assassin identified as trans. DOJ recommends 30 years. Transgender violence is too common of a pattern here, and every freaking time.
Look, man, I don't want to be rude here, all right? And I feel bad for trans people. I really do. I really feel really bad for trans people. You know, life's obviously difficult. It's confusing. You've obviously been manipulated over your time, or you just have a mental illness of some sort. And life is really brutal and tough. And again, I'm praying for you guys. I'm sorry. But I'm also sorry and praying for schizophrenic people. And I'm not sugarcoating it. And I'm not telling them actually embrace your schizophrenia. All right? I'm not saying any of that. All right? You have to, on the one hand, have pity for the mentally ill. But on the other hand, be fucking careful. Like, this is crazy.
Terrorism is a massive problem. Not one more penny of my tax dollars spent on this scourge, ladies and gentlemen. Holy smokes. There we go. And there's the family. Always a weak man. Always the weak man. Men be strong, please. The country needs strong men right now. Before he tried to assassinate Justice Kavanaugh, this would-be mass murderer, trans terrorist, was at a teaching job.
Wow! Bro, it's fucking crazy! Oh my lord! And how do you get and this is where the next generation of trans people come from, man! They're all fucking teachers! Why are they all trying to get next to children, bro? What's going on? Like, dude, this is insane. Holy fuck!
Musings of murdering his sister, taking medications for mental issues. Goodness gracious.
Every time, man.
Also planned to assassinate 3 other Supreme Court justices.
Where you going, buddy? What about my phone? Where do you have my phone at? In my room.
You're a waste of time.
The Catholic Encyclopedia.
Yeah, you're a waste of time.
With the Catholic Encyclopedia.
You're a waste of time.
Wait,
Catholic Encyclopedia.
You're a waste of time.
Dean, you've been caught.
Let's not devolve into that.
You've been caught out. I literally googled it and it referenced. Did he leave?
Yeah, I think he dropped.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In this video, we're going to be covering a really awesome live stream that happened between me and Rob from Sentinel Apologetics and our good friend Dean Responds. Now, Dean Responds has been running for months and months now from any kind of debate on the Islamic dilemma, but I just so happened to be looking across YouTube and I saw that Sentinel Apologetics was streaming, and lo and behold, there was Dean Responds. Not only that, but he was giving a presentation on our favourite topic, the most beloved topic there is, the Islamic dilemma. And he was trying to explain by giving a nice presentation, and Rob was just he was just listening, you know. Rob wasn't engaging, he wasn't arguing, he wasn't debating, he was calmly listening, letting Dean give his own presentation about what that Injil supposedly is. So I thought I'd join. And after waiting a while and people saying I should join in the chat, so begins the hilarious long-winded process of Dean trying to not let me on the live stream. He is terrified. Like, watch this clip. Tell me what you think this guy's thinking right now. Does he sound like a man who's confident, or does he sound like a man who wants to get out of there as quickly as possible? Let's watch this.
Yeah. So
Chris, I noticed Chris wants to join. Would you like him to come up?
I mean, yeah. So
okay.
what we can do with Chris is after I finish the whole presentation and you do your whole questions and back and forth, if we can get a debate on the Islamic dilemma as well as a debate on what I would like to present on the Christian dilemma, then I would love to speak to Chris. If we can get those formal debates going. But for you, I don't mind in giving my presentation like we organized. And
Yeah.
back and forth.
Give it. Yeah. Okay. Would you like Chris to come up? I can send him the link and he can come up here, or just.
I mean, yeah, he can. But if I want to discuss with him, I would want to discuss in a debate format. And you don't want this to be a debate format between me and you, right?
No, I mean, I'll actually tell Chris, this is a discussion. If he comes up, I mean, he's asked to come up. I'm not. This is sort of all impromptu. If he can model the type of discourse we're having right now.
If we can, so what we can do is we can finish the presentation. You can ask whatever you need to ask, and then by the end, you can invite Chris up, and we can discuss organizing a debate on the Islamic dilemma. On the condition that we debate the Christian dilemma, because I think that Christians do have a real dilemma where the New Testament confirms the Old Testament. However, I don't think they have real continuity, and they cannot appeal to the fact that the Old Testament is corrupted because you guys don't believe the Old Testament is corrupted, right?
All right.
So, if we can get that discussion going, then I would love to also get a debate with Chris. So, but yeah, you could invite him at the end.
I'll put the join link. And then I'll just keep him.
Yeah, just keep him on the backstage, and then at the end we can discuss organizing that formal debate. Hopefully. Okay. So the Quran doesn't envision this for the Injil. So
just FYI, Chris is at the back. Let me know when to bring him up. I can bring him up.
So just whenever I'm done like presenting and you're done with your questioning, or we can speak to him about formulating the debate, the time for the debate on the Islamic dilemma, and the time for the debate on the Christian dilemma, right?
Sure.
But yeah, so let's try to finish this with your questioning.
Over and over again, Dean keeps saying, it's like the most politician way ever. Yes, I'd be happy to have a chat with Chris, just only about the Christian dilemma, not the Islamic dilemma. I don't want him to give any commentary on this presentation, and I only want to debate him later. Let's debate about having a debate. And I was just sitting here like, I'm gonna have a lot of fun. I'm gonna have a lot of fun tonight. It's gonna be glorious. So eventually I do get up.
So that's pretty much it for the most part, the intertexts that I could show you. What the Quran
which is quite extensive.
Yeah.
There's a lot of intertextual links.
Okay, so just for a bit of context, this is about the letter to Iraq.
Sorry.
You good?
That's all right.
Hi guys, how you both doing?
I can't remember how long it is. It was a few hours, like 2 hours maybe. But we have this discussion, and there's a lot to cover in it, and a lot of things that Dean messed up on that I think are gold, and really big red flags to Muslims as well. So I'm going to break this up into parts, because doing everything in one video would make the video over an hour long if I really wanted to go through everything that he did that he messed up on. But he messed up big time. So in this clip, I'm just going to show one thing, and then I'll make other videos where I show other things, and I'll also post, probably before this video, the actual full debate. Hopefully Rob doesn't mind me doing that, because I want as many people as possible to watch it. Assuming I remember in the future, you should be able to click the link up here to access that video of the full debate. But this video is just going to show one particular aspect. Dean really wanted to not talk about the Islamic dilemma. In fact, his own video that he posted to summarize this interaction, I guess you could call it an interaction, he actually doesn't even cover any of his own stuff, which was the entire reason he was there to begin with. So he just cuts that out. He's basically like, actually, I don't want to show the Muslims what I really think about the Injil and how there's wahi contained in the Injil. I don't want any Muslim to know I think that. So I'm going to cut that out, and then I'm going to have a much shorter video, which is just the highlights from his argument he makes to me that supposedly I'm heretical because I believe that Christ has two natures, one divine and one fully human. He thinks this is heretical according to the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox Church. I don't know why he didn't throw in Protestant churches in there as well. He may as well have just said everyone thinks that's heretical, but he just mentioned those. This is going to be hilarious because he doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. But let's watch. But regarding what you said about Christians and Jews being able just to stick to their works, I'm agnostic about what happens after this, after the Quran is revealed. But beforehand, they were bound to it. And this, for me, opens up a whole can of worms, because if we are to think that the Quran is saying that the previous scriptures are generally reliable, because they point enough to Islam as to give, presumably, salvation to the Christians and Jews, then when we look at what they had historically, this seems to be problematic, because it seems as if those texts, like the Injil, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, it looks as if those texts actually would not save you, particularly the Injil. The Injil, from an Islamic paradigm, you would end up committing shirk, even if it's even if it's a lesser form of shirk,
because of the deity stuff. Like
but we don't grant that interpretation of deity.
Let's take a weaker form of it. Even if it's just Jesus is not merely a prophet, that would be problematic enough, right? Like
what do you mean? You're being very it's ambiguous. What do you mean? So
for example, Jesus says, I believe in the Gospel of John, that he came down from heaven. So,
but
I mean, that's not going to be...
There's good probable interpretations about that. The same way that in James it talks about things coming from heaven, but it doesn't necessarily come literally from heaven. So there's Unitarian plausible interpretations.
Unitarian would agree with that.
That Jesus literally came down from heaven and pre-existed.
Well, yeah, Unitarian.
Unitarian there's two types of Unitarians. So there's two types. I want to tell you. One type, they believe Jesus pre-existed, another in a real sense. The other one, they don't believe he existed in a real sense. It's merely in a notional sense, where maybe you could say in God's mind or whatever, stuff that's compatible with Islam, essentially, that he doesn't literally pre-exist, right? So that sort of Unitarian interpretation, they give plausible cases for stuff like what you just
Unitarianism would take John 1:1 and say that Jesus is a God. They would translate it differently, and they would say that what that is meant.
When you say Unitarian, Chris, that's not a whole set.
I'm talking about Arius. I'm talking like the earliest.
But I don't. Again, they're not homogeneous, right? When you say Unitarian, I'm referring to because you're equivocating on it. I'm referring to those that don't grant pre-existence. That is compatible with Islam, obviously, right?
Pre-existence meaning he isn't just a human, right?
Yeah, like he literally pre-existed.
I've never met a Unitarian that thought that Jesus.
Search it up, bro. Like Rob, you agree with
had
me, right?
some kind of existence. I mean, how would you read the Gospel of John?
Rob.
As far as I'm concerned, I've never come across. I'll be honest with you, Dean. I've never come across a Unitarian. Yeah, I know a few Unitarian academics in Jehovah's Witness circles.
So Dean's first. So let's follow this along, right? We're talking about the Islamic dilemma, which was the thing that I wanted to talk to him about to begin with. It's his presentation I wanted to give comments on, and I was doing so in as respectful manner as I could possibly muster. Dean, however, is terrified of any kind of interaction between us because he knows he's not going to have any answers. So when I start to push him, he starts to make weird claims about things, and it gets good here. Dean says that regarding the statements in the Gospels where Jesus is said to be more than a prophet, so I even clarify, I'm not even saying God, I'm just saying he's more than a prophet, and that's enough to be against what the Quran says Jesus is, and hence it shows a contradiction between the Quran and the Injil. His response is to basically go as far forward as he can in history, not to go to the earliest Unitarians, Arius, for example, at the Council of Nicaea. He doesn't go to these heretical groups that are not Christian, but he's going to insist they are, because why not? That's like me saying Ahmadiyya is a Muslim, by the way, Dean. So he's going to go to Unitarians, but he's not going to go to the earliest ones, closest to the time of Isa, which you think he would, because he knows full well those kind of Unitarians are also not compatible with Islam. The earliest Unitarians were those who pushed back on Trinitarian doctrine. They did so with the understanding not that Jesus was just a mere prophet, but the understanding that Jesus was not consubstantial with the Father. And that's where they differed over the Nicene Creed, and they couldn't accept that creed because they didn't think they were the same nature. But that means that they still think that Jesus is pre-existent in a real sense, elevated above any other human and angel, in a very close and personal relationship with the Father. These are things that Arius would have believed, as well as being responsible for all of creation. Dean can't go to that because he knows that's not Islamic and that's shirk, and that shows that the Quran contradicts the Injil, and hence the Islamic dilemma passes and Islam is false. He knows that. So he brings up the most obscure modern interpretation of Unitarianism he possibly can. And I'm not talking about Jehovah's Witnesses. He's not talking about Oneness Pentecostal. He's talking about some very particular form of Unitarianism that has no historical roots whatsoever. He's basically taking an interpretation that has no basis in ancient history. It just wasn't there. The early Christians didn't think anything like the Unitarianism today. Muslims, because remember, Dean believes these guys were Muslims somehow. The Muslims at the time of Isa did not believe Unitarianism. They didn't. There's no evidence of it. He has to appeal to extreme, non-Christian, modern interpretations that weren't even around at the time of Muhammad. I found this hilarious, and I was so confused that he genuinely thought that was a good point. And me and Rob were just looking at him like, what do you want about? Like, why are you bringing, like, it's not even Unitarians, you're bringing the disregarded rut litter of the Unitarians that no one takes seriously and isn't a part of the Christian tradition, and you're thinking that's a good hill to die on. Brilliant. Love it. Now let's watch this clip from the Gospel of John chapter 16, where I show him that Jesus is said by the disciples to know all things. Let's read from the verse before. Jesus' disciples said, well, now you're speaking plainly and not using figurative language. So he's speaking plainly in a literal sense, not figuratively. Yep. Now we know that you know everything and do not need to have anyone ask you any questions. Because of this, we believe that you have come from God. And then Jesus affirms this, that he does indeed know all things. So Jesus knows all things according to John chapter 16. This is just one out of many, many examples. Is that not a form of shirk from the Islamic perspective?
No.
Why?
No. Because the intention here is that that this is an idiom, similar to how a woman told David in the Old Testament that now we know that you know everything on earth. This is hyperbole. This isn't literal. Now, how do we know this is hyperbole? Because we have explicit verses where Jesus says he doesn't know stuff. He says in Mark 13:32 and Matthew 24:36 that he does not know the hour. So we know contextually, and we know from the Old Testament passage
right. So
that this is hyperbole.
Okay, so there are more verses that say he knows everything than that say he doesn't know everything. You've quoted the same verse, basically paralleled in the Synoptic Gospels in Matthew and Mark. There's another one.
How many times does it say that he knows everything? How many times?
More than two, for example. But you're only quoting one verse.
Where besides here?
This one, John 21 is another example, and elsewhere. Now, why I'm bringing this
John
up,
21? I don't know.
What I'm saying is, in this one in particular, right, that we're going on screen, in John 29, it says that Jesus is said to be speaking plainly, not figuratively. Yeah. So to say he's using an idiom makes no sense because he's talking.
Jesus isn't using an idiom. He's not using an idiom.
He just said he was using an idiom.
His disciples are using an. You can't even read the text, bro. His disciples are using the idiom. We now know that you're speaking clearly.
Yes. Who's speaking clearly?
Now we know everything. And
who's speaking clearly?
Any questions? This is hyperbole. Jesus is going to stop using figurative language. That doesn't mean that they aren't going to stop speaking literally. That they're going to keep.
No. He has stopped speaking. This is saying you have done this.
Okay. So who said? Now we know that you know everything. Who said that?
Now we know that you know everything. That's in verse 29. That's the disciples.
Okay. So again, that can't even be possibly part of the Injil. That's the disciples speaking. That's one.
There you are.
So
you do accept that actually this isn't compatible with Islam. Dean says that it's just an idiom. It's an expression. It's not meant to be taken as in a literal sense. Despite the fact that the very passage on the screen shows that the disciples themselves said that Jesus had spoken plainly to them and not figuratively. So how on earth could it be an idiom if the disciples are telling you, Jesus, you're now speaking to us plainly, and we understand you, we know that you know all things, and that you have come from God. The levels of the barrel that Dean is trying to reach is unfathomable. He wants to reach the very bottom layers because he has nothing left. He knows this isn't compatible with Islam. He knows this isn't appropriate language from an Islamic perspective for a prophet to speak, yet he believes that these are the words of Jesus. He believes that Isa in the Quran actually said these words, like just a few verses before this, where Jesus says that all that belongs to the Father is mine. Jesus said that in the recorded Injil, which Dean supposedly believes in. But he has to do gymnastics and mental aerobics. Forget Pilates, forget yoga. This is next level stuff. He's trying to do somersaults and backflips over and over again to try and reconcile the Islamic Quran with the supposed Islamic Injil from his perspective. They don't work, they contradict, it's a mess. The Quran is an error. And in the end, he has to go to his actual real opinion anyway, which is, yeah, this, what you quoted here is the disciple speaking, not Jesus, therefore it's not part of the Injil, which is his cop-out view anyway, which is the very thing I challenged him on, and I'll cover that in a different video. But he has absolutely nowhere to run, and it's hilarious watching him run in circles. In this bit, he goes on a tangent, derails the conversation, and goes into full-on Dean not understanding basic Christian concepts. Let's watch. Very simple. Christ through, again, John chapter 1, very
Go
basic.
ahead.
Explains the incarnation. He is
Yep.
both in an incarnate
Where?
state through his humanity and his divinity. John chapter 1.
Okay.
Verse,
yeah.
read verses 1 to 3 and then verse 14.
Okay.
Can I?
So
can
Jesus, so Jesus didn't know in his human nature, yeah?
Jesus didn't what, sorry?
He didn't know in his human nature?
I didn't know in his human nature, yeah.
So first of all, that's heretical according to both Eastern Orthodox and Catholics, because you're splitting Jesus into. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. No.
Do you know what the agnoete is? Do you know what the agnoete is?
Wait. You're going to say that
Do you know what the agnoete is?
Ignorance. I'm not saying Christ is ignorant.
You just said he doesn't know in his human nature.
Yeah, but he knows in his divine nature, so he still
I know
knows.
that's heretical.
No,
Rob,
no.
Rob, do you
to
know
say
what
that,
agnoete is, Rob?
no.
No.
To say that Christ is ignorant is not something I'm saying. I'm saying
I know, Chris.
that Christ,
I know.
via
Trust
his
me, trust me,
humanity, does not know something.
I know that.
Dean,
I know that.
Dean,
and I'm telling you that's heretical.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do some nice theology. The basic position of the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, as well as the majority of Protestant churches, is that Christ had two natures. We are duophysites, which I bring up in this video. He is one person, but with two natures. One human nature and one divine nature. We all say that in his divine nature, he knew all things and was omniscient. We say in his human nature, he experienced and learned new things because that is proper to be human. This way, although Christ does not know things in his human nature, he still knows all things through his divine nature, and so the one person that is Christ is not ignorant of anything and knows all things. Dean doesn't get this and confuses monophysites, which are people that think that Christ only had one nature. He accidentally thinks, because he hasn't studied this, that if a monophysite says that Christ didn't know things, that's the same as a duophysite saying that in his humanity Christ didn't know things. That's not the same. Someone who believes that Christ has two natures can have Christ know things through his divinity, but not know some things through his humanity, but because he's both human and divine, he still is said to be all-knowing. But if someone just says Christ has one nature, and that one nature doesn't know everything, then that person seems to be saying that Christ is ignorant, because there is no way in which he has any divinity to which to know all things, to be omniscient. Dean doesn't know this and gets basic Christian theology that people learn through catechism completely wrong, and it's hilarious, and it's all captured on video. Let me prove it to you, Dean, really quick. I actually do this in the video, but I'm going to do it now, so it's just anyone who's watching can have the benefit of seeing it. This is from Vatican.va. This is what is known as the Catechism of the Catholic Church, the CCC. We read, "This human soul that the Son of God assumed is endowed with a true human knowledge. As such, this knowledge could not in itself be unlimited. It was exercised in the historical conditions of his existence in space and time. This is why the Son of Man could, when he became man, increase in wisdom and in stature, and in favour with God and man, and would even have to inquire for himself about what one in the human condition can learn only from experience. This corresponded to the reality of his voluntary emptying of himself, taking the form of a slave." That's Philippians chapter 2 verse 6. So there we have it from the Roman Catholic Church themselves, which apparently Dean did not know or bother to Google. But wait, There's more. Let's look at New Advent, a Roman Catholic site. They have the Catholic Encyclopedia there, and we can look at what that says about Christ's human nature and what that means for his knowledge via his humanity. Let's read. From the Catholic Encyclopedia, we read about Christ's acquired knowledge. Jesus Christ had, no doubt, also an experimental knowledge acquired by the natural use of his faculties, through his senses and imagination, just as happens in the case of common human knowledge. To say that his human faculties were wholly inactive would resemble a profession of either monothelitism or of docetism. This knowledge naturally grew in Jesus in the process of time, according to the words of Luke chapter 2 verse 52, and Jesus advanced in wisdom and age and grace with God and man. Understood in this way, the evangelist speaks not merely of a successively greater manifestation of Christ's divine and infused knowledge, nor merely of an increase in his knowledge as far as outward effects were concerned, but of a real advance in his acquired knowledge. Not that this kind of knowledge implies an enlarged object of his science, but it signified that he gradually came to know, after a merely human way, some of the things which he had known from the beginning by his divine and infused knowledge. According to Dean, his position is that the Roman Catholic Church, New Advent, and the Catholic Encyclopedia are heretical to themselves. That's what Dean thinks. Oh man. Dean. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the character that we're dealing with here. This is the level of ignorance, the level of absolute profanity that Dean possesses without his own knowledge of such things. He is ignorant of basic Christian thought, thinking that Christian thought is heretical to itself. He's confused medieval Roman Catholic theologians like Thomas Aquinas, for example, who held that the human nature of Christ was greatly uplifted through infused knowledge from the beatic vision, for example. Some theologians would therefore respond to the question of whether or not Christ knew the hour, Mark 13:32, and the parallel in 24:36 of Matthew. Some theologians in the medieval period would say, no, we actually think he did, he just wasn't declaring it. But that's a theological position you're free to take. That's not prescribed doctrine. That's just a theological view that many theologians had in the medieval period. Is it my view? Nope. But neither having that view or not having that view is heretical. It's just a view. Dean, however, thinks it's heretical because he gets totally confused and doesn't have a clue about basically anything here. But anyway, let's keep watching.
I left the Father and came into the world. See, this I left the Father pre-existence language. And now I'm leaving the world and going back to the Father. Boom, they're like...
But Rob,
that implies...
You need to stick on the point that Chris was making. So if you don't mind, Rob, if
this
you
is
could
not
just
compatible with Islam.
if you could just moderate me and Chris having a dialogue, right? That would be much better. So he could stick on his point that he was making.
Remember, I didn't want the stream to turn into debate.
No, but bro, when you invite Chris up, it's gonna happen. Like we knew that.
But then we're grown men and we can maintain.
Yeah, of course. As long as I'm speaking to him, Rob, if you don't mind, I want to speak to him. So I'm gonna get the source up right now. So you claim that it's not heretical according to Catholics,
so Dean,
Catholics and Eastern Orthodox Christians.
You just gave a lesson to Rob that he should not deviate from what we're talking about. You are now deviating from what we're talking about.
No, because you made the claim that in his human nature, and I told you that's heretical.
Dean, that's just extra context for this passage. So I don't need to follow my theology.
Can you share my screen if you don't mind? Share my screen if you don't mind, Rob. I got the source up.
Oh yeah, in this clip, he picks a fight with Rob because why not? You know, if he's having difficulties with me, imagine if Rob actually he extended his little finger, just a little bit, just extended his little finger. Rob would annihilate Dean. I don't think Dean realizes just how merciful Rob is being right now by just being this moderator who's just stepping back and not debating at all. Let's watch this next clip.
That's a Catholic source. Father John Hardin defines the agnoete, as far as you guys don't know that, as follows: a sect of monophysites who held that Christ was subject to positive ignorance. The leading exponent of its error was Deacon Themisteos of Alexandria. He was condemned by the church, which declared that Christ's humanity cannot be ignorant of anything of the past or the future. You said that he was ignorant of the future.
Dean, I never said. I explicitly said.
You're interrupting,
no,
bro.
I did not say that. No, because I'm going to bury you now. What's a monophysite? What's a monophysite?
Someone that believes in one nature.
Do I believe in one nature?
No, you don't. But
Thank you very much, Dean. Thank you very
what
much.
you just said, that's the two
demonstrated. You
persons.
just demonstrated
Did you
that
say Jesus
can't
doesn't know his
even
human nature?
accurately reflect my
Does
view.
Jesus know
am
his
I
human
am I
nature?
being described in that description there that you gave on the screen?
Yes, you are.
So I'm a monophysite, even though I explicitly said I believe in two natures. That's the whole issue you had.
Rob, share my screen, Rob.
Dean, you have no idea what you're talking
bro,
about.
you just interrupted me. Can you just?
I interrupted you because I wasn't going to let you get away with that.
No problem.
I was not going to let you get away with that.
Very simple.
You literally showed on screen that you think I'm a monophysite when I explicitly said I believe in the two natures of Christ.
Doesn't matter if you believe in two.
I never. It literally says it's a sect of monophysitism.
Listen. Did you say that Jesus doesn't know his human nature? Yes or no?
Yes. Where does it say here?
Okay.
That's saying that is
there.
Where? Show me.
Brother, look at this. From Lud. So here's another source. We're gonna look at both of them and we're gonna reread them. No problem. Here's a second source. This source, Fundamentals of Catholic Dogma, cites a bunch of texts.
Do Catholics believe in two natures?
Showing that Jesus.
Do Catholics believe in two natures?
You've never seen these sources before. Can you stop speaking?
Can Catholics believe in two natures?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so it's not heretical then, because this person who is writing as a Catholic can no way be implying that it's heretical, because that would make no sense if they're literally writing.
I'm sorry that
his
you
own
don't
position
know.
is heretical.
Chris, it's fine. You're not a Catholic. No problem. You're not a Catholic. It's fine.
First of all, how do you know I'm not a Catholic? First of all, but second of all, is why are you quoting a Catholic trying to argue that the Catholic is saying his own belief is heretical?
No, the Catholic doesn't believe Jesus doesn't know his human nature.
Really? Wait. Do Catholics believe in two natures?
Yes, but once you say, let me explain to you.
By the way, we have a Catholic Muslim Anam here.
As soon as you say that Jesus doesn't know his human nature, their whole argument, Chris, is that you're splitting the persons. That's their whole argument.
Because it's dual
so have a look
person.
at this. He says, so this is Fundamentals of Catholic Dogma by Ludwig. Oh, he cites all these verses.
So
with this bro, I'm quoting his scholarship. Can you just stop? With this is irreconcilable the notion that Christ's human knowledge is defective or erroneous. We can reread the other source as well. Father John Hardin defines the agnomite,
sect of
those who held the heresy, as follows: a sect of monophysites who held that Christ was subject to positive ignorance.
I'm not a monophysite. I don't hold that he has positive ignorance.
Why are you focusing so much on this?
Because it's your own source you brought on the screen, bro.
I'm not calling it monophysite. I'm saying
that's what your source says.
Oh my
your
God,
source
so
says
fallacious.
from a Catholic that this is describing monophysites.
Okay, watch this.
Listen, Dean. Let me.
Why was he condemned by the church?
No.
Which declared that Christ's humanity
I'll
cannot.
explain to you why. Let me give you a free lesson here.
Read it.
Monophysitism is problematic, right, from the Catholic and Orthodox and the Protestant perspective.
Of course,
because it says that Christ has one nature.
One nature.
And then in that way, it's difficult to understand verses like Mark 13:32 and Matthew 24:36 when you contrast that with the clear teachings of John 16:30, John 21, and John 2. Now let me finish. The reason why is because if you have one nature, it would seem as if you would be close to saying that Christ was ignorant. Absolutely, like he is just completely ignorant. That is heretical. That's why the Catholic Church condemns it, the Orthodox and Protestant churches as well.
Yeah.
What I hold to is the total not anything like that, because I believe, as the Catholic Church does, as the Orthodox Church do, and the Protestant, that Christ has two natures, a human nature and a divine nature. And therefore, it cannot be said that him as a person is ignorant because he does know via or qua his divine nature. This is basic theology.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I know it's basic theology.
Look how we've gone on this massive tangent.
So what he's saying is not that you're monophysite. He's saying those that say this who attribute ignorance to Christ's
as a
nature.
whole. In other words,
let me
he
ask
has
you something.
nothing.
I just let you speak, Chris. I just let you speak. 1 second. To attribute ignorance for Christ's human nature is to profess Nestorianism. Let me ask you a question.
Because if you only have one nature,
brother, I just
what
let
are
you
you
speak.
doing?
Can you stop? Can you
no,
stop?
because you're butchering things.
Did you attribute ignorance to Christ's human nature? Yes or no?
As someone who thinks that there is only one nature, that would be massively problematic. That's what this is saying to you. Because if you think there's only one nature, monophysitism, you would think that one nature is what?
That's not what it's saying.
Human and divine.
Bro,
are you trying to teach me what Catholicism
You're
is?
reinterpreting the heck out of this text.
Wait, Dean, what is
saying? Guys, can you, as Christians, just explain to him, like, is what I'm saying like foreign?
Wait, Dean, are you putting on Chris that he's a monophysite?
No, I'm
He's
not.
saying I am. Yeah, he
I'm
thinks I
not.
think there's
No,
only
no,
one
no, no,
nature,
no. So, Chris,
and the
you can-
nature is human.
I can explain. I can explain what I meant, Chris. No problem. What I'm saying is the same thing that these guys are saying, and the same thing that any Catholic and Eastern Orthodox will tell you. That you can't say Jesus didn't know the hour in his human nature because this leads to
If he only
Nestorianism.
has one
Because,
nature.
Bert, can you let me finish? Because it leads to Nestorianism, such as what Pope Vigilus said. If anyone says that the one Jesus Christ, who is both true Son of God and true Son of Man, did not know the future or the last day of the hour's judgment, and that he could not know only as much as the divinity dwelling in him, as in another revealed to him, anathema sit. He's anathematized. Now, this is the council that he's referring to. The agnoete is the heresy that Christ's human nature was deficient of knowledge, as it says here. In 599, this is a binding council for Catholics and Eastern Orthodox. Pope Gregory I wrote to Patriarch Eulogius of Alexandria to draw his attention to the agnoete, to ask him for his advice
Who
on
are
the
the
issue.
agnoete?
Gregory condemned the agnoete as heretics, as
Who
did
are the
Eulogius,
agnoete?
who had written a treatise against them. Condemned the agnoete, condemned the agnotism, and it was condemned at the Lateran Council, etc., etc. The
Who are
council
the
declaring.
agnoete? But Dean,
Yeah.
does agnoete
Now-
fit under a dual nature context or a singular nature?
No. It also there. But the whole point is that this leads to Nestorianism because you have a human Jesus that doesn't.
If you're a
know and divine-
monophysite,
brother, you got no idea about the text. You've never read the book before.
what's an agnoete, Dean? What is agnoete? What is the group? What do they
Agnoete the agnoete is to separate the persons into two persons, a human person
Right,
and
and
a
with
divine
one
person,
nature, and
by
with one
declaring,
nature.
brother, you're not letting me finish. Can you? If you ask me a question, you gotta let me speak. You
gotta
can't
speak the truth.
So the agnoete is essentially when you split the persons into two persons
And
by
with
saying
what?
Jesus is human. Are you okay?
And with what?
Bert.
With what? One nature, Dean. That's the whole point.
No, it never says that. Give me one definition that says that. It didn't say that. It said that a sect
I
of
just googled it.
monophysites.
Agnoete. The agnoete were a monophysite Christian sect. Thank you.
Where? Where does it say?
Wikipedia. The first thing
no,
I
no,
googled.
no. Where does it say the heresy is that you just believe in one nature, not that you split the persons? Where does it say that?
It's nothing to do with it. It's the fact it's one nature that you claim is ignorant. That's the problem.
We just read from 3 Catholic sources saying that you can't say Jesus is
The
human nature. Didn't know.
agnoete. They're talking about the agnoete. They are people who say that Christ has
He's
one
so
nature
dense.
and the
No,
nature
it's
is
not.
ignorant. Guys, actually, anyone, Rob, please put on the screen. Google agnoete and show him that they're monophysites, because this is just getting insane now. So when the Pope is talking about agnoete and condemning them, he's condemning monophysites. So well done, Dean. You've shown.
No,
you
he's
have
not.
no
He's condemning
understanding.
those that believe Jesus didn't know his human nature.
Yes, monophysites.
No, it's just monophysite.
Okay, can you show me he gives a name of another group?
I'll
Show
get
me
you the
another
reference.
group.
I'll get you the reference. No
Yeah,
problem.
give me where he takes duophysite groups and says that they're condemned. Show me that.
Like, are you Catholic?
Church,
Are you Catholic as in you hold yourself to the Apostolic Church?
Universal Church, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what do you ascribe to specifically? Which denomination?
I'm sort of more ecumenical.
Okay. Both, and Anam can confirm this for me as well. It's not just the Roman Catholic side. It's the Eastern
Look at
Orthodox
this
side.
guy. He is so like
They
done with
believe this
being.
is heretical. Only the Protestants, and even the Protestants are split on this. There is
No.
a group where they would say, yeah, you can say that. But then they're just Nestorians because it necessarily entails a human Jesus and a divine
No,
Jesus.
that's you.
I agree with that.
Adding another argument on it.
No. I agree with Catholic dogma and Eastern Orthodox
Also,
dogma. that
again,
is
you've
perfect.
derailed this entire argument. You
Because
notice
you
how
gave
we
me a
ended
wrong
up going away.
response.
No, because I wanted to explain this. You were like, no, let's bring up you brought them up, Dean. You completely
Because your
derailed this whole
explanation was heretical. That's why.
It doesn't. Wait. Hang on. Me looking at the text and giving a plain reading of it and showing it's not Islamic has nothing to do with it.
Okay,
Like
so the plain reading contradicts Catholic dogma, is what you're saying?
No, the plain reading contradicts Islamic Quran. Very simple.
Yeah, because
you
the
then went,
original discussion was...
Let's talk about Catholic and Orthodox theology. You took it that way because you derailed from the original point. The original point, which you have not
because
yet
your
answered.
explanation is heretical. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Your Quran is still false.
Do you admit it's heretical?
That's all the thing. Your Quran is still false, Dean. You can't pivot like this, man. We can see what you're doing.
Do you agree?
I made a point that your Quran does not agree with the Injil.
You're not
they
honest.
each other.
Do you admit that you were wrong?
Do you admit that the Quran contradicts the Injil?
It contradicts the parts that are intended to be false. Yes.
Is this one of these parts? Are these one of these parts? That God
Allahu
has
alam.
all
But I know that
knowledge.
I know my interpretations of the Gospels are more probable than your ad hoc reinterpretations.
No, I gave a plain reading. I even quoted you a verse where Jesus is said to be speaking plainly, And you still
Okay.
went, no, it's an idiom.
Okay, then okay, beautiful. You said that Jesus knows all things. I told you it's hyperbole. I gave you Old Testament passage. Plus, I gave you an explicit
Yeah, an Old Testament passage.
Plus, I gave wait, let me finish.
Doesn't say this
Plus,
speaking plainly.
plus, I gave you an explicit passage where Jesus doesn't know the hour. Now, you failed to debunk Jesus not knowing the hour. So I'm
no, again, no, wait. I don't need to debunk that at all. I just need to appeal to the fact that the scripture says that Jesus knows all things.
Yeah, and I just need to appeal to the scripture that says Jesus doesn't know everything because he doesn't know the hour.
And I have, like, again, we can explain this through two natures. That's it. That's enough for me to get that
What do you
off
mean?
the ground.
That's we just explained to you it's heretical.
no,
What's
no.
wrong with you? What's wrong with you, bro?
No.
We just,
okay,
we,
wait.
He just told you it's heretical.
You're saying, is the Council of Chalcedon heretical?
No.
The Council of Chalcedon affirms duophysitism.
No, the Council of Chalcedon clarifies heresy. Yeah.
Wait. So the Council of Chalcedon does not in any way affirm duophysitism, right?
No. Brother.
What? You'd say
brother. The development of doctrine in 581, where the councils developed, you had this idea of two natures. Yes.
Oh, I thought it was heretical.
I never said, bro.
You literally been saying that duophysitism is heretical.
Anam, did I ever say that?
You're saying that to say that Jesus is ignorant in his knowledge,
his human nature leads to two persons. Yes, two persons.
No. Actually, you changed it.
No, I didn't.
You see what you just did there?
No, I didn't.
You said it leads to two persons. No. You said it was heresy. You said I believed in heresy.
Because it leads to Nestorianism, yeah.
See, now you've changed it. See what he's done?
No, I
there?
didn't.
No. You said that duophysitism.
I want
the
a
idea
third
that
party.
Christ has a
I
human
want a
nature.
third party. I want a third party.
Anam is our third party. Right, so duophysitism
did I ever change my position?
Is affirmed in the Council of Chalcedon. Thank you very much. It's not heretical. It's basic Orthodox teaching.
Yeah, I want to hear what Anam has to say. Yeah.
Okay, so both of you kind of just like missed your intentions for a sec. Chris is saying, by a plain reading of the text, I can say duophysitism can explain how Christ doesn't know the hour. You're saying that that council doesn't affirm what he's saying, which is that Christ doesn't know the hour. So that's the trains missed their connection for.
No, but have I ever changed my perspective about him being heretical here is due to Nestorianism?
Oh, what?
Can you put that link up just to show?
Yeah. So you did read the thing earlier, Dean.
Sure.
You are correct in this. You read that Catholic thing earlier, where it says that entails Nestorianism.
Yes.
The monotheism. This hard.
Oh, you mean share the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, but in the paragraph we read, the last quote we had about it said Luther affirmed a vast amount of knowledge to Christ, but not omniscience, which is very interesting. Like I didn't know. So I mean, in other words, anyone after Luther could affirm what Chris is saying, though.
Can you highlight the bit where it says it is accepted by the majority?
So that's why Chris is not terribly worried about you saying that Catholics and Orthodox consider it wrong.
No, but Chris says that it's not heretical according to them.
That's it, yeah. So it is accepted by the majority of Christian denominations, including the Catholic Church, Eastern Orthodox Church, Church of the East, Anglicanism, Methodism, Reformed Christianity, and Lutheranism. It is there. You go. So yeah, thank you very much.
I never rejected.
No. He's not talking about duophysitism. He understands that duophysitism is the mainstream Christian doctrine post Chalcedon and Ephesus. But the thing is that what he's saying is that to say Christ is ignorant has been not the mainstream Christian position.
Right. Because the term Christ is ignorant has connotations and is used polemically, historically, against people like the Agnete and so on. People who were saying Christ has one nature and that nature does not know all things.
No, it's not because of that.
My days,
brother.
My days.
Chris, Catholic dogma.
You know the Gospels say that Christ learned and grew in wisdom, right?
Brother, I know. That's why it's so...
Right, so that's our basic position. That
that's
the
why,
human... No, Dean. This is why it's so basic
stupid.
and so common that you're being weird here, not doing it.
Brother,
the humanity grew and learnt in wisdom. The divinity did not.
Anam,
basic position.
Anam, are you... Wait, I just want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
So, are you a Catholic?
I mean, I like their theology a lot.
Okay. But you're a Muslim?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. So, have you ever looked into the Agnoite heresy at all, or is it just that quote from Aquinas that you're familiar with?
Yeah, actually, I didn't know that Catholics didn't agree with it. I think I learned it from watching your show, actually.
Oh, okay.
But but yeah, I didn't know Catholics would have condemned it. But I didn't jump into the Catholic answers. I mean, should we read what the Catholic answers kind of says? Because
Yeah.
how do we figure this out? Because but also, but I guess what Chris would be saying is, though, I can get away with this with, so to speak, with a plain reading of the text. Which, in his defense, I mean, we can reason our way through something without going into the weeds of what happened at Ephesus and Chalcedon, which I'm.
But the thing is,
So, I've just got a
Chris
question.
doesn't
Alright, I'll be
believe
right back.
that
I gotta
the
go to the
Catholic
bathroom.
position.
No. Graham crackers. Not car. Okay. Let's eat some cookies and milk. Graham crackers and milk. Because it's the best. We'll start solving. And then we'll take
Is
medicine while we're doing that.
that it's heretical, which we need to get by before we get into the reading. Like,
Yeah,
what's
Wait,
going on?
wait, the Catholic position is heretical. What?
No,
What are you
I
on
never,
about?
bro, I never said that. Oh my
What are you
god.
saying? As you can see, Dean is learning some new things today, and it's exciting for everyone. I got to the point where I was basically just like, look, Google the first thing you read about this. Just literally Google, does Christ learn in his human nature? Like, just Google it, and then ask, like, do Roman Catholics believe this? I was like bringing up Wikipedia pages to just give basic definitions of what the Agnoetae were and Monophysites were, and Dean was like rejecting it all. And Dean was just like, no, don't accept any of this for some reason. But anyway, there's a great bit where he just rage quits.
That's what I'm saying.
My position is the same in this sense.
No, it's not.
Because we're
Why
not talking
am I
about
different?
or dual fascism.
Because they say you can't say he doesn't own his human nature. I was literally speaking.
I
to
literally just
someone-
wait. I just googled it, right?
Yeah.
AI summary in the Catholic understanding, Jesus grew in knowledge.
Where?
and favor as
Where are
a
you
human
reading
being.
from? Where are you reading
Not because he was ignorant or lacked divine
Where?
knowledge, but
Where?
because his human intellect
Then where?
developed through
From where?
experience. And they
From
quote
where?
Luke 2:52, which is what I was referring to.
Where?
Just Google.
That's really
Do the first Google result for
What do you mean
Catholic,
the first
Roman
Google?
Catholic, Jesus grew
What's
in
the
knowledge.
source? Show your screen. Show your screen for us.
Literally just Googling the first thing, and you guys are like, no, it's not real.
I want to see the source, bro. I don't know.
My
what
point
the
is
first thing is.
literally, it's a AI summary.
Show
that
your
gives
screen for us.
sources.
Show your screen for us, and then let's have a read.
I am summary. Right, so let's go through this. In the summary,
AI
I literally
summary,
just Googled.
You're
Yeah.
a waste of time, bro. You're a waste of time.
It quotes from the Catholic Encyclopedia.
You're a waste of time.
The Catholic Encyclopedia.
Yeah, you're a waste of time.
With the Catholic Encyclopedia.
You're a waste of time.
Wait,
to
Dean,
Catholic
assume-
Encyclopedia.
You're a waste
be
of time.
careful.
Dean,
Don't.
Dean, you've been
Let's
caught
not
out.
devolve
Dean.
into that.
You've been caught out. I literally Googled it, and it referenced. Did he leave?
Yeah, I think he dropped.
I mean, you know,
Come on.
There's
Man,
a
this is so
bunch of sources
basic. I feel like I'm.
there's a link.
Ugh.
You were gonna jump
Wait,
out though,
I
Chris.
don't know if he. Wait, is he back? I
Preferably,
don't know.
If he comes back,
No.
we'll stay for the 10 minutes. But
No, he
otherwise-
said you're a waste of time, and he left.
Wow.
Oh no, sorry, no. I was just shifting screens. I was just wondering if he's back and backstage. No, he's not.
Okay.
He starts like insulting because he's realized he's been called out.
Mhm.
I bring up my screen. Well, I just ask the question. The AI overview agrees with me completely and references the Catholic Encyclopedia, which is what I showed earlier. Dean gets upset and he rage quits. So beautiful stuff. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you like this video. I'll make some more out of this big long debate we had.
All right, I went pretty hard on Candace Owens the other day. I feel like I debunked all her bullshit. We got over 150,000 views on the video. We came for her. We came for her hard. We called her a cunt. We called her retarded. And I felt like all of those titles were applicable and fair, and I don't take any of it back, but there's more. So we're diving back into the Candace Owens trains. I'm tall, the traveling glad, your favorite Zionist Zionist Mossad shill paid by Israel. Let's jump right into X here. Got this from Eyal Yacobi. Breaking. New text showed that Charlie Kirk believed Candace Owens was going insane, clearly contradicting all of Candace's claims. This is Charlie ADL under AB Foxman ADL. Yes, I watched the podcast. Candace needs to say two things, and this will stop in its track. They are fundamental conservative principles, and she didn't say either. Israel is not committing a genocide. 30 dead, raped, kidnapped, and beheaded Americans in Gaza makes the fight in Gaza America first. This is not Ukraine. And then whoever he was texting says, well, you guys can't see it on my screen for some reason because it's all the way at the bottom. Let's see if we can get it. Yeah. This is right. I'm really trying to help her. So it seems like Candace and Charlie were having some backdoor conversations. Let's see here. This one says, looks like many conservatives are taking the first exit off this train. Has any turning point thought through what they're going to do? It's being worked on. I don't do the silly virtue signaling stuff publicly. Fun times. What exactly is she talking about? Where does she get this stuff from? I'm not being sarcastic. I'm so confused. I don't know. I think she's entered a dark world of conspiracy. My guess is that it is partum behavior. It is.
Postpartum.
It's not normal stuff, and it's everything she's looking for, the Jewish angle in every rock she turns. Maybe someone Kanye knows. They seems to be going down the same crazy train, like Savangeli type guru with PhD. It's in crazy Jewish conspiracies. I've never heard of this stuff before, because Charlie Kirk genuinely wasn't anti-Israel, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like Candace really has shown her ugly, disgusting, cunt-like face in the last couple. In the last week, she literally waited for an ex-friend of hers, which has become abundantly clear now that they were not friends towards the end of his life, the way it was taken so terribly. And she was literally just grifting because, again, allegedly, I have to say allegedly so I don't get fucking sued, but allegedly, her and Tucker Carlson are being paid by Qatar to peddle misinformation to misinform the American public. Why? Because these are not patriots. These are not people who love America. They are getting paid by a foreign government, allegedly, into their pockets so they can make millions and eventually fuck off the United States. Candace Owens and Ilhan Omar, same exact creature. Same exact creature. And Rashida Tlaib, Tucker Carlson, same exact creature. They are getting paid to confuse you. That is their goal. They're trying to confuse you so they can fuck off with all the money eventually and leave you to rot in a crumbling country. Because they're not team players. They're not here to help you figure out what's going on. They're here to fuck with you.
Hang on, before we really get into how, let me find where my phone's at. All right, we're back. So, back in the
They're here to make you feel bad. They're here to confuse the shit out of you and prey on your emotions in a moment where you feel bad. That's what they are. That's a reason. There's so many things that are coming out that's been made it abundantly clear that Charlie and Candace were not friends at the end of his life. And it's honestly, you know what, bro? It is, bro. I'm talking to you guys like my friend. It's disgusting that this is even that I even have to make fucking videos on this. Honestly, let the guy fucking rest in peace. Let him rest in peace. Let his wife, let him put him to rest, and his children. Let them move past this. Instead of sitting down and looking for fucking conspiracies. I saw that Erika Kirk is apparently going to be coming on his show next week to address these allegations, these fucking ridiculous allegations. Influencer who was present at the top secret Hampton summit comes out and said she did not witness any fighting between Seth Dillon, Bill Ackman, and Charlie Kirk. They all seemed like friends. She said they were pro-Israel figures and Israel critics at the meeting. Let's take a look here.
So the meeting that Candace Owens is bringing up a lot in her podcast at the Hamptons, I'd like to shed some light on that. I was a guest at the Hamptons. I was in the sessions. I do not know everything that took place. Obviously, there could have been conversations outside of the sessions that I was in. I met Bill Ackman. He did not come across as aggressive. I never witnessed him yelling at Charlie. It never felt like an intervention. It just felt like, you know, a bunch of influencers getting together to debate various topics. There were a lot of pro-Israel influencers there. I did notice that, but there were also critics of Israel there. So it opened the room up for really good debate, but we debated many topics outside of Israel as well. I am not claiming to know everything. I'm just speaking from my point of view as an attendee at the event. One thing I can say that was false is when Candace says that Charlie mentioned if he tweeted that Bibi Netanyahu should resign, that it would cost him donors. He did say that in the session, but she claims that after that, Seth Dillon aggressively attacked Charlie. That did not happen. Did not happen. So my issue is not with her asking questions, is not with her investigating. My issue is with her making false claims about people and ruining reputations without solid evidence. Another thing she continues to say in several of the podcasts is that she will not allow for anyone to take over Charlie's chair, to move in his spot. She seemed to be concerned about that one. But that conspiracy can be laid to rest, as Miss Erika Kirk is now going to be the CEO of Turning Point, and I could not.
Okay, I mean, as if Candace gets a fucking say.
Yeah.
She went on the crazy train as if this bitch gets the fucking. She gets to say who gets to take Charlie's seat. First of all, it's the duty of all. Candace was actually a team player, by the way. It's the duty of all of us to take Charlie's place. What did I come on and say here when I was literally bawling my eyes out the night that he died? I never even knew him, but it affected me so deeply because I've been affected by his content, and I really appreciated him. What did I say? I said this is a fight for all of us. All of us need to step up to the mantle now. It's not the job of Candace or Ben Shapiro or Andrew Klavan or Michael Knowles individually to step up to the plate and take. It's all of us. Doesn't matter if you have 5 followers or 100,000. I just saw a video today from a rabbi who went to the place where Charlie got shot and did a talking table, a tabling there. Good. It's the job and the duty of every single one of us who witnessed this horrific assassination and were even slightly fans of what he did to step up to the plate and fill up the mantle. It's not about Turning Point. It's not about ego right now. It's about stepping into the legacy of what he did. He inspired and energized so many of us. For Candace to sit, that's how you know everything, by the way. That tells you everything about how much of a piece of shit Candace Owens is. She says, I'm not going to let anybody take his seat. Fuck you. Miat bichlal. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck even thinks about you in this conversation? You decided to go down the loopy train and take money from Qatar, allegedly. You decided to take money from a foreign government, allegedly. You fucking bitch. Who cares? Who is even entering you into this conversation? You haven't been involved. Who the fuck cares? You're not part of this opinion. You've decided to go allegedly go with a foreign government and get paid by a foreign government. You and your buddy Qatarolson, allegedly. Go enjoy. Go get your millions. Go get your bag. Go get your fucking yachts and fly in your private planes. Go be the 1% you guys always complained about. We'll be here fucking scraping up the pieces. We'll be here fucking shoveling it down. We'll be the ones fucking struggling. to pay for fucking security and logistics while you stay at home and make conspiracy theories about the Jews. Yes, Zona. Sorry, the Alsa is coming out of me, and I don't have it. I'm sorry. I get fucking angry, man. No, Candace is such a piece of shit, man. She's really a piece of garbage. All right, Laura Loomer is coming down on Candace here too on Twitter. After spending the entire week grifting like an absolute lunatic, trying to monetize the murder of her former boss and best friend, in quotations, Charlie Kirk, real Candace Owens announced today that she isn't going to his memorial because she's going to be hanging out with Ye instead. Well, doesn't that tell you fucking everything I've been talking about? She wouldn't go to his fucking memorial. I was watching Tim Pool's episode the other day. Tim Pool, I'm a big fan of Tim Pool. I know some people come for me for this, but I appreciate him a lot. I'm very inspired by the work he does. Tim Pool was talking about how much logistics he had to go through just to fucking consider coming to his memorial, and said he's probably going to be pushing through with it. And Candace can't even show the fuck up. Does that not tell you everything about this grift? Does that not tell you everything you need to know? Come on. She then said she could help solve the murder of her friend Charlie Kirk by buying her merchandise. Why does she need to hawk shitty-ass merch that rips off the CIA when her husband George Farmer is worth more than $250 million and is set to inherit billions of dollars from his elderly father? This is sick and pathetic. Yeah, we're totally going to solve the murder of Charlie Kirk by listening to Candace scream about how Netanyahu was tied to Charlie's death and how there was no blood visible when Charlie was shot, even though we all saw it gushing out of his jugular. I'm sick of these insane videos from Candace. It's not even crazy anymore. It's concerning that she actually believes this. It makes me wonder if there's a deeper issue here. Of course there's a fucking deeper issue here. She's insane. A huge issue. She's a fucking cunt. She's an insane cunt. I will try to have compassion, but I'm kind of out of compassion these days. I've been tested so much. All right, let's see what this retard says.
What are you lying about? Very strange. Is there, are you being paid to lie? Or do you actually believe those lies? I don't know. But all I know is that I'm not going to get distracted by them. We are going to solve the murder of my friend, Charlie Kirk.
It's already been
Like to
solved.
support us. We are independent. As I tell you, you can
We're
sign up at our
currently
website,
being investigated by
candaceowens.com.
somebody that is more.
That is bro, that is fucking disgusting. That is disgusting. I can't even fucking finish this clip. Are you shitting me right now?
No.
How can you do that to a friend of
What
yours?
she does.
What the fuck? What the fuck? How? Does this not tell you everything you need to know?
CandaceOwens.com. Buy yourself this.
That's insane.
Yep, our CIA line. This is the Candace Intelligence Agency. Some people think that it actually says CIA. The Decentralized Intelligence Agency. I love it. Our products are great. And that's with you can just show support and show some love. In the meantime, let's just bop some Kanye power this weekend. I'm going to hit him up. That's what we're going to do. I'll see you guys on Monday.
She looks disgusted with herself.
She should be.
Look at her. She looks disgusted with herself. Bro, honestly, you know what? After seeing this clip, I'm not sure this is her. I've been tweeting about this. I think she's been possessed by a fucking demon. I'm not gonna lie. I don't believe in demons, but she's been possessed by something. That's not Candace Owens. That's not. Where's the soul there? Where's the soul? How can you go and sell merch on your friend's dead body? What in the actual fuck? I didn't even know the guy, and in the video that I made about him, the one video I made about him after his death, I didn't even put an outro to mention my merchandise and supporting my channel. Because you can't. You have to have fucking decency. You knew him. You guys were friends. What is wrong with you? What in the actual fuck is going on with this woman? This is insane. Is this not crazy to anybody else? How in the world can you support somebody like this? How?
And that's with you can just
Look at the transition.
Murder of my friend Charlie Kirk. And if you guys would like to support us, we are independent. As I tell you, you can sign up at CandaceOwens.com. Buy yourself
What?
this. This is pretty bomb.
Robot.
What the hell?
Is a robot.
The fucking audacity. The audacity to jump. Bro, that's insane.
I'll see you guys on Monday.
And then she goes to say, bump the guy who just made a song called Hail Hitler. And she has no problem. She's not anti-Semite. We're not allowed to say anti-Semite. I don't say the word anti-Semite. I won't say it. But she says, my friend died to help me investigate my friend's death. Buy my fucking merch. Like she's What is it? Tell me real quick. What's the difference between Logan Paul and the fucking Suicide Forest shit that he did years ago and this? What's the difference? Why is she not being canceled for this? Are you fucking kidding? Are you guys psychopaths? Not you watching, obviously. Are you crazy? Have we lost our fucking minds? She is standing on his freshly dead body. It's been a week. And saying, hey, buy my merch. What? And we're just okay with it. Bro, honestly, I feel bad for Charlie Kirk's family. I feel bad for everybody who's been, I've had an opportunity to speak to a few people who knew him personally this last week. I'm sorry for the spit in my mouth. I have braces, so I spit a little bit when I talk now. I'm sorry about that. I get hyped up. And it's been horrific hearing from firsthand accounts. Like, I spoke to a few people who really knew him and was working in Turning Point. And it's just so sad to see how much of a negative effect this has had on so many people's lives. And this fucking cunt comes on camera and says, buy my fucking merchandise so I can investigate how Bibi Netanyahu is connected to the death of this man. What in the actual cunt flaps is happening right now? What is this? How are we okay with this? Seriously, if you follow me, and you're even, and you probably aren't, but if you're even in the slightest bit of support of Candace Owens, unsubscribe. For the love of God, right now, if you made it to this point in this video, unsubscribe. I don't want you as a subscriber. Unsubscribe. It's not about a difference of opinion. This woman has a demon inside of her, and she needs to have an exorcism, allegedly. Nobody try to exorcise her. This isn't a threat. Okay, I want to make it clear. Nobody should try to, but I would suggest that she goes to a rabbi and maybe has an exorcism. What in the actual fuck is going on with her? How can you stand on the dead body of your friend and say, hey, buy my merchandise? How can you do this to a friend? That's so insane. God, that's all. See you guys in the next one. Love you a long time. Goodbye, Colets. If you believe in my content and want to support me, just know your help is needed. There's
Yeah, they all spoke well. Trump went on, it's not Trump tantrum, but
Today, hundreds of swimmers got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to swim in the Chicago River.
Wave one of our 2-mile swimmers, come on in the water.
If you're saying to yourself, I haven't seen this in a very long time, you're not wrong. For the first time in a century, the Chicago River Swim made its return. This time, the fundraiser was for ALS research, along with ways to learn swim programs. We caught up with Congressman Mike Quigley about why this swim was important to him.
It's been 100 years, a plan to go from an open sewer to a recreation and natural treasure. Today's the first step in recognizing that.
Looked great. Today's Chicago River Swim event raised $150,000 for ALS research and youth swim education.
Arrow. Dude is weird looking. Like, he's all kind of evil looking too. Oh, this is our podcast. Might have to watch.
The government should not be telling that woman what to do with her body.
Well, how deeply held can it be if you believe the government should be able to force you to take an experimental injection? Hey, bodily autonomy, your body, your choice, right? That's what the left says, but they only apply that
Your body.
when it relates to another body that happens to be in your body. It's a location thing. I don't know if you know this, but pretty much no human beings, there are rare exceptions if you grow up next to a radiation plant, have 20 fingers, have 20 toes, have 2 vaginas, have 4 breasts, have 2 brains. But that's part of your body, your choice. I'm going to tell you very, very clearly, the way I have shifted the most, where have I changed my mind? I used to say, don't attribute to malice what you can simply chalk up to ignorance. That's an old saying. This is malice. We are living the consequences of malice. Do you believe that the left, when they say, this is about the government staying out of our lives? As Americans, we don't believe that the government should determine what we do with our own bodies. Kill a baby. Anyone believe that they believe that? Comment. Because this is how you know the left has no values. A value or a character trait is indifferent to circumstance. It's indifferent to feeling. That's what makes it a value. If you're disciplined, for example, that's an important value. It is indifferent to being tired. It is indifferent to having a tough day. It is indifferent to the weather if you're sore. If one of your fundamental values is bodily autonomy, well, maybe you could explain to me why it only applies when aborting a baby and not to a mandated vaccine, meaning someone else forcefully injecting, effectively, your very own adult body. So for those of you who haven't been following this, the Florida Surgeon General, I believe it's Joseph Ladapo. Oh, look, I think...
No, it's not him.
No, it's not him. It's another black guy.
Come on.
You'll see why I made the confusion, because you'll see the clip and it looks just like CNN right now. So for those of you who missed it, Jake Tapper and obviously Mr. Cuomo, Fredo was interviewing him before. He's talked about how, hey, we're not going to do the mandate. We want to be really clear about that. Then I'll get to the reaction and the values of the left.
What we said was that if you want them, God bless you, you can have as many as you want. And if you don't want them, parents should have the ability and the power to decide what goes into their children's bodies. It's that simple. You have sovereignty over your body. I mean, that's where it starts. And you should be able to decide what you put in your body. And if you can't decide what you put in your body, I mean, you know, what do you actually, you know, what can you decide?
Yeah. Now, some of you would say, well, he's inconsistent, or conservatives are inconsistent because you don't apply that to abortion. It's the only time we don't. You guys, I think it's remarkably consistent where we apply it across the board until it comes to murder or one other instance, for example, like soda on Snap. The left will think, hey, I caught you. They have the right to drink, eat whatever they want. They should be able to get Coca-Cola. Sure, you do. Not when I'm paying for it. That has nothing to do with your bodily autonomy. That has everything to do with paying bills.
Yes.
So that right there, you watch it, you probably have no problem with it. I want to see if you can spot the disconnect between the values that the left espouses, considering their outrage over the idea of people being free to choose a vaccine. Here's a side-by-side.
Abortion rights are human rights.
This is not out of the norm for LADAPO, the Florida Surgeon General, to do things that have no grounding in evidence or in the principles of public health.
It is my intention for the Senate to hold a vote on legislation to codify the right to an abortion in law.
Well, this is sort of like a Great Barrington Declaration for all infectious diseases. It's not a very good idea. And I fear for the education of children in Florida now who may miss a lot of time for school because they're not going to be protected by their public health officers.
Because codifying Roe v. Wade into law is essentially about protecting the freedoms for individuals to make their own private decisions about their health care.
Diseases don't care about state borders, so it's not going to stay in Florida.
Amid this assault on freedoms, Democrats are putting people over politics. We are ferociously defending the right to make decisions about women's health, their bodies, their lives, proudly voting to make Roe v. Wade the law of the land.
And at the same time, the rates of vaccine exemptions have gone up by about a point since 2019. None of this is by accident. None of this is by osmosis. And now this in Florida.
Reckless, if I could sum it up in one word.
One does not have to abandon their faith, right? Their faith or their deeply held beliefs. To agree, the government should not be telling that woman what to do with her body.
Well, how deeply held can it be if you believe the government should be able to force you to take an experimental injection? This is why I said we're not the same. We don't even have the same view and definition of values. We don't have a disagreement on our values. The left doesn't know what a value is. You starting to get the picture? And then the conversations, of course, they're not as rational from the left. I get it. Abortion is a charged topic. Often bodily autonomy is. We do have these spirited discussions about choice often in the office.
Seriously? Yeah, you saw that? That was awesome, right?
No, look, man, you're making a mess over here. Aren't you supposed to be on a diet anyway? And look, cheese balls in your body, that's not a good idea, Josh.
Look, dude, my body, my choice, all right?
No, I don't think that's how that phrase is really meant to be used.
Yeah, I think it is. My body, my choice.
No. They don't mean it like
Gerald,
that whenever they...
His body, his choice.
No, I understand
my
that, but
body,
that is...
my choice. My body, my choice.
Listen, that is not how the phrase
My body, my choice. My body, my choice. My body, my...
Well, I guess he finally heard you, Josh.
Yeah, and I think he won't. I think he won't step in next time.
No.
In fact, I would appreciate it if he got in the game.
Yeah.
I'm a competitive guy. Gerald claims to be a competitive guy.
Yep. You know what? New rule. New office rule. Toolman will write it down in our code of conduct. Gerald's body, your choice.
Yes. Gerald's body, my choice?
Yes.
No,
you are the conservator of his body.
Somebody bring me some clippers and that back.
Yes. Also, we have plenty of tools in the costume room that.
Oh yeah. Oh, I can get creative.
Could be of tremendous service.
Oh yeah. There's that tuba. Yeah.
Fat vagina.
Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. I know you're up there advocating for us, and honestly, whatever you're doing is working because we're actually really winning right now, like an unbelievable amount of winning. I don't even know what to say. I thank God first and foremost for this incredible amount of winning. And I would secondly like to say rest in peace to a man that I know is enjoying this from another plane of existence, because Donald Trump, President of the United States and Executive Orange Man extraordinaire, made the following tweet. I am pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I am designating Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is what we call unimaginable levels of victory. Like, this is crazy. Like, I've been praying for this day for years. About time, bro. About time. Holy, drone striking Antifa bases? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Holy. So of course, says this is what Epstein has to say. I am anti-fascist. Are you going to drone me? You're making it incredibly tempting, Steen. It's getting really exciting. Everyone is literally very, very much having a good time here. This is the greatest timeline, truly. Again, don't want this guy to be bombed, but if he's a terrorist, oh well. You know what I'm saying? Like, what can we do? What can we do? If he's a terrorist, like, I was supposed to say.
Says
Anyway,
the demon, if antifascism is less
twist
of terrorism.
that the left immediately
What
tries
does that
to do
mean
with
to the
this,
American
which is completely
government?
based, and we're going to talk about
Lilith,
this. This is an incredibly
the devil,
this
or
is incredibly
demon.
important for their country, to be honest. Because this is insane. The way that the left is twisting this, and this is hilarious, is that Antifa actually isn't an organization. Antifa is an ideology. It's an ideology that you're anti-fascist. So being anti-fascist is an ideology and not an organization. And because of that, you're basically first and foremost admitting that you are fascist, and second of all, you don't have the ability to make an ideology a terrorist organization. Now, this is the unbelievably, unfathomable amounts of gay that some people are spewing onto the timeline right now. And I think I don't actually care. Again, let me introduce you to Nux Doctrine. All right, I need to write myself a couple of tenets. The Nux Doctrine tenets. One of the newest additions to the Nux Doctrine is, I don't fucking care what you say. Your words mean nothing. You're a sack of shit liar. Fuck you and fuck your narrative. You're living in a fake reality. I don't care. This is the new Nux Doctrine mentality, and it's very important. So anytime you see someone spewing an immense amount of gay onto the timeline, engaging is not important. All right, so anyway, everyone's favorite retard terrorist supporter extraordinaire who's probably going to jail soon had to say this. Hassan Piker says, anti-fascism is an action, not an organization. This is precisely the reason why this fascist administration, words like this killed Charlie Kirk, by the way, will go after anyone expressing discontent with its fascist policies. So I'm doing a gay voice for Hassan to prep him mentally for his roommate in prison that's gonna have sex with his
Big
butthole.
Bubba.
Again, hope that doesn't happen, just recognizing the above 0% chance that it does happen. I guess that's kind of what happens when you support terrorists. It sucks to be you, man. It really does. So I, of course, responded, Hassan, I'm really worried you might end up in prison. What a scary time. With an image of Hassan giving a speech on what Antifa is really about. Of course the motherfucker's shaking in his goddamn boots. Obviously. Because he supports terrorists. Yes, it's because he supports terrorists. Wow, crazy how this is happening. We're literally living in the correct timeline. We're living in the correct timeline, thank God. Dude, it's unbelievable that we're here. This is an amazing, unfathomably, incredibly positive change for the country. And it hurts my heart that Charlie Kirk isn't here to comment on it. It really does. And I feel like that wound is never going to heal. But that is honestly the turning point. The turning point is, I don't care what you say. You're calling people fascists. You're getting them killed. Fuck you. Fuck your ideology. You are a terrorist supporting freak. And honestly, I'm very excited to call you a terrorist supporter directly now that Antifa is actually called a terrorist organization. This is amazing. Congratulations for everyone in America that actually doesn't want to be murdered by a terrorist. That's really nice. So I made this tweet because I think it's honestly very important for people to recognize this because it's true. In response to this, we're Antifa. We're a 10,000% anti-fascist. We deplore fascism. Seem like it's a bad thing to be anti-fascist under a fascist. They're admitting they're fascists. Antifa isn't a group, it's a defense mechanism. It only exists because fascism exists. You see, this is one of the examples that I gave you about the unfathomable amount of cum that is spread by the gays. Dude, I can't even take this shit seriously. First of all, you're self-reporting. You're a terrorist. You should go to jail. All right, that's what happens when you're a terrorist, I guess. Oh, well. 7th grade tactics. Oh, you don't like Antifa? Well, that means you must be fascist because we're anti-fascist and you're anti-fascist, which means you are fascist. Like, dude, you can play the word games as much as you want. The word games are over. You killed them. You ended the word games when you shot our negotiator in the throat. All right, with all due respect, it's really cute, but I made this tweet, which I think sums up my feelings pretty well. Hey guys, I'm thinking of starting a movement called Kill the Hitlers, where we go out and kill Hitlers. Anyone that I don't like is considered a Hitler. Anyone that I disagree with is considered a Hitler. What do you mean? That's terrorism? I guess you're Hitler then. If you're anti-Hitlers, well, that just kind of makes you Hitler. Now, this is the logic that they're using, and there is no point actually engaging with it other than making fun of it. These people need to be humiliated as much as fucking possible. Kirche responded with, calling you Nazi, Hitler, fascist is not that they actually believe you to be that. It's just making you an acceptable target for violence, which I completely agree with, by the way. Marketing 101, call them a Nazi, hope someone murders them, celebrate the murder, both sides should condemn violence. And that's literally what we're dealing with right now. Clearly the person accusing you of being a terrorist is a Hitler, and he should be killed, based. Yeah, so that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. This is despicable shit, and honestly, it doesn't need to be toyed with. It's almost like they're saying, as long as you give a just title to your terrorist organization, now you can't actually go after the terrorist organization. My terrorist organization is going to be called The Good Guys. We rape and torture children. We're the good guys, TM, and you can't ever come against us. If you are against us, well, that makes you anti-the good guys, which makes you the bad guys. And that's literally the argument that they're using right now. Like, it's hilarious how pathetic and gay they are. So this is Hassan, obviously crying, crashing out on the timeline. They're openly admitting they're fascist, by the way. First of all, obviously, no, this is literally slander, actually. This is literally slander for anyone that actually cares. For anyone that actually cares, this is slander. It's a lie. No one is admitting to any of this, but he's a leftist, so the truth really doesn't matter. He thinks there's more than two genders. Like, are we really going to take his words at face value? Tim Pool responds, nope, we're the good guys. I love this meme so much. Our flag proves it. If you're against me, you're the bad guy. That's the meme. We call ourselves the anti-bad guy squad, and we label our opponents the bad guys. How can people not understand this? We can never be terrorists because we're fighting the bad guys. It's so simple to understand. Everything we do is justified because of our name. Literally, I fucking love that people aren't even engaging with this argument and just making fun of these people, because it is important for them to be made fun of as much as possible. I firmly believe we need to keep making fun of them. So here's the lore. The lore is President Donald Trump designated Antifa as a major terrorist organization on September 17th, 2025 through a Truth Social post and White House statement, directly linking the action to the recent assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. I'm really happy that it's tied to this. Personally, I'm very, very happy that it's tied to this, and I'll explain to you exactly why. I will explain to you exactly why. Because for far too long, over the last week, and far too many times, I've seen pundits, specifically on the left, trying to frame this as it has nothing to do with left-wing extremism. It's just some deranged guy that killed him, who might even be MAGA. Right, that's why Jimmy Kimmel lost his job. He might even be a MAGA guy that killed him. Yes, he wrote anti-fascist on the bullet, but maybe he was just memeing. We don't actually know. Maybe he was just mentally ill. All right, so the reason why I'm really happy that this is attached is because it needs to be universally recognized that there is a far left, radical, extreme amount of people, over-medicated population on the left that literally wants you dead, and they will celebrate your death. They will justify your death. They will say both sides have issues. You will become a statistic. That's what they want. They want you dead. They want your children to change genders and kill themselves. Okay? I'm sorry if this sounds like hyperbole. It's only somewhat hyperbole. With all due respect, there is a problem in the country, which authorities connected to a suspect with far-left affiliations. The designation highlights Antifa's alleged involvement with violent extremism, including during the 2020 George Floyd protests, riots. Though expert note is its decentralized structure as an anti-fascist ideology rather than a formal entity. That's the argument. This move revives Trump's earlier 2020 efforts and prompts discussions on legal enforceability and implications for domestic extremism classified by agencies like the FBI. I like that we're doing this. I feel like we need to go even further. We need to go a step further than this. I think that it's not even about that shit. Like, dude, we need to bring back the anti-communism shit. I think anyone that calls you a fascist, they're basically signing your death warrant because they want you dead. Right? If you're a fascist, they should kill you. They have to violently uprise, right? That's literally the point. So if they call you a fascist, they call you a Nazi, bro, that shit means they want you dead. It's crazy. So anyway, it's pretty great. The responses to this have been really, really funny. First and foremost, I think it's important to note this is Hassan Piker, largest leftist political streamer. As you can see over here, he has paraphernalia from terrorist organizations in the background. Dude, we gotta fucking take care of this guy. I'm just saying. Look, man, I was salivating at the thought of Hassan Piker going to prison, but now that drone strikes are on the table, no, I'm kidding. Obviously, I don't want him to get drone struck. I just wanted to go to jail. I'm a very simple man. But I'm just saying, drone strikes are now on the table. Unlikely? Yes. Do I support it? No. But, all right, anyway, the point is, anyway, this is what this is what Legal Mindset had to say. He made a little video talking about it, and I think it's really important because it turns out that Antifa is partially being funded by the Canadian government, obviously. The fucking gay, anti-fascist Canadian government. They're so busy committing the slowest suicide I've ever seen, inviting people into the country that wants to kill them. Shout out to these motherfuckers. So let's see the legal ramifications of this for a second.
This is a big one, and this just came out today. Canada, Trudeau and Canada is funding Antifa. You can't make this up.
All right, so let's understand this for a second. If Antifa is a terrorist organization, and if Canada is funding Antifa, are we at war with Canada? Like, dude, are we going to be making them the 51st state, like, whether they like it or not kind of thing? Like, I don't know, man. No, but there is actually something wrong with Canada. Canada's gone so far left that they're actually falling off the fucking cliff.
Discord chat platform scrutinized in Kirk assassination used Canadian leftist networks to circulate political target files. Lawyer alleges federally funded Canadian anti-hate network has aided Antifa-aligned groups that are compiling private dossiers on citizens via Discord. You cannot make this stuff up.
That's crazy.
Canada, Trudeau is funding.
Dude, I love that he doesn't even know that Trudeau is not even the Prime Minister of Canada anymore. Oh my god, dude. I love that he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. Like, dude, it's amazing. Like, he is such an irrelevant guy. Mark Carney, the current Chinese puppet person in charge of Canada, actual fucking joke of a guy, like literally terrible human, in my opinion. Like, that guy's in charge of Canada right now for some reason. And the funniest part is no one even knows that he's like there. Like, no one even knows he's real. No one even like heard of him, even though he's literally the leader of the country that's literally our neighbors. I saw a pretty amazing, I have to find you this clip. I saw a really funny clip. Hold up. I will take this opportunity to make fun of Canada, yes. Fuck, I can't find it. Damn it, I can't find it. He had like this whole clip where he totally forgot who the guy in charge of Canada was. I can't find it now. Anyway, whatever, we'll do that later.
Antifa. This proves the element of foreign support. And
that's it.
As much as we may or may not view our Canadian brothers as foreign, that is a foreign country. And we are not to support the radical leftist views of Canada. And
Facts, literally facts, bro, spitting straight fire. You could, honestly, you know the craziest part? You could designate Antifa not just as a terrorist organization, you could designate them as a foreign terrorist organization. If money is funding them literally from a foreign land,
you're trying to support American far left organizations, right? That is a big deal. This is a massive deal. And I think it's more than enough justification to do this. By the way, they get a lot of money from Germany too. Germany sends a lot of money to Antifa.
This is crazy. This literally should not happen. I'll be honest, I really fucking feel like these people, like the globalists, as some call them, like the fucking people that are trying to destroy Western civilization with invasion of leftist bullshit, like these people are fucking evil. Like, they're so evil. They see that the United States is pushing back against this leftist regime agenda, and they're just like, yeah, we need to fucking kill these guys. We need to fucking get rid of them immediately. We need to literally fund terrorist organizations to make your life hell. This is crazy.
Money coming in. And that's huge, because stopping the money flow is the best thing this does. Let's talk about that. This is the authority that they used to designate the cartels. Look at this. You can literally replace the word cartel with Antifa and just copy paste the word Antifa over cartel, and this works. Let's read this for a second, okay? This order creates a process by which certain, let's say Antifa, right, and other organizations will be designated as FTOs, right, or specifically global terrorists consistent with AIPA, right? International cartels, let's replace this with Antifa. Antifa constitutes a national security threat beyond that posed by traditional organized crime.
Literally facts. I agree. They're trying not only to kill us, but they're trying to subvert the actual culture of our nation. I really do think that is terrorism.
That's true. Convergence between Antifa and a range of extra-hemispheric actors from designated foreign terrorist organizations to antistic foreign governments. This is true.
This is crazy.
This is true. And I hate to say it, but even Canada, if they're helping, they're an antagonistic foreign government. I'm sorry.
I totally agree. This is terrifying. Holy shit. Dude, so that means Hassan Piker supports another add another one to his list of terrorist supporters he supports. Bro, Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, fucking Tren de Aragua, and Antifa. Bro, big five. Let's go.
I'm sorry. You know, once again, I love Canadians. That's nothing against Canadians, but it's against the government, right? The government is acting as an antagonistic foreign government. If they are funding radical groups that are engaging in terrorism in the United States.
Dude, I'm so glad I left Canada.
Right? Are they engaged in complex adaptive systems, characteristic of entities engaged in insurgency and asymmetric warfare? Yes. They're using the same strategy of
Absolutely.
insurgency.
This is insurgent asymmetric warfare. It's people that engage in violence, that, you know, they mask up, they cover their identities, they blend in with the crowd, they come in, they attack shit, they vandalize shit, they push people, they do riots and protests to try to undermine our actual ideology with theirs. No, absolutely, dude. Abso-fucking-lutely.
In asymmetric warfare. And have they infiltrated into foreign governments in the Western Hemisphere? Yes. All those things would match.
Yes. Holy shit! I didn't look at it from that perspective, but Antifa literally could be categorized exactly the same way as the cartel. Exactly the same way as the cartel. Damn! That's a really, really good take, actually. Holy crap. Anyway, it's very funny because the left, once again, they are gaslighting the public. They are claiming that Antifa does not exist, right? It's not an organization. It's an ideology. They hate fascists, guys. So, it's not like an organization. They think we forgot all the blue-haired, trans, furry kids burning city streets down, attacking our federal buildings for years. Bro, don't believe your own eyes, they tell you. Don't believe your own eyes. What are you fucking talking about? Really? You don't think this is a terrorist organization? Like, come on, dude. What game are we playing? Like, dude, I'm sorry, man. I am fucking sorry, dude. This shit's gotta go immediately. Smash fascism. Every single one. And they're making our nation unsafe. They are radicalizing people to commit acts of violence. Like, dude, like, terrorist recruitment is happening in our nation by these people. They are recruiting terrorists. Now, you're going to tell me it's a coincidence that the guy that killed Charlie Kirk was part of the American Democratic Socialist Party. And the guy that murdered the 2 Israeli staffers in Washington, D.C. was also part of that same Democratic Socialist Party? You're telling me that 2 of the most prominent terrorist attacks in the United States of the last 1 year were both perpetrated by people in the same fucking group? You're telling me that there isn't an actual terrorist recruitment problem in the United States? Like, what an actual joke. Unbelievable. Dude, I saw the memes. The memes have been absolute cinema, though. We can now drone strike Antifa. Absolute cinema. Oh, yeah, absolute cinema, dude. We can now drone strike Antifa. This is true. Me and my boys hunting Antifa in Seattle. Obviously, we want no violence, but we do appreciate comedy because we're not leftists. So this is amazing. Now, if you look, American Antifa is an almost entire domestic network, but they do maintain links with Antifa in Canada and Europe. Secretary of State Marco Rubio should consider declaring the international manifestations of Antifa as foreign terrorist entities into the United States. For example, this is German Antifa, taking over Leipzig city center and carrying out mass attacks on the public to intimidate judges and prosecutors. All right? You're telling me this is not terrorism? I mean, obviously, the march plus the attacks. Like, the game's over. We see it. It's over. We're not playing the games. Oh, but they hit you with the word games. So anyway, this is Brian Steen saying, I am Antifa. I think you should go to jail for this, honestly. It's time for jail. Time for jail. Sorry, bro. I don't make the rules. It's just a terrorist organization, I guess. Oh, well. And people are going to say that I'm insincere for saying this. I shouldn't be saying these things. He shouldn't be saying his things. What do you mean? He's declaring that he's part of a terrorist organization. We should put him away. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Sorry. So anyway, retards on Twitter decided to pop out of the woodwork. I love it when they do this. Terrorism expert here. Please. Terrorism expert here. You cannot designate an idea as a terrorist group. Like, dude, bro, they're literally fucking getting funded from separate nations to do organized attacks. Like, dude, literally shut the fuck up. There is no organization called Antifa. There's no leadership or funding path, liar. There is no membership. There's also no law in America to charge terrorism. Ask Luigi. Bro, literally not the same thing. The argument against Luigi being a terrorist is that his violence was not a political act. But Antifa is a political act. This is literally fucking bullshit. So, like, we don't need to play these games. All right? What he is doing here is setting the stage to designate any American as a terrorist. That's fascism. Anyone that says that's fascism immediately lost the fight, in my opinion. The argument's it's dead. It's dead, dude. If it's fascism, sir, why aren't you literally rebelling in the streets? How are you this comfortable posting what you feel like on social media if it's fascism? If it's fascism, they'll arrest you for tweets. Literally, fuck off, don't care. Anyone that says it's fascism, their opinion means nothing. We've gotten to that point. We have, I'm sorry. We've gotten to that point. The guy said it's fascism when he murdered Charlie Kirk. Like, that is what you sound like right now. Antifa, when they hear a weird humming noise in the air. No! The f***s are terrified! Look at the poor cry. This is so sad. I feel so bad for them. If you're a it's a tough day for you. Anyway, it gets so much better. They're repeating the Antifa isn't an organization line again. It's like we traveled into the past. They try again and again and again so hard to make it sound like it makes no sense. How could you possibly declare it as a terrorist line? Expect a lot of liberal and anti-left and left-wing media propaganda in the next few days about Antifa. They will say the movement doesn't organize into groups. Those involved are peaceful. Racial justice activists simply opposed to fascism. They're lying. Again, this is another one of those things that, personally, there is no purpose to even arguing with these people. Arguing with them is inherently flawed. There is an inherent flaw to engaging in debate with these people, and the flaw is they killed Charlie Kirk with the fascist argument. They're still using it. They didn't learn from it. They killed our negotiator, and negotiations are officially over. Sorry, don't care, fuck you. Anyway, a YouTuber asked an Antifa protesters if they could explain to him what fascist is. This is absolute cinema. You have to see it because, I mean, these are the Antifa people. They're fighting against fascism, right? They're not an organization. They're an ideology. Well, let's see what their ideology is.
Do you think that they're fascist? Yeah. And if you don't mind me asking, what is a fascist?
A fascist? Oh my God, my brain just blanked. I'm like, I don't have the right word for it.
That's fine. I just want to know because I'm young. I just want to be educated. I want to be educated.
Fascist, yeah. More so, it's like just like about being rooted in like believing like that they are like bad. Like it comes from like being better. It comes from like wanting to like. Oh my God, my words are blanking on me right now. I've been screaming too much.
What is a fascist? If you had to like educate the youngins watching.
Like in a Jesus. Yeah, no, in a quick one too. I'm like, bro. Jesus. We've been screaming too long. Our brain.
Jesus.
You guys been screaming too long? You need some water. It's fine. I understand.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what we're dealing with. Yep. I'm really glad we're here. Yep. So anyway, you're going to tell me that these people aren't part of a terrorist organization? You're going to tell me that these people aren't in a terrorist organization? They absolutely are. They so are. They're fucking marching. They're not anti-fascist, ideologically speaking, because they don't even know what fascism is. How could you be an ideology that is based on being the counter of an ideology that you don't even understand? So obviously they're part of a group, part of a movement, but they're not actually even remotely part of an ideology because they're fucking retarded. So anyway, absolutely insane that we're even playing this game. So this is retard number one who has no idea what she's talking about. Making believe that fascism is just some sort of nebulous thing where you think you're better than other people, which has nothing to do with fascism actually at all. Literally has nothing to do with it at all. Fascism is this idea, whatever. You know what fascism is. I don't need to fucking sit here and yap. And then you get the second one that says Jesus is fascist, which just means congratulations. Your college taught you to hate, religion, hate faith, hate God. Classic. Love that. So anyway, it's just every single fucking time. These people don't know what they're talking about. I bet you that you're going to get the same reaction every time someone's in like a Free Palestine protest to ask them about, anything that's going on in the Middle East. They have no fucking idea. They have no fucking idea. Not even a clue. So anyway, let's look at the one of the last moments of President Joseph Brandon. Let's see what he had to say. This is him giving the Medal of Freedom. The Medal of Freedom is awarded to George Soros. To George Soros. Number one fucking donor of Antifa, a terrorist organization, got the Medal of Freedom.
Born into a Jewish family, and George Soros escaped Nazi occupation to build a life of freedom for himself and countless others around the world. Educated in England, he settled in America as he became an investor and philanthropist, supporting key pillars of open societies, rights and justice, equity and equality, freedom now and in the future.
Wow.
His inspiring generosity reminds us all of our capacity and our obligation to stand up to the abuse of power and to be guardians of democracy and all people yearning to be free.
So, essential chairman of Antifa over here, congratulations, gets the Medal of Freedom. Dude, there's literally, it's fucking insane, dude. I can't believe the woke Jews would do this. Absolutely diabolical. Anyway, so this is what Antifa has been chanting in London. All right, so this is London Antifa. Here's what they had to say. Again, let's see if these are people that we need to unite with, because...
I just want to rewind that and look at Hillary Clinton over here. Watch her nod. That's Hillary Clinton, right? Okay, smart.
Wow.
His inspiring generosity reminds us all of our capacity and our obligation to stand up to the abuse of power and to be guardians of democracy and all people yearning to be free.
So, chairman, essential chairman of Antifa over here, congratulations, gets the Medal of Freedom. Dude, there's literally, it's fucking insane, dude. I can't believe the woke Jews would do this. Absolutely diabolical. Anyway, so this is what Antifa has been chanting in London. All right, so this is London Antifa. Here's what they had to say. Again, let's see if these are people that we need to unite with. Because remember, the government is, the media is telling us now is a time for unity. Both sides have problems. Let's see if we should unite with these people, guys.
I don't like Charlie Kirk.
Here they're singing Charlie Kirk is in a box. Fight Trump, no to war, racism, capitalism. It's Antifa chanting Charlie Kirk's in a box. Yeah, so anyway, aside from sounding pretty awful and gay, it's really not about left versus right. It really is about good versus evil. I fully agree with this, and there will not be any unity with these people. I do think that this is terrorism in a sense. Yes, it's freedom of speech. Yes, I don't want people being arrested for freedom of speech. All right, don't get me wrong. I don't want to just see people arrested for free speech. All right, obviously, if you're celebrating the murder of an innocent man, then you are endorsing and, in my opinion, inciting the murders of other innocent men if you don't like them. In the previous clip, we saw someone say Jesus is fascist because they think that if you have basic conservative values, they could kill you. They could kill you, and they will celebrate your deaths. These are not people to unify with. These are fucking retarded radical assholes. And with all due respect, it is over. It's over. We've moved past this, and so is Trump, obviously. If you ever needed another reason not to buy the Ghost of Yote video game, here's their lead voice actor. I'm Antifa. So is my wife. This is perfect. This is literally all of the things. All right? Part of a terrorist organization, part of the LGBT community, which you could argue is a terrorist organization. But the T in LGBT stands for terrorist. All right, anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is this seeped in fucking everywhere. It seeped in everywhere. It seeped into all forms of culture, and it's insane. Portland is like a third world country. Watches an Antifa militant hits a federal cop in the face with a board. Like, dude, this is insane. What the fuck is this? Anyway, the cop beats the shit out of him. Look at this fucking terrorist squealing on the street. Look at the overwhelming peaceful protest. Now, again, we can play this game as much as you want. One of the major arguments is that it's a peaceful movement. It's not. Fuck you. So, Hassan Piker keeps cooking. He keeps cooking. All right, I already showed this tweet. He says anti-fascism is an action, not an organization. A lie. You know, it's Hassan. Whatever. We don't trust him. If he's breathing, he's probably lying. If he's speaking, probably lies. So anyway, JD DeLay, a homie, said, so for anybody in Seattle who's planning on going to the Christian rock concert this week, this Antifa piece of shit is one of the organizers who gathered his little fuck minions to assault Christians at gatherings multiple other times. This is supposed to be a family event, and they are coming to incite violence. Be careful. Be safe. Just watch this clip.
A Christian hate group is performing...
By the way, a Christian hate group just means a Christian group. Just want to make this clear. According to them, all Christianity is hate because they have morals, and these people hate morals. They are actually anti-moral, so anything with morals is inherently a hate group because, you know, morals mean you can't fucking do whatever the fuck you want in reality, and there are, in fact, some bad things. Antifa is promoting an ideology where there are no bad things. Everything is moral as long as you want it to happen. So this is exactly what's going on here. So Nectatu McGee is saying it's a Christian hate group, and that's literally just because it's a Christian group with basic morals. That is literally what he's saying. Do not let them play the game with you, okay? Do not let them play the game. All right, that's how you win. You win by not even letting them play. Don't debate. Is it a Christian hate group? Isn't it? It's not. They're using words to lie to you and manipulate you and control you. It's not true.
A Christian hate group is...
Right, they consider saying that abortion is murder as a hate group. They consider saying that, you know, let's say you can't become another gender. They consider that as a hate group. They, you know, anything immoral, according to faith, any faith, Christian faith, Jewish faith, any faith, if you have a moral code that's based in a higher power, they hate you and they want you dead.
Forming.
I reject your premise. Get the fuck out.
A Christian rock concert at Gasworks Park next week, August 30th. Show up and let them know how you feel.
Yeah, so basically, he's kind of inciting violence. He's like, all right, there's a Christian group there, let's go kill them. Obviously, he doesn't say that, obviously, but we saw the last time there was a big conservative gathering, and an anti-fascist showed up to that party. So I obviously corrected him. He said it's an Antifa piece of shit. I corrected him, you know, politely. It's actually Antifa terrorists. Right? We got to start labeling them correctly. Labels matter. Obviously, they don't care about labels, but I care about labels because I believe in honesty and truth. So I think we just got to be realistic here. So Hassan Piker, everyone's favorite terrorist, I mean terrorist supporter, had to say the following about Antifa.
I am an anti-fascist.
All right, drone strikes! Drone strikes! Trump! We fucking found one! Trump! No, I'm kidding. Obviously, we don't want him dead. We don't want him dead. But, no, we want him arrested. We're simple people. We have morals. So I only want him in jail.
Okay? Fuck this administration. This administration is a fascist one.
All right, so rhetoric like this killed Charlie Kirk, in my opinion. And I feel like we really need to clamp down on this. So anytime someone does this shit, we need to immediately fucking recognize what's happening. Okay? We have to recognize what's going on. If they're calling you a Nazi, it means they will validate murdering you. And you have to realize, even if it is only a crazy person that kills you, all right? Even if it's only a crazy person that kills you, he's talking to millions of people. There are going to be thousands of crazies in his audience. They will kill you. They will celebrate your death.
I am an anti-fascist. What the fuck are we doing? What's next? Are they going to openly go, nope, we are a fascist government now?
I don't think so, because they're not. If they were, you'd be dead.
Gonna just say that? Is that what we're doing? Because anti-fascism is just fascism.
See, that's how they play the game every time. You see, I am an anti-bad guy, and you are a bad guy. If you are against me, then you are an anti...
You're stupid. All right.
Anti-bad guy, which makes you a bad guy. That's the game that we're playing. I'm actually an anti-fascist, so if you're against it, that means you are a fascist. They use words in the most manipulative way ever. Bro, they forced us for years to call men women and women men. Words mean nothing. Your words mean nothing. You didn't get the memo. Your words are irrelevant.
Bro, don't say that right now. Oh, what the fuck? Get out of here, dude. Listen, you need to understand something, okay? These people are not strong. They're fucking weak. They fear you being united.
I agree. I agree. Hassan, keep calling yourself Antifa. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. The people are weak. The people are weak. Like Sam Hyde, known for being weak, which is why you ducked him. Or me, known for being weak, which is why you refuse to say my name or debate me. Giant pussy.
Okay? We have the numbers. There are Americans of...
Well, we have the numbers. Yes,
no,
we lost the popular vote, but we have the numbers.
Good conscience everywhere, okay?
We have the conscience, which is why I support the rape of Jewish women. That's Hassan Piker.
And because they're so fearful that if the people stand united...
Yeah, I don't think he gets it. Do you think he believes what he's saying? If he does believe what he's saying, I think he doesn't get it. I don't think he realizes how fucked he is. Like, dude, he should be paying attention to the how fucked is this on Piker franchise. I don't think he realizes how fucked he is.
They'll never be defeated, that they try to pick apart. They try to divide the masses. They try to make an example out of people, okay?
Yeah, like who? Dude, can we just recognize that after they killed Charlie Kirk, instead of right-wing riots, which there were none of, there were left-wing riots. Do you realize how insane this is? How crazy is it that the reaction to them killing our guy is them attacking our guys? Because you're all fucking revolutionary LARPing shitbags. And honestly, I'm really happy you were designated as a terrorist organization.
Okay? And when institutions don't actually respond in defense of the citizens in a country like the United States of America...
What are the institutions supposed to say? What do you want them to say? The citizens have every right to assault your people and kill them if they say things that we don't like what they are.
Especially, okay? If institutions don't respond, if people don't respond, if they actually obey in
what are the people supposed... If they obey...
Fans...
If they obey, are you literally telling your audience to break laws? Dude, he says that he gets taken out of context. Every fucking video clip I see of him, he's telling his audience to commit acts of violence and vandalism.
Then, regardless of how weak they are, regardless of how fearful they are, they win.
Yeah, I know,
and
we're winning.
It doesn't stop. When they get a victory,
yeah, we're winning.
They do not stop.
Says the leftist. Says the leftist. Holy shit. Do you realize that the right was so tolerant for so many years? All right? Look, man, you want to cross-dress in public? Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. You want to fucking be called she, her? We'll call you she, her. We don't want to fucking fight with you. We don't care. Okay? We'll call you your thing. And then they're like, yeah, now we literally are allowed to castrate your children, and if you disagree, you're a fascist and we should kill you. All right? That's where it went.
That just emboldens them to dig deeper. This is how it fucking works.
Yeah.
They do not have enough confidence. They do not have the numbers.
He is coping so hard. Confident. He's going to jail. He's going to be in prison. Oh my God. Remember to bring lube.
There is a lot of discontent against this administration. They do not have the numbers.
Do not believe your eyes. I know the majority voted for them, but it's not true. It's not a majority.
They can't even get the fucking National Guard to be deployed everywhere.
Bro, that's crazy. Because there are legal loopholes and every fucking governor is fighting Trump from stopping criminals to get arrested. Because leftoids are pro-crime and they're trying to stop Trump from arresting criminals. What are we doing here?
They can't do that. And even if they were to do that, there is no guarantee of success because the National Guard is also comprised of your fucking neighbors.
Yeah, and they obey the law because they're good fucking people for the most part. Unlike you and your ragtag band of terrorist-supporting fucks.
Okay? There's no guarantee that those guys are going to be like, all right, well, we're loyal servants of fascism now.
Again, so he is implying that every person in the military, in the police force, every single one of them that is obeying the rules, all right, every single one of them, all of them, is a fascist troop. He's basically saying that every single person in the government is a Nazi, and in my opinion, this is the ultimate endorsement of violence. He's playing the word games so that he could skip around, not actually saying it out loud, but obviously that's what he's saying.
These are the actions of a weak administration. These are not the actions of a strong administration. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to
arrest criminals,
stamp out any sort of discontent.
This is crazy. It's crazy that he's doing this. It's so weak of Trump to want to arrest criminals. Yeah, Actually, he should stop arresting criminals. Didn't you know that following the law is fascism?
Argument. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to try to put the fear of God in your hearts, in your minds, in your soul.
I wish you had the fear of God in your hearts and minds and souls.
To stop you, to make you think twice before you engage in any sort of anti-fascist action.
What the fuck does that mean, engage? Like, bro, you are telling your audience to commit acts of violence. It's so obvious.
Before you engage in any sort of demonstration, because they are afraid. It is upon all of us to make sure that we don't stand down, okay? Today.
All right, so basically they're a terrorist movement, and it's very nice for me. All right, so Antifa is designated as a terrorist movement. I wanted to see how Fox describes it, because I think I did a pretty good job explaining how it's a ideology that's showing up. It's getting major funding. It's fucking attacking us. It's recruiting people. And it killed Charlie Kirk. It killed a good man. And the media is running defense for it by saying maybe it was a MAGA guy. We don't know the ideology. Maybe he was just mentally ill. So the media is running defense for terrorism in our nation. Literally, fuck them. This is the glorious timeline. All right, let's see what Fox News had to say about this.
Okay, lots of news to cover today. Some breaking news today coming out of the White House. President Trump on Wednesday saying that he's designating the left-wing anti-fascist Antifa movement as a terrorist organization.
The
president taking to social media.
Dude, it's so funny that they're so scared and they're like, no, but anti-fascist is fascist. And like literally the response is, I don't care. Terrorist, communist shitbag, go to jail, please, thanks. Dude, it's really funny. I actually think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. I think it's funny. If you're if you're anti-terrorism, then that must mean you're pro-terrorism.
Media saying, I am pleased to inform our many USA patriots that...
You mean they don't have a guy on Fox News that reads his tweets in his voice?
I am designating Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. If you're gay, if you're fucking a tyranny. All right, that was rude. If you're gay, if you're retarded, we will kill you. No, I'm kidding. All right, that's too much.
Retired Marine Intelligence Officer and host of the Strap Podcast, Hal Kempfer is here. Hal.
Trump said it. It wasn't me. Trump said it.
We don't have specifics at this hour. What questions do you have about the president's announcement?
Well, Austin, really, the question I have is, how are they going to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization? One of the things about Antifa is, it is, as you said, a movement. It is a bunch of disparate
everyone tries this
individuals, small groups, if you will, that do actions under the banner of Antifa, which is short for anti-fascist, and they've been around for well over.
Dude, the word games are so annoying, bro. Do not fall for the trap, okay? Fuck the word games.
For a decade or more, they've been, very active.
If it's a group of people that are lighting cars on fire and shit, and they're literally like down with Trump, he's a fascist, or they call him a Nazi, or they say that Republicans are fascists. Anyone, honestly, that calls Republicans fascists are Antifa. Okay?
Finishing up a Nux
I'm
video.
so like tired of the annoying word games. They will use words to basically order their drones to kill you. Okay? That's why it's so unbelievably demoralizing. Because it's like, what do you mean? I'm just describing an ideology. But the way they use the words is to literally get you killed. That's the crazy part here. They want you dead. They fucking want you dead. Let me see if I can find this. All right, this is Hassan Piker's uncle, Chank, who runs a leftist show.
These people aren't like fascists. They are fascists. So at this point, I don't want to hear any talk from Republicans about, oh, no, guys, we just have simple disagreements. Well, we think we should bust into people's houses, take their kids away from them because they love their kids and they were treating their kids well. We should make the decisions for them about how to treat their kids. And then if they disagree with us, we should make sure they can't leave the state and then stuff them into prison. And in Idaho, life in prison. Life in prison for loving your children. No, Republicans are ugly, they're immoral, and they're fascist.
All right, well, I'm glad we're on the same page. If you're a guy that shows up squealing like a fucking sweaty pig, and you show up and you make up a totally fake narrative, which is not happening in America, and then you use that to literally call
He always
all
looks so
Republicans
angry.
fascists, what you are doing is galvanizing your
Hilariously
audience
angry.
to kill us. All right, that's what it is. That's what you're doing. All right, I'm not beating around the bush anymore. This isn't some sort of political, ideological label. You are telling your audience to kill us because that's what you do to fascists, right? You got to revolt against fascism. That's what you got to do. But you can't just agree to disagree. He says it himself. He says it's not about agreements or disagreements anymore. So again, it's so fucking unreal that we need to do this and play the word games.
If you recall what was going on with the federal building up in Portland, Oregon, that was a lot of folks that were there protesting, doing damage to the building.
All right, so that's terrorism.
Stuff going on there. Did so under the Antifa banner. So my first question is, how are you going to do that? The other question too is, we don't have we don't have clear federal law on domestic terrorism. That's also been a big area.
Well, they'll figure it out, I guess.
Domestic terrorism versus terrorism per se. So this is saying, well, I'm designating them as a terrorist group, but I don't have a body of federal law which defines what a domestic terrorist group is, as opposed to an international terrorist group. You know, he's already kind of gone out there and designated the cartels, the drug
Hopefully
cartels, as
soon.
terrorist groups. So they're narco.
Sooner than later.
But this one, I have to tell you, that's. I mean, it's making a statement.
The reality is, it's difficult. It's difficult to put into words in a way that they could talk to
You know
people
what?
on how they're going to label
My
it
mic
a terrorist group.
might have
But yeah,
gotten
literally,
turned down because
all for it.
For sure, and it probably will focus resources and investigative resources at looking at this stuff. And they do a lot of violence. They've done a lot of stuff over many years.
It got reset.
Certainly, you know, rank as such.
Thank you for letting me know.
As a violent extremist organization.
Yeah.
But I'm sure the lawyers are going to look at this and say, okay, how do you implement?
Yeah, that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to say that it's an ideology, it's not a movement, it's not centralized, it doesn't have a leadership.
I don't know why it does that sometimes. It turns my mic all the way down.
We can't play the game anymore.
Like 30%.
There's obviously an issue.
Something like this, because there's a lot of questions
All right, it's stuck.
on them as an organization per se, and also a lot of questions on, can you have a domestic, you know, even a violent domestic political movement? Can you designate them as a terrorist group under the law, and then how that would be
Probably because I unplugged it and plugged it back in tonight.
Let's expand on what Antifa is. There might be some viewers watching at home who don't track the news day to day quite like you and I do. Can you try and sum up what
Antifa's a bad organization.
Oh, absolutely. You know, when you get into first off, there's far left and far right groups. All right, and then there's groups like, you know, ISIS and Al Qaeda, which are Islamic extremist organizations. There are sovereign citizens who are very violent extremists, and they kind of reject federal government as a whole on a variety of reasons. They reject state government, things like that. And then you have Antifa, which is more on the far left cycle, anti-fascist. Some would say leaning more towards the socialist side, but they have been involved.
I don't know, man. I think I feel like a really easy way to do this, and a lot of people maybe won't want to go this far, but I really think we should.
No, I don't want to check. It's HyperX. Sometimes that turns it down too. Nah, that's good.
Like, so in America, we have freedom of speech. Now, the way communism works,
It'll be good now.
Violent. Communism is violent always, 100% of the time. There's no such thing as communism without violence. Okay, people will tell you communism in practice is really nice, distribute the wealth equally. It's literally not reality, because the obvious example I always give.
Communism is a horrible idea.
If we're supposed to split up the wealth between everybody, how do we convince?
Because there's always corruption involved no matter what you do.
How is that going to happen? Like, dude, how is that going to happen? Right? How are we going to get the actual millionaires to give their money to the poor? All of it. How is this going to happen? Through force. The answer is through force. That is the answer. So realistically, communism is violent inherently, and there's no way to actually practice communism without violence. And it also doesn't work. Even if you manage to succeed in violently doing it, it also is a failed system that will not work at all. So, with all that in mind, I do believe that communism is inherently a violent system. Therefore, if you are a communist propagandist, I think you are advocating for violence. And it should be treated that way. And advocating for violence is not
normally
under freedom of speech, just like communism is not protected under freedom of speech, communist propaganda. And I do think we need to start enforcing that shit, because it's basically all of the far left socialist people. Like, that's kind of how that's gonna work. It's all the far left socialist people that are the fucking Transifa movement. Like, they come hand in hand, because they want this revolution where they take all the rich people's money. So I really think we just need to start fucking enforcing the Communist Act. We got to make McCarthy proud, baby.
With a number of protests, anything they interpret as fascism, but they seem to focus on a lot of federal law enforcement. It seems to be one of the things that they really kind of look at a lot. And so they've been...
they think all law enforcement is fascism. They should be free to do whatever the fuck they want. But that's not how society works. Fuck off with your ideals. You're terrorists now.
You'll see protests out there, and you'll see Antifa signs pop up, and with that, you'll see vandalism and damage to property. Every once in a while, you will see attacks on individuals. To my knowledge, they haven't been doing anything along the line of some of the other terrorist groups. For example, if you recall, Oklahoma City, that was those two. That was one with members was a sovereign citizen, an anti-government extremist. Both of them were kind of anti-government extremists. They blew up the federal building back in 1995. Okay, that was more of a far right thing. Okay, now they would kind of fall in the same thing. They would also say we don't have a clear organization, so it's not the first time that a terrorist per se or somebody doing terrorism has not had a strong organization that they can point to that the government could go after. But this is on the left side. They haven't been doing things along that line, but they have been doing a lot of property damage stuff, a lot of protests, very disruptive. And I think what this does is kind of linking what happened in Utah with Charlie Kirk to the far left, and by extension saying that that was Antifa. And it's an interesting connection. I haven't seen anything pop up in the evidence so far that, except for some of the stuff that he wrote on the ammunition, which
which was Catch Fascist, and the Bella Ciao, which is the Antifa song,
which was an anti-fascist slogan that could be interpreted as being anti-fascist, hence the term Antifa for anti-fascist. One could make a connection there, but I think that's pretty much where
And Bella Ciao.
presidential.
What about Bella Ciao?
To designate them as such, and then again, the other question is, does Congress have to do something? Because when I go back to 5, 6, 7 years ago, there was congressional action to go after Antifa. And this is not the first time that President Trump has talked about designating Antifa as a terrorist organization. He talked about this back in 2020. And it appears that maybe whatever he did back then was undone on the Biden administration. So now he's having to go back and redo it. It's this is one for the lawyers. And certainly trying to prosecute Antifa as a terrorist organization or terrorist group, that will be an interesting
we'll see how that happens.
Setting, because there's a lot of things that a judge would have to get clear on that.
Remind us.
Look, ultimately, it's going to be like a labeling issue. It's going to be a labeling issue. They're going to have to figure out exactly how they could label it properly, how they could properly categorize it. Ultimately, that's kind of where we're at. Judges, I know they want to kill us, but there are judges that aren't they want you dead. So I mean, obviously we have to see what they have to say. I mean, they also want to kill you. It's true, but we have to get their sign off.
What has happened to other groups that the White House has?
Dude, this is literally the fucking Trantifa bullshit we're dealing with. Gene commercial. Oh God, literally a nightmare. White supremacy is so bad. Assassinated, cheering, and dude, this is not something that we could make peace with. It's not something we could talk our way out of. Not something we could debate our way out of. We saw the last time someone tried to debate their way out of it. It did not go well. Realistically, fuck, man. We'll figure it out, but it'll be great. Let him cry. And there's a reason why Hassan Piker's terrified, because he's Antifa. So it'll be great. Yeah, let's go.
A terrorist organization in recent months?
The other groups were drug cartels. And with those groups, and keep in mind, they're international or transnational. So they've been doing things such as with loads of drugs coming across the Caribbean, they have done direct strikes. They have done strike missions. Now, the question on Antifa would be, okay, if they're designated terrorists, could you do some sort of strike mission on them? And I think that would be a lot more difficult to justify, because A, it would be on U.S. soil, and as far as I know, most of the Antifa members are U.S. citizens, and I'm sure that the courts would take a dim view
open season on these fucking
any
commies.
due process or anything like that, just because of the political protest sort of thing. So that would be one of those
wild.
Piker looks out of his window on screen. Is that a drone?
things. The other thing too is we've seen some stuff where people have protested and
Hassan wouldn't.
Support of Hamas. Hamas is a
Hassan would get arrested before a drone.
Finally! Holy shit! Dude, it's all
Most
of them.
likely.
It's all of them. All of these terrorists supporting fucks. No interest in dealing with it anymore in America. There's no look, dude, if America designates something as a terrorist organization, and it passes through the government, which was elected by the people, if it's elected, if the elected people decide that this is a terrorist organization, if you're supporting a terrorist organization, literally get fucked. Get fucked. That's why we have a government. Fuck you.
Designated U.S. terrorist group. There have been some moves to link those protesting
for the record, Hamas is actually fascist.
Hamas against Israel as terrorists themselves. So far,
and they support them.
Worked out well, except for, of course, if they're not U.S. citizens.
Dude, I'll be real. Hamas attacking Israel on October 7th was the worst military decision I think ever made in the history of military. Like, bit of a side.
Yeah, they're literally getting wiped out.
they have been, as we have seen, they've been accelerated into being deported back to wherever they're from or somewhere overseas. So that has happened as well.
Get him out. So first of all, if you are not an American citizen, by the way, that Mahmoud Khalil guy that Hassan Piker was fighting to defend for like months, that dude's actually officially getting deported. You love that. Love that W. Huge W. Fuck
Good.
yes, absolutely. Love to hear it. So, in my opinion, if you are in the United States and you are not an American citizen, but you're here, but you're not an American citizen, if you support a United States designated terrorist organization, get the fuck out. I don't care if you have a visa, green card, papers, married. I literally don't care. Literally get the fuck out. You're in our country to destroy the West. You are in our nation to destroy Western civilization. Get the fuck out. If you are an American citizen, we need to figure shit out. We need to know what to do. But there is no reason why we should be extending our hand to people that want to destroy us. Like it makes
True.
so
Like
no sense.
Ilhan Omar,
For some
that lady.
reason, the
Jeez.
leftists are so hell-bent on
Wild.
destroying ourselves that they open their arms to these people.
I mean, theoretically, to the nth degree, you say they're terrorists, but you'd still have to show a clear and present danger in order to do some sort of direct action thing on these.
Yeah, again, I don't think anyone's endorsing drone strikes on college kids because they're protesting. I don't want that, but I do want them to go to jail. I want them to literally regret with their whole heart what they've done to the point that other people won't want to do it. It turns out arresting criminals really stops crime.
They'd have to be engaged in something where you still have to follow the rules of force in terms of, or the escalation of the use of force in terms of whatever's done.
Yeah, so drone strikes, not likely. All right, not likely. See, I actually do, however, support drone striking the college. If the
100%.
college is fucking churning out the trans Tifa people, I actually do support drone striking the college. Like, they could drop flyers. You know how like Israel does before they drone strike buildings? Drop flyers saying, hey, in 30 minutes we're drone striking. Everyone leaves. And then that's what I want to see. I think it would be glorious. Yeah, it would be awesome. Anyway, thank you so much for being here. Hope you enjoyed. I did. I love that we're labeling the people that want to kill us
This
as
is
terrorists,
wild.
actually.
I saw something as Bolt's dead here. Watch. Was that?
Hey guys, I don't really have much of a script for this one. Just gonna kind of do it off the top of my head. And I guess I want to talk a little bit about my dad. A lot of you guys probably already know, but earlier this week he passed away, and it was pretty traumatic to say the least. And I was there with him the whole time. It was just me and him, and I kind of want to talk a little bit about it and explain kind of where I'm at, and also kind of like give you guys an explanation of, oh, why hasn't he been on? Well, that's the reason. 3 or 4 days before he passed, the doctors told me that, well, actually, let me take a step back, okay? So ever since about 2023, his health has been on the decline, and it has been on the decline despite his best efforts. He had fought against multiple infections. He got pneumonia 6 times in 2 years, basically. Maybe a little bit longer than that, and one of them ended up, the most recent one, ended up leaving him hospitalized. That was the one later in June, and that's whenever things really, kind of the temperature of things really got turned up, and it started getting really bad. But for about 2 years now, I've been doing a lot. I've been going over to his house, multiple times a week, doing a lot of chores for him, doing things like, anything from going shopping for him to, like doing the sheets on his bed, making sure that his floor is vacuumed, etc., right? I was basically maintaining his entire house and cleaning it because, I didn't want to have to, I guess, it's in a way dishonorable, I think, to him to like ask for maids to come clean up his house, especially. And so it was my responsibility, I thought, as a son to do that for him, and I did. And so that was the reason why a lot of times I would end my stream at about 7 to 8 p.m. It's mainly just to call him and, make sure that he has everything he needs. And this has been something I've been doing for the past 2 years, ever since June of this year. And I mean, this is let me one more. I apologize. As I said, I don't really have like much of a internal script for this one, but when he got his pneumonia for the 4th time, before the 4th pneumonia, He's 76 years old. He's been through Vietnam. He's had heat stroke before. He has, again, 78. Half of one of his lungs was gone, and he was still walking, a brisk 5K every single day in 30 or 40 minutes. And this is at 76 years old. He would do this every single day. And this is after 3 pneumonias, but the 4th one really kind of, it pretty much almost got him. I mean, and, we were talking about this, and, he was a fan of boxing. And so, he was saying, it was the count was 6 or 7, right? And, it was 4 or whatever. It's he was almost out with that 4th pneumonia, but somehow he managed to pull through, and with a good type of new antibiotic and everything, he had recovered pretty much, excuse me, pretty much entirely. And this was kind of this had gone relatively well. He was going back to being at the store. He lived alone pretty much his whole life. And, even at the end, I would come over every single day and help him for hours, but he did live alone. He would shower by himself. He would be able to take care of himself, cook himself meals, etc. Although that was something that I was kind of because I could see, I'm not stupid, right? And I could see where things are going, so I had a lot of home care stuff, personal chefs set up, and everything. For whenever he thought it was time, I would be ready for it to be time. And so ever since 2023, he and I had been on relatively the same page, that we were kind of living on borrowed time, and it was a miracle that he even came out of that pneumonia at all. And we ended up being able to, earlier this year, go to Florida. And Florida is where I was born. It's where he grew up as well. And it's where the majority of my family is. And so we went out there, and, I think back right now to, the fact that we were able to go out there. He was able to see everybody in the family and spend all this time with them. And at the time, I was very frustrated because I had to take time away from my stream. It was the same week that Expedition 33 came out. I was very frustrated and annoyed, also oblivion. But, I look back on that, and I'm just so proud and happy that I ended up making that decision at this point, right? Because he was able to see everybody, and he saw them in good health, too. He was... I don't know how this even happened, but he was 78 at the time, and he was still walking around and, going from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. every single day. And so he had an incredible amount of energy, had multiple jobs. And so now I guess now I can finally go to the recent period of time, which is whenever I kind of started being very intermittent in my streaming. You can look at my graph, and my stream hours had went way down, right? And this was the reason. It was because my dad had been to the hospital 3 times, and the 3rd time was obviously the time that he didn't leave. But the first time he had pneumonia, and he called me, and things just progressively got worse. The second time he called me, and I'm on the phone with him, and he calls me in the morning. He says, "Hey, I don't want you to freak out, okay? Like you always do. But I've got acute liver failure, and I need to go to the emergency room right now." And I'm like, I was so in shock. I didn't know what to say, and so I asked him. I said, "Are you cooked?" And he's like, "What does that mean?" I'm like, "Are you dead?" And he's like, I don't know. Let's go find out." And I'm like, "Okay." And so we go over there, and he turned out, long story short, had pancreatic cancer. Not a good day. Worst cancer to have. And I remember telling him that he had pancreatic cancer, and somehow he didn't get the memo that he had pancreatic cancer. I was the one that was called and told before he was. And so he called me, and he's complaining about the nurses because the nurses are waking him up at night. And he's in the middle of a rant, and I interrupt him, and I say, "Pa, just real quick, did the doctor talk to you?" He says, "No." He says, "What's going on?" I said, "You've got pancreatic cancer." He's, "Oh, okay." Well, so anyway, so it's 4 a.m, and this bitch comes in here, and he didn't even care. He didn't give a fuck. And so, and it was honestly I've never met a person in my entire life who gave less of a fuck than my dad. It's honestly been inspiring to me, and hopefully I try to embody that as much as I can. But it was really astonishing, and so he was in the hospital for that, and he came out of that, and obviously we went to the oncology place, and guys, I hate to say it, man, like I've been to hotels that are worse and that don't look as good as these oncology fucking places, these like clinics, everything. Never curing cancer, bro. Like this is like they've got like fucking like everything is wood, like like polished oak, and like you go into the bathroom and it's got like almost like a golden fucking toilet. So yeah, guys, I don't know about this whole cancer cure thing you've got going on. A little bit unlikely, but anyway. So my dad, he and I went there, and he got along really well with the doctor, and he's walking in there. By the way, this is like after he's supposed to be on oxygen, and he had recovered so much that he would be walking around. This is like literally like at this exact time, right? More than about 2 weeks ago, he was walking around the local grocery store here at HEB. He was walking around with no oxygen, the whole store, just talking to people, shopping like normal, right? And then, it was really the chemotherapy, I think really was what got him, is that he had his first, I think it was chemotherapy, and then this is like the same week that he was actually walking around the store. So like he had even got chemo, he was still walking around, no oxygen and everything. After the pneumonia, after the pancreatic cancer diagnosis, he was stage 2A with pancreatic cancer. So we were talking about like maybe like they were able to do a procedure to remove it. In retrospect, this procedure, if I think back on like what do they really do? This is like something that they would do in like Game of Thrones, right? It's like this isn't a surgery. This is like a procedure done by a medieval alchemist, and I don't really think that he would have probably enjoyed that. And it's like realistically, I talked to my aunt about this, and she said, like, just do not get this procedure. It's really, really bad. It's actually worse. The treatment is worse than the disease. Just enjoy your last year and a half to 2-3 years, and like, trust me, it's going to be better. Because also, whenever you remove it, there's a chance that on a microbiology molecular level, the cancer does end up spreading anyway. And so, but there have been no metastasizing, etc. And my dad wanted to go through the chemotherapy, and he said, all right, let's fuck it. Let's just do it. And I said, okay, all right, well, this is what you want to do. We're going to do it, right? It's his life. And so anyway, we went through it. Second chemo, the day of his second chemo, like he had been feeling like kind of not really great, but I kind of chalked that up to the first time he had gone out and done all that stuff that one day. And it's like, you haven't gone out or done anything for an entire month. You haven't driven a car for a month, and you do all of this, and you go to the bank too after this. And big surprise, you're not really doing super great after that. But anyway, this is like maybe about like a week and a half ago. Like we go to the second chemo appointment, and he comes home, and he's like talking. Like he's, oh my God, he's talking nonstop, right? And so on the way home, and then halfway through the way home, he was just like, Brian, he was tired. And like, I get it, like, cause he's done this before, right? I didn't really think much of it, but he comes back home and he just collapses on the bed. And he's like, after that, he's like super like cold, he's shivering. The house, by the way, like we forgot to turn on the AC. It's like 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's so fucking hot. And so anyway, he's sitting there and he's freezing cold, and his back's hurting him. He can't fucking catch his breath. Everything is awful. And I'm like thinking like, okay, well, I want to go home and get ready because, I want to go live tomorrow. But like, I couldn't do that because he was just in this situation. So, one thing led to another, and I ended up just sleeping on the floor next to his bed that night. And, he couldn't catch his breath all night. It was just awful. The next day, we had an appointment for a pulmonology appointment, and we figured, well, I mean, instead of just going to the hospital, we might as well have them admit us to the hospital because it was pretty evident that that's what was going to happen. And so we go, and I have to take him in a wheelchair, and everything like that. He's on his oxygen, etc. And like he's not even like super really responsive. Like usually like you guys have seen him like talking like multiple times. Like he used to be a college professor, right? I mean, like he was extremely sharp. And this is something that like, I mean, besides like this last like week and a half, he'd never really lost much of his edge. And anyway, so basically like this is what happened. And you know, he just kind of he went to the hospital, and obviously his blood pressure was like 70/50, so that's not a very good one, is it? And he goes to the hospital, he gets admitted, and things basically are not good, but they're, you know, like, oh, we think it's this, we think it's that. The end result is that I don't think that they ever really found out entirely what was wrong with him. But in my opinion, it's like, oh yeah, you go and you get chemo, and then after that you collapse and have a massive fucking crash out where you can't breathe. Probably it was because of the chemo, right? I mean, I can't be sure, but that's pretty much it. And so 4 days before he passed, 3 days before he passed, the doctors, I had 2 doctors in there telling me that, you know, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he gets out of the hospital. I'm pulling into the hospital the next day. The doctor calls me, and she says that, well, we don't know if he's going to leave the hospital. So whiplash, to say the least. And I'm like, I'm freaking out, right? I mean, like, it's just like, this is just, oh my God, right? Because I'm dealing with this, by the way, primarily by myself. You know, like, all my family's in Florida. Lucky enough, and I'll get to this, but I was able to handle all this on my own. I did all this by myself. You know, I had friends that would, you know, reach out and try to help me, etc. But, you know, for the most part, it was really just me doing all of this. And I'm lucky in a lot of ways, but, you know, like, he's had a lot of friends over the years, obviously. And so, you know, many of them were able to, like, come see him and everything. But, you know, I think about it a lot myself, and I think to myself, like, well, like, growing up, and even, like, as an adult, there was a lot of friction between me and my dad, right? I would get very angry at him. I'd be very, very furious, angry at him for a number of reasons. Same with my mom, but especially my dad. And I had a lot of resentment for a lot of different reasons, etc. Like, I love my dad. I always love my dad. But he would make me frustrated a lot, and the way that he would act sometimes would make me uncomfortable, and it would bother me a lot. And so there was a very big amount of friction there. But, you know, I remember when I was a kid, and he would always say this. He says, I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to hang out with you. I'm not here to be your buddy. I'm here to be your father and to raise you. So, you know, when the time comes and I'm gone, you're going to be able to keep going. And at the time, you know, he's telling me this, obviously, when I'm 8 years old. And so this is like, I've never met anybody who is even remotely close to as much of a hard ass as my dad is. Like, it's not even remotely close. And, you know, I'll tell him something bad that would happen to me, and this would turn into a story about how his family didn't have any money growing up, and so he had to hunt squirrels to feed the family. And so there's never a time that I could complain to him, and he wouldn't be able to one-up it, which would be frustrating for me, right? And there was a lot of, again, like, a lot of resentment and frustration there, but at the end of the day, he was a massive fucking hard ass, and that harshness and everything, I think, is probably a lot kind of where I get it from too. But, you know, I was thinking, and I would always resent this, and I'd be very frustrated. But I realized that, you know, like, you know, when he was dying, I was there, and I was able to deal with it, and I was there the entire time. I went till the very end, and you know, I think to myself, at the end of the day, he did it. I was ready, and I mean, not as ready as you can be, obviously.
Crazy realization, isn't it?
But, you know, I think about that a lot, and, you know, what he set out to do as a father for me, I think he achieved it. And, you know, I've had a number of days right now just to think about that, and it's been, I have a lot of very, very complex feelings about that, and that's been basically what's been going on. I've obviously, you know, had to contact all of my family members and everything, and organize everything, and deal with his will and everything. He's giving away most of his stuff to his friends, and we made a video of him, you know, like, oh, this is going to this guy, it's going to this guy, it's going to this guy, it's going to this guy, and I even made sure in the video, I was like, Pa, who's the car going to? He's got a 2014 Dodge Challenger V8 Hemi Performance Package car. I'm like, Pa, who's the car going to? He says, oh, it's going to you. I said, okay, all right, good. That's in the video. So I'll be getting the car. Everything else, don't give a fuck about it. But I'm getting a car, and obviously a few other things that, you know, growing up, you know, would have sentimental value to me. But otherwise, he's giving away a lot of the stuff to, you know, like different family members and friends, etc. And, you know, I've had to organize all of that and do all of that. It's been a lot of work for me, and the work is not over, but it is beginning to recede, which is good. So, you know, I've lost my mom in 2021, lost my dad, and now it's just me. And it's a weird feeling. It certainly is. And I think to myself a lot about it. And I don't really know what to think or how to feel, or I don't think there is a right way to I don't know, like, to feel this way. But you know, my dad, at the end of the day, always really did try to do his best for me. And you know, like you guys know, on my stream and everything, he was a part of my stream. And you know, I don't think I'll ever really be the same after losing him and going through all of this. But you know, I to be honest, the only thing that I really felt is that I felt really sad when he passed away, is because, you know, there was things that I had wanted to do for him, right? Like, for example, you know, he's a veteran, he's a Vietnam veteran, and I had wanted to go and have him take one of the honor flights to Washington, D.C. and see the memorial and everything. And this is something he had wanted to do, and I had agreed to go with him and to do that. And because you have like a +1, and, you know, they take a lot of the old vets there. And, you know, I was really sad, and there was that and a number of things. And to be honest, like, not capitalizing and not doing more of those things, obviously, like, I did a lot of things with him, but I have a tremendous amount of regret for not doing more. And it's one of those things where, you know, I've had only a few of these in my life where you actually can't undo this. You can't go back and redo it or fix it or undo it or anything like that. You just simply have to live the rest of your life with the consequences of it. And knowing that is I hope I don't make that mistake again. I will do my best to never make that mistake again. I'll tell you that. And that's pretty much about it. You know, it's weird even now. Like, I'll like think about it. It's like, you know, it's 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock now, right, when I'm recording this. And I'm like thinking like, oh, I should probably call my dad, check in on my dad, and, you know, there it is, right? And so, you know,
This hurts my
it's
heart.
gonna take me some time to kind of like get past it. I remember this is the day that we agreed to put him on hospice. I come in and it's like 2 p.m. or like 3 p.m. I come into his room, and he says, well, why aren't you streaming? And I'm like, what do you mean? Why am I not streaming? You're fucking dying. Like, he's like, just whatever. Well, you need to go live. Like, what are you doing? And so, you know, this is the kind of guy he was. And you know, I intend to honor that wish, and I'm not going to be gone forever. I'll be back soon. It's what he would want, and I think it's what's best. I'm incredibly lucky that I was able to deal with all this by myself. My dad growing up, and, you know, is like the oldest member of the family, patriarch in a lot of ways of the family, would help people with all kinds of stuff, etc. And I find myself tremendously lucky and fortunate that I was able to deal with all of this by myself, and nobody else had to see him in the state that he was in at the end. And, you know, they can have the memories of him being a strong, smart, you know, nice, kind guy, and funny, you know, very funny. You know, I'm very glad that, you know, I was able to do all that myself, and nobody had to see what I saw. Not a good time. But anyway, I will be back. I don't really have a time frame, maybe a week or so, right? I mean, I don't know, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, something like that. If it's longer, too bad. If it's shorter, surprise. So, that's pretty much where I'm at. And also for all you guys, I made a post about this on Twitter. All you guys that left positive comments and messages, is in this hospital bed. I showed him. I was fucking scrolling. I was like, look at all these messages. Everybody wants you to get better. They're praying for you, everything like that. And he really appreciated it even then. Like, I think he was kind of in shock that it was so many of you all. And so that's really appreciated, and it means a lot. It meant a lot to him. It means a lot to me. And thank you. And so I'll see you soon. That's about it. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. It's been a fucking crazy past 5 years. Oh my god. Oh my god. But that's where we're at. So I wanted to tell you guys all what happened, and that's pretty much about it. And thank you guys, everybody, and I'll see you soon. Peace.
Love Desmond. I enjoy his content very much. He has a very
Hey everybody, we had a record year
natural
on
take
TikTok. Record year. Over
on a lot of things.
I was programmed by the Western media to have certain lies programmed into my head. So, for example, we were on the Hill yesterday in Hebron, and I asked, where are the tents? No, seriously. I said, where are all the refugee camps? I've been told my entire life that this city is a refugee city. And everyone laughs. There's malls, there's shopping centers, it's 97% Arab. And it was so eye-opening to actually see it firsthand, because I went in thinking it was going to be the actual refugee camp.
Today in the United States, remember I'm broadcasting from Israel, and this is a show about Israel, but in the United States, they are doing a big memorial for Charlie Kirk, who was murdered. And we continue to talk about Israel. Let's let Charlie Kirk talk about Israel. I found a video from 2019. Now it's the year that I got a chance to tour him in Hebron. And that's where I took some of those pictures that have gone so viral. There is a video of him talking to a Jewish group. The organization is Im Tirtzu that toured him around. Let's just do a little Charlie Kirk's own voice, not anybody else's voice, not Candace Owens, not even Ben Shapiro. Let's listen to Charlie Kirk's voice as he talked about his time in Israel, in Jerusalem, and what he really thought about it. Let's do it.
Thank you, Matan. First of all, thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I just want to first say thank you to the wonderful organization, Im Tirtzu. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. I'm going to do that all evening, so I apologize for my horrible American English accent. I was very pro-Israel before this trip, but I'm just on fire to continue to advocate for this moral and godly country, seriously. And I'll kind of walk you through the last 48 hours. It was a real eye-opening experience for me. We're going to Hebron yesterday, and I asked Matan, it's safe, right? Of course it's safe. Oh, great, it's okay. So I shouldn't wear this around the streets there. But the Western media has become so good at lying about this country. And again, I'm very, very pro-Israel. I'm an evangelical Christian. I'm a conservative. I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Republican. All the good things. For my whole life, I have defended Israel. But even with that, I was programmed by the Western media to have certain lies programmed into my head. So, for example, we were on the Hill yesterday in Hebron, and I asked, where are the tents? No, seriously. I said, where are all the refugee camps? I've been told my entire life that this city is a refugee city. And everyone laughs. There's malls, there's shopping centers, it's 97% Arab. And it was so eye-opening to actually see it firsthand, because I went in thinking it was going to be the actual refugee camp. And someone made a very good point, which is how can you be refugees for 70 years? By definition, you're not a refugee after 2 generations. You're not fleeing anything. So anyway, that's besides the point. And it was amazing to me how, and I knew this, but it was reaffirmation how difficult the IDF has it. And I've never encountered people with such self-restraint. I mean, we had these horrible people from Breaking the Silence, is that what they're called? That get right up in the faces of the IDF soldiers. And these IDF, they're doing God's work. I really believe that. And they have such unbelievable self-restraint. And they have these maniacs with these cameras right in their face, trying to provoke them, trying to profile them. And I think to myself, if they only knew the self-restraint, if they only knew the moral conduct that the IDF operates with every day versus the terrorists of Hamas and Hezbollah. I mean, and anyone who dares make a moral equivalency between the conduct and the behavior of the IDF and Israel, which is a moral superiority. What the Western media tries to do is they try to make it some sort of equal playing field in the conversation. That Hamas and the IDF are somehow both on the same playing field. No. The IDF is righteously and correctly defending the nation state of Israel, God's chosen people in the Holy Land. And the self-restraint that they go through is unbelievable. And I saw it firsthand that these maniacs were going up. That's really what they are. I mean, they have nothing better to do. They remind me of some of the protesters I deal with on college campuses in the States. We'll talk about it because there's a similarity there. And there's a kind of a warning that I want to give you because I see what's happening here. And these are just 18, 19, and 20-year-old total, we have a word for it in the States, and I don't know if it applies here, probably does. We call them patriots. They love their country. They believe in the value system. They enlisted, obviously, through mandatory service. And what's the thanks they get? They get cameras right in their face trying to expose them because they're fighting for what is correct and what is right. So that was an eye-opening experience. And then today, we had an amazing opportunity. We flew in a helicopter all the way up to the Golan Heights, which, I mean, I'm going to, for the rest of my life, and hopefully in this presidential term, advocate for the international community to recognize the Golan Heights as a true part of Israel. Because
just to remind you that this was filmed in 2019. Since then, America did recognize Israel's rights to the Golan Heights.
It is unbelievable to me that people, and this is very important to remember that, Syria will never be okay with getting that territory taken away to them, especially to Israel. And it's going to take unequivocal strength and relentlessness on behalf of Israel to make sure that that does not fall back into the hands of Syria or Hezbollah or whatever organization takes that over. And, I learned today, 2,000-year-old, synagogue remains were found there in the Golan Heights region. And, something that I'm going to use really in my advocacy in the States and the media that I do is, how could anyone be occupying their own land? Can anyone explain that to me? Because the Jews have been living in this land for thousands and thousands of years. And again, I always knew this, I always believed this, but this amazing organization and Matan and your entire team did an unbelievable job of showing that to me. It really did. And so I saw it firsthand in the Golan Heights, and I couldn't believe it. I said, what do you mean? This is not Israel. Well, they said it's Israel. It's not Israel. It's very complicated. You know how the explanation goes. Whereas, what do the Arabs say? No, it's ours. It's like very direct, where the Israelis, back and forth. It's sort of ours. It's sort of not. No, it's yours, 100%. And then we flew down and we saw the barrier to the Gaza Strip, which was very eye-opening to me as well. And one of the biggest mistakes that Israel...
I just can't help but smiling. I just can't help but smiling because he just gets it,
Uh-huh.
And it's such a
very
pleasure
smart man.
to hear a man that took a tour and just gets it. He just gets it. And I just love to see this man thinking and talking, and analyzing and getting it right. It's beautiful.
Israel has made is getting out of the Gaza Strip. I just...
What was that? Let's go back again. Sorry.
I always believed this, but this amazing organization and Matan and your entire team did an unbelievable job of showing that to me. It really did. And so I saw it firsthand in the Golan Heights, and I couldn't believe it. I said, what do you mean? This is not Israel. Well, they said it's Israel. It's not Israel. It's very complicated. You know how the explanation goes. Whereas, what do the Arabs say? No, it's ours. It's like very direct, where the Israelis, back and forth. It's sort of ours. It's sort of not. No, it's yours, 100%. And then we flew down and we saw the barrier to the Gaza Strip, which was very eye-opening to me as well. And one of the biggest mistakes that Israel has made is getting out of the Gaza Strip.
That was Charlie Kirk, 2019, telling Israel the biggest mistake that you made is leaving the Gaza Strip. In other words, there might be an October 7th coming. He saw that in 2019. You see the clarity of thinking and understanding, and he was absolutely right, of course.
And seeing what has happened, it's become a terrorist jacuzzi, essentially, is what it has become. It has become a terrorist jacuzzi where they are now closer than ever to fire rockets into Tel Aviv, which you see recently they're willing to do. They build terror tunnels instead of schools and hospitals. And I asked the numbers. I mean, Gaza is a small place, and they're getting billions of dollars a year. And where does that billions go? It doesn't go for schools. It doesn't go for hospitals. But it goes to build terror tunnels. It goes for missiles. It goes for rockets. And we'll get into a second of exactly who's funding this, who's behind it. We all know that. I would like to hope one day that Egypt could clean up that problem. We'll see. I'm not exactly sure they want that problem, to be perfectly honest. But it was a big mistake, and there were thousands of Jews that were living there. And here's the thing, is that the narrative war is being lost in the United States, my friends, just so you know, because I had never heard the argument that Jews were pushed out of their own houses in Gaza. We always hear that refugees. That's 5,000 Jewish refugees out of Gaza, right? 10,000, I stand corrected. 10,000 out of Gaza. That's unbelievable. That they had identity in the region, identity in their homes, and they were pushed out of there. So that was just really amazing to me. And then flying, where it all kind of came together was when I was asking, our wonderful helicopter pilot, who is a hero from the first Lebanon War, amazing guy, and he was walking me through all the different zones. And I said, when will it be enough for the Arabs? Like, when will it be enough? And he said it very simply.
Never.
All the Jews are dead.
Yep.
And it hit me. It said, if you do a thought exercise, a hypothetical, which is if the IDF took 10 days off, what would happen?
You'd get overrun,
Israel would be
be
gone,
killed.
and the Jews would be, become persecuted again. If all the Arab nations took 10 days off, no armaments, everything would remain the same. Everything. Which side is moral and which side is immoral? If Israel dared lay down their arms, this country would be under unbelievable barrage of missiles and armament. And yet, if the Arabs did, you guys, we have our land,
under me. I smell it.
and we want peace. Only one side wants peace in this conflict. And I've heard that before. It's not like I'd never heard it. But it's very, very obvious now. And it's too bad, because I actually believe that some of the Arabs living in Gaza want some form of peace. I don't think they want Hamas anymore. I think that there's more discomfort underneath there than ever before. I think that Abbas's time is coming to an end, and thank God that President Trump is finally putting a lot of that funding in jeopardy from the West, which is phenomenal.
Yeah. And Biden brought it all back.
I'm a huge fan of economics, and when you pay for something, you usually get more of it. And I didn't know up until a couple months ago that my very good friend, Sander Gerber from the United States, who is advocating for the end for the pay-for-slay legislation, which essentially was money that the Palestinian Authority would give the families of terrorists that kill Jews. So when you pay for something, you get more of something.
We knew about this back in 2019. I didn't find out about it until this year.
And you see your wife struggling and your kids, like, oh, I'll go kill a couple Jews. They get whatever reward they think they're going to get in the afterlife. But also, your family gets a short-term monetary reward. In fact, I think it lives in perpetuity for other generations. I could be mistaken there. And thank goodness that's finally being put into question. It's so unbelievable to me, what's happening in the States, and I'll walk through it kind of. There's some positives. Finally, there's a president who moved the embassy to Jerusalem, which is long, long overdue. So we thank the president for doing that. Cancel the Iran deal, which would have, honestly, you want to talk about this is so, the worst part of the entire Iran deal was the sanction relief, because that would have given them the cash. If you think Hamas has money now, wait till the sanctions are lifted on Iran, and that money just starts flowing to these terrorist organizations. Right
And
now,
then what
Iran is
Biden
really
did?
being squeezed, and they have to kind of say, well, maybe we don't have as much money to send armaments over there, to send cash, to these terrorists. And the president canceling the Iran deal, and it was totally courageous. It was in total defiance of the entire international community. And you start to see a commonality here, that when Europe is becoming increasingly anti-Semitic, you saw a recent parade in Brussels with horrible anti-Semitic imagery. You see in the United Kingdom, which I have some wonderful friends here from the UK, you have the head of the Labour Party,
2019, he was saying this.
Jeremy, who is he's a horrible person. And on Holocaust Remembrance Day, he lays a wreath at the feet of the Munich, the individual who killed, the Munich terrorist who killed the Israeli wrestling team. That's who he lays a wreath for on Holocaust Remembrance Day. This guy believes Hamas is a democratically elected government. He thinks sanctions should be lifted. This is who's leading the Labour government, the Labour Party in the United Kingdom. And then unfortunately, my own beloved country, America, and I'm actually in my second favorite country right now. But my favorite country, of course, being the United States. I'm so disgusted by the rise, and this is very important for everyone in this room to realize, and it's not being exaggerated by the media. There is real institutional anti-Semitism rising within the Democrat Party. Not just rising, it seems to really being revealed. And the president is doing the right thing by highlighting this. You have Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who at the very best,
that woman.
Problem. And she has said some very questionable things. If at best, that's probably giving her more credit, is saying questionable. And she goes completely unchecked by the Democrat Party. And you have my fellow 20-something, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who...
Another one.
We can get into her in a little bit, by the way. That would be far too much fun. Who says, in the brilliant stroke of historical and geographic genius, that somehow Palestine is occupying Israel. And then a reporter says, what do you mean by that? Oh, like it's kind of they're on top of each other. That was really convoluted. But it's really sad because it seems
how
as
smart
if,
they are.
the Jews are such beautiful people. They really
Clowns.
are. And as an evangelical Christian, I have such respect
Omar
for the
and
tradition,
Cortez.
for the culture, for the family values, for the reverence of the Jewish people. And the more time I spend around, Jews, really they want a place to be able to worship, access to the holy sites, and the ability to live their life. And it seems as if the entire international community wants to put that into jeopardy. And what I find so promising about Israel is the willingness to fight for what you hold dear. And that is a moral and righteous fight, make no mistake. To fight for your history, to fight for your land. And you are on the right side of history when you do that, make no mistake.
All right, my friends, I want to say that today, Charlie Kirk is being eulogized, memorialized in a giant stadium in Arizona. Humongous turnout, massive turnout. My good friend Jake tells me that his wife was in some parents group of some school that Charlie's kids went to, and she was struck by how concerned he was to be involved in the chat group about how to raise the children. And so you just got to see a video. You just got a chance to see a video of what he really believed, what he really said. And everybody, I let you hear him for yourself. And there's a lot more. Everybody's trying to take him and twist his words and say he believed this, he believed that. You heard it for yourself. You heard it for yourself. This is a man who recognizes what jihadism is, what Palestinianism is, the dangers of it on campus, the dangers of it on the left. He recognizes Jerusalem and the light of Jerusalem, and that he wants to be part of that. He recognizes that. He recognizes Jewish rights, historical rights in Judea and Samaria. He recognizes the importance of the Bible. And so I want to thank Hashem that I was able to find this video. And there's more of it. There's much more, actually. And maybe I'll take time to do it. In the meantime, that little bit was our memorial here from Israel for Charlie Kirk in his own words. In his own words. And that's the thing about Charlie Kirk. He had his own words, and you could just see it for yourself. And his stand with Israel was moral, it was just, it was historical, it was biblical. And we salute him today. A warrior for truth in a very tough war who died for that truth and died for speaking truth. And I remember him along, I have a picture in my room here of Ari Fuld, a man who broadcast the truth a lot and was also killed by terrorism. And I would like to see a picture of them together. It just came to me right now that I'd like to see them together. Somebody writes right now, rest in peace, Charlie. Yes, rest in peace, Charlie. Your fight goes.
We got it.
Hey, I'm gonna say it since y'all don't want to say it, man. Enough's enough, bro. Like, you finna go try to protest this man's funeral, bro? Like, for real? Really, bro? Man, anybody that go to Charlie Kirk funeral to protest, you seriously need to be evaluated for mental illness. You do. That's crazy. What are you protesting? You don't want people to go and show sympathy for this man and what happened to him? Because y'all be stuck on this empathy word, bro. Do you know what empathy means?
So today, as I'm sure you know, is the Charlie Kirk Memorial and Funeral Service in Phoenix, Arizona. And it's no secret that as most of us grieve the loss of a great man and a great American, there is a small yet loud group of forces in our society who truly represent the most deranged, depraved, and evil, yes, I will use that word, evil among us, who have essentially put together a coordinated campaign to spit on his grave, whether that's to celebrate his death, or disrupt vigils, or vandalize memorials, or as you'll see today, show up and actually protest the funeral. This is what we are dealing with. And as I've been saying, it truly does take a different level of evil and depravity to do something like this. Like, who protests a funeral, right? It's one thing in their life that you didn't really like this person, maybe you didn't get along. Okay, no one said you have to grieve. No one said you have to show up to the funeral. It's another thing to essentially go to someone's funeral as people who did care about this person in their life are grieving and say, hey, F you, I'm going to disrupt this. I'm going to make this whole big stand about myself. Let me just say, there is a reason why historically in human societies, crimes like grave robbing or desecrating the dead were seen as such low down, degenerate, like the worst kinds of crimes. Because again, who does that? Who does that? But of course, these are the people who are currently trying to take power and influence in American society. And this is the very force of evil that Charlie Kirk fought against throughout his life. The bad news is, of course, leftists did show up in predictable fashion to protest Charlie's funeral today. The good news, though, is that it didn't exactly go the way that perhaps they were expecting. As a matter of fact, I would say, if you ever wanted a stronger contrast of good versus evil, and also who is winning, and ultimately who wins in the end, this is it right here. Because I kid you not, as tens of thousands, actually the estimates are saying hundreds of thousands of people showed up to honor the life of a great man and worship God in the process. This is the scene outside. Less than 10 leftist protesters showed up to their big day of grave spitting. On one hand, maybe that's surprising. On the other hand, it shouldn't be. Because Even in the other cases across this country where we've seen protests against Charlie Kirk or this or that, notice how it's never more than a couple dozen people. These people act like they're in charge. They rule through fear and intimidation, but they don't really represent, frankly, a majority of anything. They're pathetic. And that's ultimately what the real face of evil is. Not some strong, powerful supervillain, you know? It's interesting, a lot of the pop culture depictions of biblical themes often show God and Satan as equals, right? Satan is like this big, bad, powerful supervillain. When you really get into the Bible and theology, it's kind of the opposite, right? Satan is a pathetic creature. There's a reason why
he's a snake crawling on his belly.
Constantly rule through just fear and deception and things like that, all these like cunning, underhanded ways, because ultimately they are weak, they are pathetic, and they will lose. That is the conclusion of this. They will lose. So I'll tell you about this story here today. Again, the contrast here of the memorial and the protesting. And let's just start with this right here. So you can see this headline is from NBC News as of 1:03 p.m. Eastern Time. As a matter of fact, the Phoenix police set up a massive area of designated protests because they understood, hey, this might be a problem, it might get violent even. But as you can see, the designated protest area remains empty as of early this afternoon. So far, completely empty. Glendale police spokesperson Jose Santiago said ahead of the event that there will be a free speech zone set aside for protesters. Well, some protesters did show up, but ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, the number was, as you can clearly see, less than 10. That is right. Less than 10 people actually showed up. Now, some people want to speculate, hey, these are probably paid protesters. I have to say, if that is true, then that is also a pathetic sign of the Soros network or whoever would be funding this stuff. Honestly, I don't think that's the case, but if they are, this is all you could come up with. What's going on? Where did the money go, right? 10 people? But anyways, you know, that's what you can see. This guy right here holds a sign saying racist, supporting racists, while he's wearing a Mexican shirt, I believe, right, from the, you know, Mexican flag. So, you know, very typical stuff. We haven't heard that one before, by the way. Bill Malukin reports that a tiny amount of counter-protesters outside the memorial service are here in Arizona, less than 10 people, including one woman waving a Palestine flag, which is a great way to proclaim how much you're about human life is, hey, let's protest outside a funeral, right? Nobody is paying attention to them, apart from a few USA chants in their faces. Stadium is at capacity. Gates are now closed. And, you know, as the hours went on throughout the day, it does appear that more people showed up, but it still appears to be about 10 or less than 10. So here's the new scene of like, okay, some more came, right? It looks to me, at least a few of them might actually be counter-protesting the counter-protesters. I can't tell by all the signs, but okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. Wow. Maybe 7. That's why I again say evil is pathetic. These people are losing and they will not win in the end. Meanwhile, here's the contrast from this morning, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the sun is still rising on the West Coast. The original estimates of 100K people showing up were actually bumped up to 300,000. 300,000 versus 6 or 7. That's the picture you're looking at right now. And again, this is this morning, right? I'm not there. I would presume that if you didn't show up by early in the morning, then you probably would not get in at all whatsoever. And we just got the announcement as well. State Farm Stadium reached full capacity basically instantly for the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Keep in mind, this is not a basketball or hockey stadium we're dealing with. This is a football stadium, professional one, right? 70,000 people. Very rare. Hardly has happened in history, but not very common, where a political event fills up a football stadium like this. Easily reached full capacity, so much so that thousands of people had to move to the Overflow Arena, which I believe is a retired hockey or basketball stadium, something like that. Wow. Just wow.
Says everything about him that this is closed, it's at full capacity, and now you got tens of thousands of people going across the street to watch him in a separate arena. Thank you guys for coming out. Thanks for your time and best of luck. So, John, Got a lot of security out here, police all over the place. We had to get in a car to get over here. It's not walking distance because there's so many barricades, so many structures, police all over the place. Again, this is a level 1 security event, basically Super Bowl style security. But the latest from here is that stadium, State Farm Stadium, which seats just over 60,000 people, completely full capacity. Nobody else being let in through the gates right now. So people are either going across the street to the overflow or they're going to try to go home and watch it, John.
Yeah, and this is the scene inside, by the way. Stephen L. Miller responds, yeah, they probably should have just let him have his debates. Yeah, you guys seriously screwed up with this one.
Yep.
I keep hearing the same quote. Many speakers have said it in the memorial service, and it rings very true here, which is that when tyrants die, that's the end of their reign, but when martyrs die, their reign is just beginning, or that's the beginning of their reign, right? Look at the picture here. Look at the contrast. And to the sick individuals out here who are protesting the freaking funeral, I hope you're noticing this. I hope you notice how outnumbered you truly are and how much you are losing in this battle. And they understand that, by the way. They understand deep down they are pathetic creatures. And that's exactly why, for instance, you see a side that's losing repeatedly have to resort to acts of violence. They're just completely uncontrollable because these people are desperate, right? But I keep hearing the theme, for instance, of courage and how Charlie was obviously in his life a very brave man. I mean, he essentially died on the battlefield, right? That this is what happens, right? This is what happens when the good guys have the courage to actually identify themselves essentially to the bad guys here. And there's a lot more I could say, both about Charlie and both about this moment and, you know, the contrast I hope everyone is noticing right now.
Yep.
But I thought one of the best speeches I heard, not just in this memorial, but one of the best political speeches I've ever heard in my life, was this very short but to the point and truly powerful eulogy and address from White House advisor Stephen Miller. So to close this video out, I just want to play that and, well, listen to him. That's all I got to say. Listen to him. Truly bright future in politics, by the way. But this is exactly how I feel and a lot of us feel. So see you guys later. God bless. And here's Stephen Miller.
The day that Charlie died, the angels wept, but those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erika and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erika is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erika stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us. You cannot slow us. You cannot stop us. You cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erika in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what you did to us. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic. Because our children are strong, and our grandchildren will be strong, and our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing. Nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give, you have nothing to offer, you have nothing to share, but bitterness. We have beauty, we have light, we have goodness, we have determination, we have vision, we have strength. We built the world that we inhabit now, generation by generation, and we will defend this world. We will defend goodness, we will defend light, we will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us, you cannot frighten us, you cannot threaten us, because we are on the side of goodness, we are on the side of God. And to my friend Charlie, to my brother Charlie, I know you are looking at us right now. I know you're watching Erika right now. I know you're watching your children right now. And I promise you, my friend, I promise you, my brother, we will prove worthy of your sacrifice. We will prove worthy of your time on earth. We will make you proud. We will finish the job. We will defeat the forces of darkness and evil, and we will stand every day for what is true, what is beautiful, what is good, and we will achieve victory for our children, for our families, for our civilization, and for every patriot who stands with us. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless Erika. God bless the Kirk family. God bless our heroes. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
It was a very powerful one. I think Erika's message was pretty powerful too. Yep, I figured he would make it.
Forgive them, for they know not what they do. Today we honor and celebrate the life of a great man, a man that was completely sold out for Christ, a man that said, Father, here am I, Lord, send me. That man was Charlie Kirk. And because of Charlie Kirk, a man that was completely sold out for Christ, who lived his faith, didn't just talk about it, he lived it. A man that shared the gospel to millions of people. A man that made a tremendous impact, an impact that I can only ever pray that I make just a small dent of an impact, the likes that Charlie Kirk made. When I was younger, there was a time in my church, and I remember it quite vividly, actually. It was a time when people were going out the front during an altar call and not just, receiving Christ. It was more a time of surrender, more a time of honoring the call that God has over your life. And I felt a pull. I felt that call. And for many, many years, I ignored it. Kept doing the things that I do in my life and didn't really feel like I was sold out for Christ. And what's interesting is, I never thought that I'd be doing this. I never thought that I would be making the videos that I'm making and talking about the things that I'm talking about and having the kind of reach that I do have. And that's only because of God. It's not because of me. And if there's anything that this whole situation with Charlie has taught me, it's that it's worth being sold out for Christ. It's worth choosing Christ daily. It's worth sharing the gospel. It is worth telling people about Christ. It is worth being persecuted. It is worth being hated because they don't hate you, they hate Christ. They hated Christ first. They hate what Christ stood for. They hated what Charlie stood for because Charlie stood for Jesus Christ. See, when you're sold out for Jesus Christ, the devil is going to charge at you. He's going to do whatever he possibly can to destroy you. And he tried with Charlie. The devil lost big time. See, even though when Charlie was shot, he blinked one moment and the next he was with our Lord and Savior. To be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord, as the Bible talks about. The devil lost because what the devil tries to use for his glory, God chooses not to allow the devil to win. See, God can use any situation at all, even the loss of a great man, Charlie Kirk. See, the Bible talks about it is appointed unto all men to live, to die, and then the judgment. We all have a time. We don't know when that time will be, but we know that there will be a time. Charlie didn't know that 1 minute he'll blink or that day would be his last moments here on earth. It didn't matter to him. He still chose to live out his faith. See, faith is action. It's not just mere words, it is action. And today, hundreds of thousands of people celebrated and honored a great man. The gospel was shared to millions of people, not just the people that were in the room, but online as
everywhere.
well. They were broadcasting this, and that, my friends, is incredibly important. And sure, every single one of us are still grieving at the loss of a great man. And my goodness me, is Erika Kirk a brave woman. She did one thing that is the most powerful thing I have seen a human being do or is able to do. And it kind of reminds me of Danny Abdullah here in Australia when a man took the life of, I believe it was 2 or 3 of his kids, as well as the cousin. And he chose to forgive the killer. But his wife did the exact same thing. He chose to forgive. And to this day, they have a relationship. See, Erika Kirk chose to forgive killer. Have a watch of this.
He wanted to save young men, just like the one who took his life. That young man. On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him. And what he chose to speak about that day was his submission to the will of God. He quoted one of his favorite Bible verses, Isaiah chapter 6, verse 8. Here I am, Lord. Send me. After Charlie finished, I met him backstage, and I spoke to him, and I'll never forget this. I said, Charlie, baby, please talk to me next time before you say that statement. Because when you say something like that, there is so much power in that verse. When you say, here I am, Lord, use me, God will take you up on that. And he did with Charlie. 11 days ago, God accepted that total surrender from my husband and then called him to his side. More than anything, Charlie wanted to do not his will, but God's will. And over these past 11 days, through all the pain, never before have I found as much comfort as I now do in the words of our Lord's Prayer, thy will be done.
I don't think people realize the enormity of what she just said.
Mm-hmm.
Here is a woman that lost her husband to a senseless act of violence, senseless act of hate. But Charlie spent his entire life trying to save young people like the man that took his own life. And Erika showed exactly what Christ did for every single last one of us. And I know that I've got people in my audience that are not Christian. I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know there are people following me that are atheists. And I know they don't believe in Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection. And that is your choice.
Mm-hmm.
But how can you not see Christ in this event? Ask yourself that question.
What it was about.
How can you not see Christ in Charlie's life? Because Charlie lived for Christ. It was a daily habit, a daily reoccurrence. Charlie got up, Charlie lived out his faith, he witnessed. And even in his death, he is still saving an immense amount of lives. Christ does the saving, but Charlie is still saving young people from a great deal of harm. That's his legacy. Christ is the one that sure does the saving, but Charlie dedicated his entire life to try and save people. And Charlie, you did it. You did it, mate. And you've caused a revival. You've caused something I never would have dreamed to have seen in my lifetime.
Yeah, so true.
Something is really happening in the US. A revival. And the left may hate that. Let them hate it. Because God's moving. He's moving in ways that is absolutely incredible. And it is all because of Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
His life is testament of that. What he built is testament of God's saving grace. That's what this entire honoring of Charlie was about. And sure, I could go on about people that tried to mock and ridicule. Obviously, there's the usual suspects like Destiny, who goes, this Charlie Kirk memorial is indistinguishable from a Nazi rally and F anyone who wants to pretend it's not. Well, as Erika Kirk said, that young man, I forgive him. Do you think that Adolf Hitler said that he forgave anyone?
No.
Destiny? How's it indistinguishable destiny from a Nazi rally? Let them cry. Let them have their time of hate, is what you should call it. Because that's what it's really about. They hate everything good.
Everything to do with Jesus.
That's what this is.
That's
This
what
was
they
good.
hate. It was.
And good was conquering evil.
Mm-hmm.
And evil cannot ever look in the face. Evil can never look in the face of good. Because good will defeat evil all the time.
Mm.
No question about it. Let all of these people have their cry and try and persuade
Diminish.
people because they're sick in the head, and they're the ones that actually need saving more than anyone else. They're in need of repentance. So to hear all of these politicians and these speakers get up there and share the gospel
Yeah.
to millions of people, that's powerful. To watch Erika Kirk forgive the young man that took her husband's life, that's powerful. And it can only ever be done because of Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Charlie said in one of his favorite Bible verses from Isaiah, "Here am I, Lord, send me." My life verse is from Isaiah 40:31. Same book, different passage, same kind of meaning. And for someone like Charlie to say, "Here am I, Lord, send me," those words are incredibly powerful, and you better damn well mean it. Charlie meant it.
Mm-hmm.
And God honored Charlie's life because Charlie honored God.
Yeah.
Charlie loved God. And today we are honoring a man that chose God over anything else. He sold his entire life for Christ. A man completely and utterly sold out for Jesus. And I look at that as a young man, only 2 years younger than Charlie. I look at that and I look at everything that I've been through and everything that this show has become. And I'm not anywhere close to Charlie. Nowhere near. But it gave me hope that maybe one day, I can get somewhere close to where Charlie got and the immense impact that he had in the world for good. And maybe the young Jay that went up to the front that Sunday and surrendered and said, "Here am I, Lord. Use me, send me." Didn't know what it meant at the time. Didn't know what God was going to do with my life. I thought it meant being a pastor or being a missionary or whatever it was. But didn't think it would be this. Didn't think it would be this. But you know what? God never said it would be easy. It's not easy. Charlie knew that. But he said, "I'm going to outwork everyone." That's what he did. He outworked everyone. He built an incredible company. He didn't give up. He kept on going and he soared. he soared high. And he showed the entire world what real love and real forgiveness looks like. And it's found in Christ and Christ alone. That's enough from me, but you guys take care. Be blessed. I'll see you all in the next video.
You know, I think Charlie was definitely on the brink of changing some of his perspectives. And I can tell you factually, Charlie was praying the rosary. Charlie was going to mass.
Just get off the stupid internet and stop with it. And he wasn't assassinated by Israel.
As an evangelical who loves Catholics, I love that you're doing it. But let me just edit what
Here's
you
the
say.
but. Here's the
no,
but.
No, it's a big one. You didn't catch it, Michael.
Yeah.
It's
To be clear, again, I'm not Catholic. I have big problems with Catholicism, but I have incredible respect for Catholicism. I'm not a Catholic, so I actually do believe birth control.
Grace and peace, everybody. We're back. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. Candace Owens, for the last 7-8 days, has made it her mission to completely crater any credibility that she had. And I think most of us, we've heard something from her that really made us scratch our heads like, what in the world am I seeing? What in the world am I hearing? Well, of course, the idea that Charlie Kirk was deconverting to become a Catholic is what we're going to talk about today. But that's got to be probably one of the more crazier things that we've heard her say. And we've heard some things that she said that are crazy. So let's go ahead and talk about it. Let's bring this clip in. Here we go.
You know, I think Charlie was definitely on the brink of changing some of his perspectives. And I can tell you factually, Charlie was praying the rosary. Charlie was going to mass. One of my last conversations with Charlie was me joking with him saying, just make the last step, okay? You are, I said specifically, you're too smart to be a Protestant. Just take.
Okay, so she says that this is factual. But his pastor didn't know this. His wife clearly didn't know this. How does she factually know this? Again, Candace never shows her own receipts. Show your receipts up front. If you're going to make such a claim of this magnitude, go ahead and show your receipts. Because we're going to show our receipts about why we believe that you're full of hot air. But it's amazing to me that she would do this. And what's the purpose of doing this on the heels of the man being assassinated?
The last step, Charlie. He says, ha ha. He was speaking about Mary. And typically, when those steps start taking place, you stop referring to yourself, as I did, as a Judeo-Christian.
Charlie Kirk was very interested in Orthodoxy, as I'm sure you know. He was knowledgeable on it too. I'm not, but I know that. But I'm interested. But he was very interested in it.
For all of you conspiracy people who think that people were giving signals, you know who that man was? His name's Frank Turek. He's an apologist for the Christian faith. When I got to the hospital, there was Frank in hospital scrubs because his clothes were covered in blood because he was giving him CPR all the way to the hospital. Just get off the stupid internet and stop with it. And he wasn't assassinated by Israel. Enough is enough. We're mourning. I lost my friend.
As an evangelical who loves Catholics, I love that you're doing it. But let me just edit what
Here's
you say.
the but. Here's the
no,
but.
No, it's a big one. You didn't catch it, Michael.
Yeah.
Is that your goal should be to bring people to Jesus, not Catholicism.
Yo, hold on.
Michael Knowles is in his feelings, but that's the reality. I'm not bringing you to Presbyterianism. I'm not bringing you to my church.
You need to know Jesus.
You to Christ.
You need to get in the Bible.
Charlie was right on the money. Michael Knowles was not prepared for that. Let's go.
What's the difference?
There's a big difference.
Hold on.
There's a huge difference.
Hold on.
I'm not saying that they're contradictory, but your goal should not to be to bring people to a specific
sect of Christianity. It is to bring people to the cross.
You're saying to bring people to the fullness of the truth and the universal
Yes,
faith.
but not the maxims of every Catholic dogma. No, I mean, for example, am I a Christian if I don't believe in Mariology?
Well, we're talking about the fullness of the truth.
See, that's extra. That's Jesus plus. Michael knows that's Jesus plus right there. It gets worse.
You know, we're talking about, but you still.
Am I a Christian if I don't believe in transubstantiation?
You are a little confused if you don't.
Okay.
But you.
See?
But
Jesus plus. I believe that all the work has been done in Christ.
Catholics.
He did everything. All I'm doing is trusting in him. Michael knows you got to believe in Mary. You got to believe in substantiation and countless other things as well. Jesus plus. That's a different religion.
you can have sincere.
No,
faith.
it's fine. I think that bringing people to Catholicism is fine. Of course, great, terrific. But that is hopefully a means to the ultimate end. You exist to bring to people to Christ.
Of course. And,
no,
you know,
and that is the goal. I'm just maybe being semantically,
But think about this question: if what happens when you want to bring people to our Lord? And what happens when there are disagreements over important things? I mean,
we schism and say you guys got it wrong. To be clear, again, I'm not Catholic. I have big problems with Catholicism, but I have incredible respect for Catholicism. I'm not a Catholic, so I actually do believe birth control can be used.
I'm not Catholic either. I know my shirt
it says
that,
Catholic.
But I personally would not be able to enter into a faith that believes that anybody except Jesus Christ our Lord was without sin. And that's my final comment on Mariology. Happy to debate it.
Thank you for coming, Charlie. And I had a quick question about anti-Semitism online. Another question here they asked about Candace Owens, and I'm a big fan of you. I was a big fan of her, but she's obviously been going down this anti-Semitic bent. And through her, I'm kind of finding out about these other characters online, like Nick, for instance. I'm sure you've heard of him. And these people, they've been active for a long time, and it seems like they've just been ignored, which is working, but now they're kind of surging in popularity. And as someone who I enjoy watching your debates, are they people you'd be willing to engage with and maybe shut them down in a way through a debate or something like that?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to debate Candace. But no, look, I'll debate anybody that shows up at our campus events first and foremost. But I do want to take what you say and extrapolate that there is a corner of the internet of people that want to point and blame the Jews for all their problems. Everybody, this is demonic and it's from the pit of hell. And it should not be tolerated. Period. But it goes to a structural problem of an entire generation that has economic resentment. They don't own anything. They're not getting married. They're not having children. They're depressed. They're anxious. They're staring at their screens all day long. And if all of a sudden your extrapolation of all that is, well, it's the Jews' fault, that is sloppy and shallow thinking. And not only that, they say, oh, it's the Jews' fault. Okay, let's kind of play this out. Well, tuberculosis, that used to kill about 1 billion people. It's a group of Jewish scientists that came up with the antibiotic that cured tuberculosis. How about CPR, the MRI machine? There's over 500 million lives that were saved over the last 50 years because of people that were Jewish scientists that were working on things. They'll never say thank you to the Jews, but they'll always say shame on the Jews. It's weird how that works. And finally, they always blame the Jews for stuff. Jewish people are an ethnicity. So therefore, definitionally, you have people that are secular, Orthodox, religious, that are all over the spectrum. You're trying to blame an entire ethnicity for a singular problem. Hold on, let's take a step back here. Instead of that, what could you possibly do in your own personal life to improve your own state of being? If you are blaming 0.02% of the world's population,
Seen this
for all of
many,
your
many
problems,
times.
that is not going to be good for your soul. It's not good for your psychology. It's not good for your future in any way, shape, or form. And so I would just say this, that any young person that goes into this hyper online brain rot, you are serving yourself over to your own demise. You are serving yourself into a suicide mission that will not make you happier and not make you healthier. Instead, here's what your attitude should be. Your attitude should be like, I can't own stuff, I got it, can't own a home, I'm not getting married, I don't know who to date. Said, wow, the challenges are immense. I'm going to now overcome all those challenges and go on an adventure. I'm going to prove everyone wrong. I'm now not going to be a victim. I'm going to be a victor. I'm going to dig deep. This is still a great country. This is a free country. I'm going to use my agency. I'm going to use my ability. And I'm not just going to go point in the corner and be like, I'm overweight because of the Jews. Women don't want to date me because of the Jews. How about this? As Jordan Peterson would say, sit up straight with your shoulders back, follow the rules for life, make yourself interesting, learn something new every single day, and instead of pointing at a small group of people and engaging in this brain rot, become a better person. You'll be a happier and healthier, more joyful and productive person because of it.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Charlie Kirk was my friend, and I was his pastor. I want to simply say this regarding Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk was a friend to Candace and never publicly spoke poorly of her, though he disagreed with her. He never operated nor entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace. My only comment I offer regarding Candace is this. I only wish at this tragic time of mourning, she would be the friend to Charlie that he was to her. He would never have treated Candace or her family in such a way had God forbid this tragedy been hers. A friend loves at all times. And that's Proverbs 17:17. Shout out to Pastor Rob McCoy. Great commentary. And let it be said loudly, as a friend of Charlie's, he was in no way considering a conversion to Catholicism and the anti-Semitism he's been accused of entertaining was nowhere near his actual perspective. Shout out to Mr. John Groves.
A couple years ago, I met my now pastor, Rob McCoy.
The man Charlie Kirk called one of his closest friends.
Charlie didn't die today, he began to truly live. His heart was secure in Jesus.
Now speaking exclusively with Fox 11 from a hotel in Utah the night of the assassination. Had he ever expressed concerns about something like this happening?
Of course, he had a security detail. He received death threats every day. This was obviously, at least from my opinion, a professional hit.
Please welcome our guest speaker, Charlie Kirk.
Pastor Rob McCoy routinely had Charlie Kirk as a guest speaker at Godspeak Calvary Chapel in Newbury Park.
Charlie called me his pastor. I preferred to be considered his friend and his biggest fan.
In your church.
Together, they founded Turning Point USA Faith to get church leaders more involved in politics.
Charlie fought vehemently, even for those who were detractors. He had them come to the front of the line. He protected their freedom of speech as well.
I've always believed that Charlie was the most misunderstood missionary in Christendom. Everyone said he was political, but he saw politics as an on-ramp to faith in Christ. He would always say to me, you know, if we can get these young people rowing in the streams of liberty and pursuing truth, they'll ultimately come to its source, which is Jesus. He's the way, the truth, the life. And 2 Corinthians 3:17 says, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there's liberty. So he would speak into their lives because this is the first generation that is saddled with the debt of the previous generations, and they're disillusioned, they're upset with big government. And Charlie would say, look, it's all right to be upset with big government and to distrust big government, but don't allow your distrust of big government to exceed your trust in God. And he would always put his faith forward to encourage them. He wanted for them what he had was a happy marriage and being a father, which is the most rewarding thing in life. And that's what he put forward every day. And he's accused of hate speech. And Charlie never, he was civil. And he put his detractors to the front. He can't be accused of hate speech. They just hated his speech. He built Turning Point on nothing more than the power of the spoken word.
Shout out to Pastor McCoy. Shout out. I wanted to just give y'all a chance to kind of hear some of the arguments that have been levied against him, that he's, considering Catholicism, deconverting from Christianity, so on and so forth. But then see some evidence to point you otherwise. You can use this video, point people to these clips. I'll make sure a lot of them are indexed down in the description so you can go back and look at them and use them and help say, no, this guy wasn't. But then also, let's just have a fair and honest discussion about whether or not he was truly anti.
Thought I heard something.
people groups? Like again, he was against or bigoted or whatever that against black people, or was it just the fact that he was saying something that people just did not like and people did not want to hear? I want to know what you think about it. So down in the comments, drop it to the comment section. We'll keep it civil, of course. We want to talk about it and hear your thoughts. So until next time, everybody, grace and peace. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today.
It is all.
I won. I won.
I won.
I didn't expect it. I played it cool, but it's recently now been announced that it is me. I am the anti-Semite of the year. Some people walked so I could run. I can think of no person.
You are, Candace. You are. She's awake. I thought I heard. Gavin has no power over that. Learn about the Crusade.
When thinking about the Middle Ages, chances are that among the many images popping into your mind, there stands a noble knight. Now, there are a variety of myths about what it was like to be a knight during medieval times, not just spread by Hollywood, but even by the contemporary legends during medieval times themselves, in both featuring widespread depictions of the chivalric knight rushing to the aid of damsels in distress, and generally spending their time being bastions of all that is good and the very definition of noble. Now look, we'll get into a lot of these myths throughout this video, but within this mythology, we have the white-clad Christian knight, his shield or surcoat adorned with a cross, and on the other side, an equally imposing Muslim horseman peppering said knight with dozens of arrows. But behind
hand if you canceled your Disney subscription. Raise your hand if you canceled your Disney subscription today.
Of course, it's the nose ring. Like, why is it the nose ring?
Culture, you got it. Raise your hand if you canceled your.
What is with the nose ring? cool. How was your nap? Mm. Mm. Yeah. You guys are packed in there like sardines. Yeah, I got my phone. That's like, who's awake?
Behind the epic facade of titanic clashes in the Holy Land lurk the mundane realities of medieval era warfare. For example, that brave warrior signed by the cross was statistically
going?
less likely to fall in combat than to die pants
Somebody told me
down
my
squatting by the
microphone was
bush and
turned down, and I'm
emptying
like,
his
well, maybe
bloody
it's because I'm far
bowels.
away from the
But
mic.
who would have been
It
responsible
wasn't. It turned down on my
for
settings.
watering that night?
I accidentally unplugged it and I reset everything.
Who organized transport for crusade
I
troops
fixed
and
it.
how
Now
and
people
who
can
led
hear
them
me
into
again.
combat? And going further up the chain, how did the
No,
crusades
just
actually get
like
started in the first place? In short,
when
how
I
did the
got back,
crusades
I
actually work
moved the
from a
mic
practical
around and
standpoint,
did something.
start to finish? If these questions keep you up at night, as they
Yeah.
absolutely do for me, you're in luck. For today, we're going to be diving into
Not
this,
yet.
as well as a whole load of nightly myth debunking along the way, including whether any supposedly chivalrous knight in history actually ever rescued a damsel in distress. You're probably going to be disappointed, so strap on your spaulders and guard braces and don your noble helm, and let's dive into it all, shall we?
Just before we get back to Simon diving into the nitty-gritty details of how the Crusades actually worked, something the Crusaders, who were forever dying of random diseases, poor food sources, and poor nutrition in general, probably wish they had was today's sponsor, AG1. While in the modern world, most of us aren't having to eat our shoes to survive a siege, sticking to healthy habits is hard, especially for those of us who paradoxically are super into nutrition and fitness, but also loathe vegetables and cooking with every fiber of of our
Time was
beans.
it, like
But with
10?
AG1, my morning routine starts super well on the nutrition front. 1 scoop, 8 to 12 ounces of water mixed, and
Like
then
right
on the
now,
side some
for
quick
2:30.
cottage cheese for protein, and I'm starting the day super well without much of any
Yeah.
effort. For those unfamiliar, AG1 is much more than just greens. It's a blend of vitamins, minerals, prebiotics, probiotics, and superfoods designed to support gut health, energy,
green
immune
feed.
function, and overall wellness. The B vitamins also give a natural energy boost without the caffeine crash, something I'm particularly in need of as my heart does not like strong caffeine sources, but long work hours endlessly, intensely using my brain requires all the help I can give it. And the prebiotics and probiotics further help with digestion and keeping my gut happy. This is a product my wife and I have regularly used for almost 2 years now, paid for out of our own pocket for all but 3 of the months in that span. We genuinely love it, and I suspect you will too. So if you'd like something quick and easy on this front, just drink and go, and made from whole food source ingredients, go to drinkag1.com/today I found out, or scan the QR code to get $20 off your first subscription. Plus, with that code, you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a 30-day supply of AG1, 5 free travel packs, a shaker bottle, a metal canister scoop, and a bottle of vitamin D3 plus K2. Now let's get back to Simon and the nuts and bolts of what being a crusader was actually like.
First, what even are the Crusades that we're talking about exactly? Surprisingly, this is not an easy task to define. Historiography can list more than 100 conflicts from the 11th to the 17th centuries, which have been described as crusades, featuring wildly different characteristics. To make matters more complicated, the very term crusade was not used until the mid-1500s in the French language and until the early 1700s in English. Before then, the soldiers participating in these campaigns were referred to as those marked by the cross, while the campaigns themselves would be referred to as the business of the cross, or simply as expeditions against the infidels, pagan, heretics, or whoever was the enemy of the day the leaders wanted to use Jesus against. An individual who explicitly built his entire philosophy around the doctrine of love your neighbor as yourself, and then went on to give a parable about how your foreign enemy is your neighbor and you should treat them as your most beloved family member. But
Yeah,
we digress. In any event, for the purposes of this analysis, we will look at those conflicts on which pretty much all historians agree that they were indeed crusades. These include the well-known campaigns conducted mostly by Western European armies from the 11th to the 13th century against Muslim powers in the Holy Land and the Levant. The 13th century expeditions conducted by Christian kingdoms in northern Iberia against the Taifas, or Muslim kingdoms, in the south. And the longest of them all, the Abyjanasian Crusade of 1209 to 1229, waged by northern French barons against the Cathar heresy prevalent to the Languedoc region of southern France. So now, if we look at the features of these conflicts, we can extrapolate what made a crusade, a war fought on the initiative of Christian power, the Roman Catholic Church, or one of their representatives, directed against a physical or perceived threat to the church itself, a Christian state, or Christian pilgrims. The initiative usually manifested as a call to arms, which might come directly from the Pope, a monarch, an aristocrat, a bishop, or even a humble preacher. The call to arms expressed a simple concept, such as, let's go to the Levant, or southern Spain, or southern France, and let us defeat the Muslims, or the heretics. It may have included such precise military objectives as, let's defeat King Zan ibn Mardanish and retake the city of Valencia, or let's kick Saladin ibn Ayyub out of Jerusalem. But it was not uncommon for calls to arms to be at once generic and grandiose in scale. In the case of the Albigensian Crusade, for example, the objective of the Crusaders was to convert or physically eliminate all Cathar heretics in the Languedoc. The initial appeal to take the cross was followed by the Pope issuing a papal bull, a formal document which provided legit blessing to the expedition to come. With the exception of the First Crusade, all similar crusades in the period would be sanctioned by these documents. On the First Crusade, knights in medieval times were rather well known for their penchant to cause a bit of anarchy wherever they went. In fact, on top of things like recapturing Jerusalem from the Muslims, one of the many goals of the First Crusade, according to history professor Norman Cohn, was, quote, also a matter of giving the largely unemployed and over-aggressive nobility of France something to do, get them out of Europe, and stop them devastating the lands. In a nutshell, bored knights with nothing to do when they weren't training tended to run amok against their neighbouring Christian lands, and the church got tired of it all and how it was devastating their local flocks and stability. And even in the nightly training and practice in the form of things like tournaments, the knights had a tendency to cause a lot of problems. In this case, the games at these were initially little more than massive melees, including using real sharpened weapons. Rules were few, with competitions not that different from actual battles, including capturing other knights and the like. They'd even often group knights by nation, which made the whole thing all the more heated. That said, the general point, unlike real battle, was not to intentionally kill your opponent, but just knock them off their horse and take them prisoner. Once unhorsed in the early going, many knights would also hire people whose job it was to rush any knight they had knocked off their horse and beat the crap out of them before taking them prisoner. The point of this being to make it easier to extract the knight's armor and a bit easier to hang on to while they were in captivity. The knight being stripped of all their valuables and horse would later be offered back to the other side for a price, as well as potentially having their armor and horse offered back also for a price. Much like a real battle, any nearby peasants were not necessarily safe during these matches. For example, a given knight might flee from enemy knights and take refuge in a peasant's home, which was likely then to be ransacked or even get burned to the ground to get the knight to come out. Even if they didn't do this, nearby farm fields were likely to get trampled and crops lost. As you might imagine, while the knights, particularly the lower ranked and poorer of this class, loved these tournaments for a chance to gain prestige, practice their skills, and the chance to acquire additional wealth via prizes and ransoms and the like, the peasants and the church really weren't that big of fans of all the death and destruction that surrounded these tournaments. Towards the end of calming things down for everyone, including the knights who sometimes died during these mock battles, over the centuries, more and more rules were added to the various games, as well as a trend toward blunted weapons. By the late medieval period, this saw the tournament start to resemble what is often depicted in films like A Knight's Tale today, albeit with, less We Will Rock You. But the point was, even in their practice, the bored knights were causing problems, and getting them out of the country and directing their testosterone against an enemy religion and people apparently seemed like a good idea to the church in that particular crusade. But in any event, the first formal crusade bull, or bulla cruciata in Latin, was issued by Pope Eugene III in 1145 on the occasion of the Second Crusade to the Holy Land. This bull set the template for other similar documents to come, as it included a key ingredient: plenary indulgence, defined by the Catechism of the Catholic Church as remission before God of the temporal punishment due to sins whose guilt has already been forgiven. In other words, a sin may be forgiven by God via the sacrament of confession. But that sin may still carry consequences, sanctions, and punishments on earth. But an act of indulgence can free the sinner from such consequences. Moreover, the bull offered a moratorium on interests for debts, and the church pledged to protect the crusaders' family and property while they were fighting abroad. Finally, those who completed the crusade or died fighting would receive a full absolution for their sins. In his 1187 bull, which kick-started the Third Crusade, Pope Gregory VIII went one step further. Now crusaders would also be granted immunity against legal suits. Successive bulls would add further clauses and benefits in order to drive recruitment. In 1209, Pope Innocent III launched the crusade against the Albigensians by allowing participants to retain any goods plundered in battle. This appealed particularly to high-ranking knights and barons. From their perspective, the concept of loot extended to castles, towns, and entire territories. Pope Innocent was the first to introduce a time clause in a bulla cruciata. Soldiers wearing the cross now were required to serve only 40 days to gain full indulgence, which was a pretty good deal. So good, in fact, that most foot soldiers and horsemen did just that, returning home when the short terms expired and creating endless manpower problems for their commanders, not too dissimilar to what almost killed the American Revolution in the early going. In this one, the traitors to king and country saw their entire army initially built on the back of short-term contracts, which only a few months after the ink was dry on the Declaration of Independence left George Washington lamenting to his cousin on December the 18th, 1776, "I think the game is pretty near up," as most of his army was set to disband all around the same time and had little hope of new recruits, given loss after loss and horrible conditions for the soldiers against a vastly superior force, not just in supplies, arms, and numbers, but also because they were British. But going back to the Crusades, subsequent bulls could go into very specific detail about who would receive indulgence. For example, in 1237, Gregory IX supported the campaign of James I of Aragon against the Muslim kingdom of Valencia by granting indulgence to arsonists, to those who had struck the clergy, and to those who conducted trade with the infidels. After the call to arms was formalized by the papal bull, it was time to spread the message far and wide, a vital part of the recruitment drive. The sales and marketing aspect of the Crusades would normally be handled by traveling preachers, often belonging to the Benedictine and Dominican orders. The contents of their messages were rather predictable. If you join our fun trip to the Holy Lands, or wherever our enemies may be, you shall enjoy a cornucopia of benefits, from indulgence to plentiful booty. Especially when it came to promoting expeditions to the Levant, preachers added some colour by emphasising the importance and sanctity of the holy places in Jerusalem, especially the Holy Sepulchre. On top of that, they would provide examples of the iniquity, savagery, and brutality of the foe of the day, be them the Seljuks and Ayyubids in the Levant, the Almohads in Spain, or the Cathars in southern France. If such incentives to action did not work, preachers would deploy striking imagery. For example, in preparation for the Third Crusade, a popular and effective visual aid was the picture of a Muslim warrior whose horse was shown urinating on the Holy Sepulchre. Even better, traveling preachers and local clergy could join forces to stage solemn and dramatic processions accompanied by music and a display of holy relics. A striking spectacle designed to inflame the spirits of common folk and noble knights alike. The latter category was the natural target audience of crusade preachers. They were young, brawny, well-armed professional warriors. They were hungry for action.
All right. Yeah, I'm getting the stream here. Fall asleep when I can. And come back and do it again tomorrow. All right. God bless and have a good night.